I am at-large council member Anita Bonds, chair of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. The time is 9:02 a.m. on Monday, January 10th in the year of 2022. We're meeting virtually via Zoom to convene the committee's first public oversight hearing of 2022. We will be hearing from the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, the Financial Literacy Council, Age-Friendly DC Task Force, Commission on Aging, and the Department on Aging and Community Living. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding the performance of the agencies mentioned for the FY year 2021 and, of course, FY year 2022 to date. I'm asking that you keep your remarks today to 3 minutes or less for individuals and 5 minutes or less for organizations to allow all witnesses to have the opportunity to be heard. And of course, we will hear the government witnesses in totality. Having said that, I would like to note that your entire witness testimony will be part of the record. So please, if you have not done so, submit your testimony via email to housing@dccouncil.us. As you know, we're fast approaching the 2-year mark of the global pandemic. These past 2 years have been one of the most challenging periods in our history. We have gone without so many of the traditions and events that contribute to the district's character and community. However, today we are making improvements and doing better than the early days of the pandemic. Our economy has been shaken and many local businesses have closed their doors, and sadly, over 1,200 DC residents have passed away from the virus, and approximately 100,000 have been infected with the virus, and we believe more to come. We have collectively struggled to do our best, and as citizens and public servants, really though, despite the variants that have flooded throughout our community, we are finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, at least we would like to believe. We're here today to begin planning for the coming year by reviewing our agency's performances. I am proud to have much to talk about in the way of the challenges that we have met with our public sector and institutions. In fact, we have maintained and improved the delivery of senior student meals. We have conducted check-ins and wellness calls for our vulnerable residents. We've issued grants that give small businesses an option so that they can weather the economic changes as much as possible. And we quickly expanded our unemployment programs. We've adopted and implemented telehealth. We've expanded housing assistance with local and federal dollars. And we continue to provide and improve our programs and services to meet the residents wherever they are. Our agencies have been entrusted with so many more responsibilities than we could ever have imagined. And we are here to understand what they have accomplished in the past year and to examine their performance along the way. We will identify areas of success and areas of improvements. We have the rare opportunity to evaluate how we can be a more equitable DC where every resident can live up to their full potential and their government is there to work with them. And that's the message I hope that our hearing today will carry. So at this time, I would recognize any of my colleagues, members of the committee. All right. Okay, I'm soloing it today. So without further ado, I want to thank everyone, and we'll begin the hearing with the Real Property Tax Commission. Let me just give you a quick review of the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. It is to conduct fair and impartial real property assessment appeals hearings for the citizens of the District of Columbia, and the Commission's objective is to ensure that appellate real properties are assessed at 100% on market value based on properties similar in size and utility so that an equitable tax burden is shared. The Real Property Tax Appeals Commission is the second level real property assessment and appeals process. Prior to filing with the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, a first level administrative appeal must have been filed with the Office of Tax and Revenue Assessor's Office. The commission is composed of one full-time chairperson, one vice chairperson, 4 full-time commissioners, and up to 8 hearing examiners, which the commission may non-competitively appoint for a term not to exceed 6 months each year. These individuals hear cases of single-family residential property or any non-commercial real property assessed during the administrative review at $3 million or less. All commissioners shall be active members of the District of Columbia Bar, the district certified general real estate appraisers, certified public accountants, mortgage bankers, licensed district real estate brokers, or persons possessing significant real property expertise. And the commission must decide all residential appeals, that is, housing having 1 to 4 units within 30 days after the hearing, and all commercial and large residential apartment buildings appeals, that is, having 5 or more units within 80 days after the hearing. I look forward to hearing about the work that the commission has been doing and the information that we are able to glean about housing assessments and the housing market from their expertise. I'm also interested in hearing the impact of transitioning from the previous part-time commissioners' positions into temporary hearing examiners. And now I'd like to call our first public witness, but I believe we've been joined by Council Member Brooke Pinto, a member of our committee. Welcome, and if you'd like to make some introductory remarks, now is a good time, Councilwoman.
Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds. Thank you very much.
Good morning
to all of our witnesses. I will be brief. I just wanted to thank you very much for holding this performance oversight hearing on the agencies of our city that carry serious responsibility of the welfare of our seniors and of the financial literacy of our residents, as well as fair real property assessments. A lot of important topics we're covering today. And the Department of Aging and Community Living's duties to advocate, plan, implement, and monitor programs in health, education, and social services for the elderly is a sacred responsibility that promotes longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for our senior district residents. So I'm looking forward this morning to examining how the Department of Aging has served our senior population, especially during the last 2 years when our seniors faced and continue to face the double threat of social isolation and the health burdens that come from COVID-19 and this infection. While the widespread availability of COVID-19 vaccines this past year have brought hope and less isolation for everyone, including our seniors, we are not yet out of the woods and need to continue our efforts to ensure that as many people as possible are vaccinated and that we're looking out for one another. We also need to redouble our efforts in terms of financial and programming assistance to our seniors so that once the pandemic is behind us, we can look forward to making the lives of our seniors even better than before. And I consistently hear from our seniors who are looking for more opportunities to live in their current neighborhoods and communities with livability and affordability. And so I know we need to further expand our affordable housing options so our seniors can have real and affordable prospects to age in place, which benefit all of us. And I'm looking forward as well today to hear from our Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, an extremely important function of our government to assess the valuation of our properties. And I'm very curious to hear how that analysis has changed, if at all, over the course of the pandemic when property values are changing. So thank you again, Chairwoman Bonds, for holding this hearing and looking forward to an informative and instructive morning.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman, and thank you for your comments. We will now turn to having no public witnesses to speak with us about the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. We'll turn to our government witness. And this is the executive director, and I certainly hope that I give some fairness to the enunciation of your name. I believe Mr. Gazashu Underga. Was that?
I will consider
close?
I will consider that fairness, Chairwoman.
All right, thank you. I will now swear you in. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All righty, thank you, sir. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I am Gazacho Ndarga, Executive Director of the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission, also known as RPTAC. I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you to discuss the performance of the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission for fiscal year, tax year 2021. For tax year 2021, season ended August 18th, 2021, the Commission received a total of 7,341 cases. 5,866 were Class 1 residential valuation cases, and 1,475 Class 2 commercial valuation cases, including mixed use. There were 3 classification cases and 46 homestead cases. This caseload was higher than tax year 2020 by 1,512 cases. And of the 7,341 tax year 2021 valuation cases we received, 1,712 were resolved with stipulation agreements were withdrawn, leaving 5,569 tax year 2021 cases that the Commission decided. As most have experienced in 2021, COVID directly impacted the Commission's work. RPTAC has made adjustments to better engage our petitioners, staff, and commissioners in order to ensure that needs are met. I'm happy to report that we have seen an increase in the number of property owners who are taking advantage of the convenience of filing electronically, demonstrating the importance of this investment in time and tasks. In tax year 2018, there were 4,065 cases filed electronically. In tax year 2019, there were 4,210 cases filed electronically. And last tax year, 5,140 cases. In tax year 20, 5,140 cases were filed electronically. Every year, the Commission is seeing an increase in electronic filings, and tax year 2021 was no different. Last year, 7,042 cases were filed electronically. 96% of all cases filed with the Commission. In addition, some technology-based process improvements were made to increase efficiency, while most commissioners and some staff worked from home to comply with pandemic protocols and ensure safety. Specifically, each commissioner uses WebEx to virtually sit for hearings and Adobe to electronically sign their decisions. These enhanced efficiencies are vital at a time when there is an increasing demand for our services, and we are required to innovatively pivot during the pandemic. Tax year 2021 concluded with 74% of cases completed by the annual February 1 deadline. This is lower than previous years and was due to the significant increase in cases and the fact that there was not a full slate of full-time commissioners during the appeal season. As the committee is aware, last year, RPTAC did not have a chairperson, and 1 full-time commissioner was away on extended leave. One major change occurred last season, which took effect in fiscal year 2022, the amendment of RPTAC's establishing statute to increase operational efficiency and come into compliance with federal tax law. Specifically, the chairperson eligibility criteria was expanded to source from a broader candidate pool, and part-time commissioners were converted from contractors to direct hires as full-time temporary hearing examiners. The expanded chairperson eligibility criteria allowed for new candidates to be considered for the role of chairperson. RPTAC and the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments acted quickly to solicit and nominate a new chairperson who has begun his duties as of November 3rd, 2021, after a swift council confirmation process. The second addressed conflicting language and put the commission in compliance with federal tax law, eliminating penalties the commission has been obliged to pay. In addition, having hearing examiners who are committed to RPTAC's mission as full-time employees during the appeal season helps to address some of the challenges from tax year 2021 in tax year 2022, namely an increasing caseload. This concludes my testimony. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you. I will take any questions that you or the committee may have at this time.
Thank you very much, sir. I do have just a couple of questions I would like to start with. You mentioned that there were 1,712 cases that were resolved with stipulation agreements. What are stipulation agreements?
Thank you for that question.
And what does it really address?
Yeah, thank you for that question. A stipulation agreement simply is an agreement that is made between the OTR assessor's office and the petitioner before coming to RPTAC. So this means that the petitioner had filed a case with OTR at the first level. A decision was made. They were, that is, the petitioner was not satisfied with that decision. They filed at the second level with the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. And typically, before a hearing is held, the petitioner and the OTR assessor's office have come to an agreement on what the assessed value should be for that property. Therefore, an agreement is made, a document is signed to that effect, and RPTAC does not hold a hearing for the assessed value of that property.
Okay, so then I must ask, so what's the point in the petitioner moving to the second tier? Is it required that once you begin the process, you go through the first and the second tier?
It's not required that they go to the second tier unless they're unsatisfied with the decision made at the first level. And I can't speak for motives, but I would think that in terms of giving an opportunity for a stipulation to happen, they are, the petitioner is filing at the second level, basically preparing to make the case that OTR made a decision in error. That's effectively what the RPTAC has established to make a decision on whether or not OTR made an error in their assessment.
Okay, so if I if I appeal with OTR and I'm unhappy, I immediately then put in a request for the second level, is what I would assume.
Yes.
And so is it that maybe these stipulation agreements are not catching up with the filing process? I don't know what OTR's time frame is for their ruling. Do you think that might be a part of the reason why we would have so many 1,712 is quite a few that would move to the second level, knowing that they have already have agreed, because that's what that would mean, stipulation agreement. They've already agreed at the first level. I'm just trying to understand that.
So it's not that they've agreed to typically whatever the decision may have been at the first level. They may agree to another amount, not at what was agreed to at the first level. I'm sorry if that was unclear.
Okay. All right. So when it gets to you, it's a legitimate change of opinion that they are concerned with. And so then I have to ask, you said 60 were withdrawn. Are these individuals who just accepted what OTR decided ultimately after they had filed for? Okay.
Typically,
Just want to
yeah.
understand the process.
Yes.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I had just one other question regarding your testimony, trying to understand. As you were talking about the changes that have occurred at the commission, you said conflicting language. Okay, putting the commission in compliance with federal tax law, eliminating penalties. The commission has been obligated to pay. What is that? Tell us what this means.
Yeah, there was conflicting language in the original establishing statute regarding direct contract hires. The details around that, I'm not, I can't perfectly articulate, but there was an issue with regarding federal tax law that said that they were effectively not paying employment tax, and so because of that, there was a back end that RPTAC was required to pay by way of a IRS audit. And so that amount was just under 100,000, if I'm not mistaken, over a 5-year period, I believe 2015 to 2020 or 2021. And so RPTAC would have been obligated to continue paying this, audit after audit. And so in order for us to be in compliance with federal tax law, we had to change the status of those hires so that they were no longer contract employees, but direct hires through RPTAC. And so now that tax is being paid, obviously immediately withdrawn from there.
All right.
Yeah.
So it is in fact a personnel matter as opposed to something that would have directly affect our constituents.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All
matter.
right.
Indeed,
Okay.
indeed.
All right. I just want to make sure of that. And of course, we have your tax year 2021 report. Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
Let me just ask you, I think you pretty much in your testimony covered the role of the chair and vice chair. Can you tell us a little bit about your role? For those who are listening, I've been getting a few comments in the chat box. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so my role is specifically on the administrative side. It's more on the operations side of the commission. So if you could think about kind of like two columns, there's the commission and the chairperson who basically has jurisdiction over all of the commissioners and now the hearing examiners. And then on the other side, there's the operation side. And so there's me as the executive director. I have administrative staff. I also have IT staff. And so our role primarily is to ensure that the commissioners have everything that they need from an administrative level to prepare for all of their hearings, process their decisions, and host all of those hearings as well. In pre-pandemic days, before my tenure, these were done physically at the office, and there was recording equipment that was set up, video equipment that was set up so that there was proper record keeping of each of those hearings. Now our IT staff has moved on to doing that same function, but by way of WebEx. And so is now setting up those hearings virtually, keeping those same records, audio and visual on file for purposes of record keeping for petitioners, assessors, or public inquiry.
All right, thank you. What is the total budget for the commission?
I think it's just under 1.8 now, I think.
All right.
1.8 million.
This is an area that people are always very confused with. And that is, can you distinguish between the fiscal year, which begins on the 1st of October, and the tax year?
Yeah. So as everyone knows, the fiscal year begins October 1 and continues through September 30th of that same year. The tax year represents the calendar year of that same, of the new calendar year within that same fiscal year. So effectively, the way that it works, assessments are made on January 1. It's a single point in time on January 1. The Office of Tax and Revenue, they process those letters. They send them out to property owners, typically in late spring. Late March, early spring, late March. And that's done on an annual basis. The petitioner, the property owners have, I believe it's 45 days to be able to submit their first level appeal. After their first level appeal, if they're unsatisfied with the decision, then they have so many more days before they submit or file with RPTAC for their second level appeal. We've now moved into the July-August timeframe, and that's when RPTAC will usually begin their tax year. It's typically around August, and it goes through, it has to be finished by February 1 of the following year. So right now we are in tax year 2022, finishing out in this specific calendar year.
Okay. Thank you for that. Is this information available anywhere on the website, your website?
Yeah, it should be on the About Us page. There is a frequently asked questions page, and that information should be there.
All right. Is it displayed in a chart format, which would perhaps help people understand? Is that possible that your shop could do that?
Yeah.
We want to be as transparent as possible and be helpful to our residents so that they can understand this. This continues to be an area of confusion.
I think that's doable.
All righty, thank you. In your key performance index, are there any areas where your office has not met your FY21 goals?
Yeah, yes, they specifically in the accounting of how many cases have been completed by February 1, those residential cases that were completed in 30 days and commercial cases that were completed within 80 days, which, as you know, is the statutory requirement. What I've reported on in my testimony today is an estimate. The Office of Tax and Revenue keeps the majority of the data regarding assessments, and that database is shared with the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. On an annual basis and throughout the tax year, I use that information in order to keep the commissioners apprised of how many cases remain outstanding, and at the end of a tax year, what the final assessments have been at the end of the second level, and other data as well. OTR has gone through a revision or an update of their integrated tax system, and this is mentioned in a footnote in the annual report as well. And so now it's a modernized integrated tax system. It's called MITS. Certain data that they had collected in previous years was not collected or is not being at least tabulated. They have it, it's just not tabulated in a way that's readable currently. And so I've been in regular communication with the Office of Tax and Revenue on uploading that information so that it can be accurately reported to the public.
Okay, so in accurately reporting this to the public, what is the meaning for the public? I know we collect a lot of data. Does it mean that property assessments are going to go down? Does it mean tax bills are going to go up? Because that's what the listening public is mostly concerned with. What does all of the transitioning that we're doing really mean, and how does it affect their household?
Right. So the data I was referring to regarding what changes there have been in the assessments, that data has remained constant. There has been no lack of that data. I was talking about other data in terms of what is required for the RPTAC to report annually. To your specific question, that really is primarily on a case-by-case basis in terms of what the assessed values may be in this year, and not necessarily projecting next year, but having a general idea of how COVID may be impacting businesses in particular, or residential properties. I think for the most part, because property assessments are done on a single date, the challenge has been, what is actually happening on that date. Like if, let's say, a commercial building is fully leased up, then there is again on case by case basis, but there may be little impact on what the assessed value of that commercial property is if they are fully leased, as an example.
Okay, you're getting into this area that I always like to talk with your office about, and that is the assessments, the value that we place on our real estate market. And I am just wondering, since the assessment is based on that point, that date when it is completed, and not on an average, let's say, particularly for our commercial real estate properties, would it make sense? And I mean, I know I'm stepping way out there on this, but it's time for us to deal with it, because we are in the pandemic and not everything is as it was. Although the most recent tax records are showing us that we have realized $500 million more revenue than we had anticipated. And so, but I'm wondering if there is a way, by looking at the average, let's say, occupancy of a residential building over, let's say, a 6-month period of time, and taking that into consideration, would that in some way assist the real estate community in lowering their tax bills?
I'm not an assessor, so my understanding is that there are specific ways in which assessments are made, and those principles, those approaches, are the primary ones in which each case is reviewed in terms of an assessment. So, looking at an average, that may be one way to possibly look at it in the future, but I think from an industry standard and industry practice perspective, my understanding is that there are specific ways in which the properties are assessed. And so, like I said, I'm not an assessor, so I don't know those details, but from the bit that I've gleaned and learned, and when speaking with commissioners, averages in that regard aren't necessarily considered.
Okay. All right. Well, I get this question frequently from constituents. They're just wondering why we as a community continue to show what they consider surplus, and wondering if in times of hardship, or just in general, it would not be better to keep those dollars in the community as opposed to the government continuing to grow larger and larger. So I just needed to ask that question of you. And this year I tried a different approach, trying to get to, those kinds of answers. So I thank you very much for your response. I see Councilmember Pinto is back, and I apologize for going on for so long. Councilwoman, you may have some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds. And not at all, it's an interesting discussion. So Mr. Andergay, is that the correct pronunciation?
Andarga, that's fine.
Andarga, thank you. So given the last 2 years in the pandemic, has there been any specific guidance passed to either the commissioners through RPTAC or the assessors through OTR or OCFO guidance on adjustments that should be made to account for the changes in property values that aren't already included in the 3 approaches utilized?
No, I think the main approaches that are used, or the approaches that are used, my understanding is that there's nothing in addition or subtraction of those 3 approaches. It's the inputs that constitute those approaches that might change, right? So the example that I gave earlier regarding leases, if you are looking at a property that a year prior was fully leased up, and that may have been at the top of 2020 before changes in our daily lives since since early March or mid-March 2020. Now at the top of 2021, those same properties they may not be leased up fully. They may be at a much higher vacancy rate. That input would be taken into account from a cost approach, for example. And that would impact what the assessed value may be on that property.
Right, okay. But so there has not been further guidance to say we are going to take a different approach, given commercial properties or residential properties may have a liquidity issue and they don't have as much cash flow now to pay this assessment due to the pandemic. It's all been consistent approaches, but potentially reduced because of the other inputs going into it.
Yes, I believe that's correct. And I should state as well, Chairperson Pinto, RPTAC, the charge for RPTAC is to see whether or not the OTR has made any error in their assessment. So if there was any guidance for change in the way that commissioners review these properties and their proposed assessed values, it would also have to change at the first level for there to be consistency in that assessment. Right,
thank you. Are you aware of any other jurisdictions that have made more specific COVID-related adjustments or guidance to their initial assessment phases?
I'm not specifically aware, no.
Okay. Have you noticed any changes in trends of the level of frequency of using the income-based approach versus the sales approach?
I don't sit on these hearings, but from my conversations, they seem to be pretty consistent with the commissioners, at least. Petitioners seem to be pretty consistent in the various approaches that they put forward.
So for the senior homestead deduction, that has a lot of benefits in providing objectivity so that the 50% reduction takes effect for our seniors, but it fails to recognize sometimes the unique circumstances and the need and desire for people to age in place, and the potential limits of having cash available to pay the assessment. Have there been other conversations that you're aware of within RPTAC or OTR at first level to be more thoughtful around how we're recognizing the needs of our senior residents in our residential valuations?
I am familiar with some conversations that have been had, and I think that's primarily been through Chairwoman Bonds and her same concern that you're discussing now. But in terms of actual any particular policy adjustment or revision, I'm not certain that there's been any movement forward in that regard.
Okay, and just lastly, do you see any benefit to changing the timeline that assessments are made to link it up with the fiscal year?
Again, I think it would have to be consistent with OTR. I think if OTR were to decide to change their timeline, then RPTAC would fall in line with however it would be changed. But it's incumbent upon the commission to be able to meet its deadline so that OTR can send out their new assessments, since the district does assessments on an annual basis. But if OTR were to change that timeline, then obviously RPTAC would alter it to accommodate.
Right. I just mean it more from a policy perspective. If in seeing all of these thousands of cases come through RPTAC, if you think that that would make a difference in the level of appeals that are being brought, because if it was lined up, perhaps more petitioners would be more accepting of the initial assessment.
I'm not sure if it would make that much difference, to be honest with you. I think once a new year is set, whenever that year is established, whenever the assessment date is established, petitioners or property owners would simply just change the date in which they would make that payment. So there would be an adjustment in that first year, but I'm not sure if it would make much difference in terms of ease or convenience.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much. I just have just a couple of follow-ups. One, could you please talk with us about the inter-district transfers and MOUs from FY21 and FY22 that they were listed in your response to questions 5 and 7? And would you identify the purpose and the impacted agencies?
Sure. I noticed that my agency fiscal officer, Cassandra Fields, is on the call. Is it here at the hearing? I don't know if she'd like to speak to that answer.
Okay, we'll swear her in.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for joining us. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that any statements that you make before us today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. In response to the question in FY21 and 22, and excuse me if I'm looking off to the left.
That's all right.
There.
I do it all the time.
But in both 21 and 22, we actually had 2 MOU agreements. One with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer for $50,000, and another one with the Office of the Attorney General for legal support, financial support for the OCFO one, and then legal support $10,000 with the OAG. That's $10,000, both in FY21 and 22. As far as intra-districts are concerned, we have intra-districts for both of those MOUs, but also an additional intra-district for our P card, which is our purchasing card program for in FY21, it was for 18,300. And in FY22, year to date, it's for 19,995.
Okay. And may I ask then, particularly as you speak of your P card, it's gone up and we're just really not even halfway through the fiscal year. Can you give me some indication as to why it's gone up?
Well, in FY21, the initial P card was for $24,000. We reduced it to 18,300 based upon the spending that was needed. In FY22, it's 19,995, which is actually less than what we started with last year. But we just built in an additional cushion for any office supplies and things like that that we may need throughout the fiscal year.
I was wondering if you had the occasion that we have at the council, and that is to provide remote equipment, you know, laptops, et cetera, for personnel.
I think Des can answer that question a little bit better than I can.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
okay.
Certainly, and I believe I supplied one exhibit that talks to what each commissioner has, but in order for commissioners to conduct virtual hearings, if they're doing it remotely, they do have Microsoft Surface Pros, I think is a specific type of laptop. And so they would use that in order to conduct hearings, similarly like we're doing it now.
All right, okay. I just want to make sure that the public understands that one of the challenges that our government has had is to make sure that as we operate remotely, that we have the necessary equipment. And that has, you know, that's a little costly. And so when people look at budgets, I want them to understand what's really going on. I got a question from the public about the intra-district transfers. Can you give us your explanation of what an intra-district transfer is so that those that are listening will know exactly what it is?
Absolutely. So an intra-district transfer is basically, it's money that's transferred from one agency within the District of Columbia to another agency for service or goods that are provided.
All right, and would you indicate whether or not there is a required act of the council in order to do this? Or is there a certain amount at certain level that can be transferred without invoking a new piece of legislation?
Right, so as far as the legalities of it, you know, most intra-districts are based upon an agreement between two agencies. For example, there's an agreement between the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to provide financial services to the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. So based upon that agreement, and it's an agreement that's signed every year, so we have an MOU or memorandum of understanding in place for each fiscal year. It's negotiated and an amount is agreed upon. So the amount of that memorandum of understanding is transferred from the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission to the OCFO's office to provide financial services. And that's just one example.
All right, that's very, very, very adequate. Thank you very much for that. Can you please, Mr. Nadazga,
And
close, I hope. Would you please talk with us about what types of property the commission hears appeals on? I know there's residential, I know there's commercial. but when you think about the properties, which category is the larger second level appeals group? Is it residential? Is it small residential buildings, single family households, or is it the larger commercial properties?
Are you talking about number of cases or?
Yes, the number of cases.
Residential properties, and those include single family properties, row homes, and even 4-unit buildings. So a property, if it's a residential, it becomes a commercial case if it's 5 or more units. It's considered a commercial property and is given the same parameters in terms of how much time the commission has to hear and decide that case.
All right, here's a big question they want answers to. Does tax assessment value correlate with fair market value of a property? And if so, what's the basis for the calculation? Does it differ between residential, commercial, and lots? Does it differ between the type of residential properties such as single family homes, condominiums, and townhomes?
The short answer is yes. Legally, the assessed value must equal the market value. And so many times from a residential perspective, if there are sales in the neighborhood that are recent sales in a neighborhood that are equivalent to or comparable to the property that's being appealed, then that will be taken into consideration. And but typically, if a new property has been sold and they're appealing like their first year being in that home, usually the baseline is whatever the sale amount was for that property.
Okay, that leads me to asking this. I'm back to my usual question. So if in a neighborhood, house sells for, let's say the properties are currently, residential properties are assessed at 600,000. And let's say a property sells for 850,000. The owner is ecstatic, of course, but what it does to the other properties in that area, it can increase their tax bill. So my question is there some thought given to keeping the tax bill at the current level until such time a property sells at a higher rate, and then the tax bill for that property goes up, but not for the surrounding structures in that community?
Yeah, like, so I know that there are other jurisdictions that have done similar, have made similar approaches in the way that they assess their property, specifically for elderly, and obviously DC has its own program in that regard, or for lower income folks, residents. But it really, and I really hate to kind of shirk the response, but RPTAC has a very narrow kind of jurisdiction in terms of what we're able to do. And so as much as there is a need, I think, for the conversation to be had and action to be taken in this regard, it really has to stem, I think, from the lower level, the first level. And then RPTAC would then be able to address if there was an error in the way that you already assessed that property. And we know that there are other jurisdictions. I think Texas has some program similar to this, where there is a freezing for so many years if a property is sold to a senior citizen, for example. There are opportunities, I think, but again, I think from RPTAC's perspective, if at the first level the change is made, then RPTAC would amend accordingly the way that it would hear these second level cases.
Thank you very, very much. This is the closest I have gotten to having the opportunity to discuss this very important matter. As you know, now when we are in the current dilemma of challenging situations with the pandemic, it just seems to me now is the time that we need to have these conversations again. And I know that you're not tax and revenue, you're not the CFO's office, but that's not in my committee. You are. And so
No, I
I'm very
understand.
thankful for that, because it brings us closer to understanding. Well, I have a bill and I'm going to move this bill along, and we'll see how it ultimately gets to your shop. So
Okay.
I want to thank you for that response, because there is a need. And it is a need, particularly for persons who lived in their homes for 20, 30 years and find themselves in this market where, the cost of housing is just exploding. And it makes it very difficult for them, because as the cost of housing explodes, as is very clear, then the cost of the tax bill, property tax bill goes up. So I appreciate getting your feedback on that. And I think that is, one question, and I think I know the answer, but do you anticipate the number of cases to continue to grow every year, particularly now that the electronic filing is possible?
Yeah, I do expect cases to continue to rise, and I think cases in general, mainly because of a lot of the economic challenges that so many people find themselves in. And not just that, really, because property values just continue to increase in the city. And so I think as more residents, commercial property owners are aware of this appeals process, that more will take advantage of it. And specifically regarding File and Serve, which is the online appealing submission process, filing process for RPTAC, I think that more will continue to use it. Things have gotten to the point where I think it's easy to do it, one, and I think two, the need to do it versus coming in personally or physically, that need has kind of gone down. So we've gotten to the highest point that we've seen ever last year, where 96% of cases were filed through File and Serve, which is phenomenal, I think, from the commission's perspective.
Okay. And finally, do you have an opinion on a program that will allow property owners to enroll in a monthly payment system for their tax bill instead of the current biannual system?
I'm not aware of a program like that in DC. I think that there are other jurisdictions that have that option if you wanted to do it in one lump sum payment biannually or quarterly or monthly.
Yes, there are other places. Yes. All right.
But in a district, no, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, okay, you're not aware, but if we were to implement such a program, how would it affect the appeals process, the second level, or would it really bring any concerns in your office?
I don't think it would make much difference. OTR may have a different opinion on that. OCFO's office may have a different opinion on that, but even during the appeals process, the petitioner is required to pay the bill. If in fact their assessment is reduced, then they are reimbursed. but payment is still made. So there is no lower, less burden on the petitioner.
Okay, all right. Well, I thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for your testimony this morning.
Sure.
And I look forward to talking with you. We may have a few remaining questions and we'll submit them. Otherwise, we will see you and during the budget hearings.
Yeah.
Thank you very
that's
much.
fine. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, you're muted.
All right, we will now turn to the Financial Literacy Council, which was established by the DC Council through enactment of the Financial Literacy Council Establishment Act of 2008, and values devotion, community, fairness, et cetera, as it relates to making the point to the community that it is available to assist and advise the mayor and the council in promoting the financial literacy of the city's residents. The council coordinates and promotes the district's various financial literacy efforts and reports to the public on the status of financial literacy in the city. The Literacy Council consists of 9 members. 1 shall be appointed by the chairman of the council, 1 appointed by the chairperson of the council committee with oversight of the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, 1 member appointed by the chief financial officer, and 6 members appointed by the mayor, which is comprised of 1 member who will represent the Department of Insurance and Securities and Banking, 1 represent the District of Columbia Public Schools, and 4 who shall be DC residents with extensive knowledge of financial institutions, personal finance, and financial literacy programs. Members serve a term of 4 years and must meet at least quarterly. They must create and operate under their own rules of procedure and develop a plan for the coordination of the district's various literacy efforts and submit an annual report and recommendations to the mayor and the DC Council. I'm looking forward to hearing about the work and the progress of the council, particularly what has been been able to accomplish during the pandemic and how they have move forward with their objectives that would be achieving more financial capacity for our residents. And I look forward especially to understanding how they build financial literacy among our students and returning citizens and other vulnerable residents. We also today hope to hear about the current public-private financial literacy education services and resources that impact the district's residents and their financial goals. As we all know, the council is an invaluable resource in empowering our residents in achieving their short-term and long-term financial goals, which I find is closely linked to housing concerns, such as establishing home ownership. So with that said, I'm enthusiastic about hearing about this program because this is one of the government's efforts for improving racial equity and it's a critical topic that is facing district residents today, especially as we think about our future and how do we continue to be this excellent community that the District of Columbia is for many, and how do we bring those that tend to feel left out, forward in this journey. And so with that, we'll call on our Do we have public witnesses? We have no public witnesses. All right, so we will call on our government witnesses, and I will swear our government witness in, Mr. Jeffrey Banks, who is the chairperson of the Literacy Council. So Mr. Banks, if you will raise your right hand. All right, and do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I affirm.
All righty, thank you. You may begin when you're ready. Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you. Good morning, Chairpersons
Good
Barnes.
morning.
Not sure if Council Member Pinto is still on, but the other committee members and staff. I am Jeffrey Banks, Chairperson of the District of Columbia Financial Literacy Council, also known as FLC. On behalf of the Mayor, Muriel Bowser, I appreciate the opportunity to appear today to testify on the financial literacy's activities during fiscal years 2021 and 2022 to date. The District of Columbia Financial Literacy Council was created by the Financial Literacy Council Establishment Act of 2008. The purpose of the Financial Literacy Council is to assist and advise the mayor and the council of the District of Columbia in promoting the financial literacy of district residents. The Financial Literacy's Council's mission is threefold. Number one, empower residents to achieve short and long-term financial goals. Number two, assist and advise the mayor and the council of the District of Columbia in promoting financial literacy in the District of Columbia. And number three, facilitate the coordination of public and private financial literacy and education services. As you know, the Financial Literacy Council does not have its own budget, but instead relies on the District Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, DSB, for financial and administrative support. Given the alignment in interest and expertise, DSB is a partner, a natural partner to the Financial Literacy Council, and we appreciate this ongoing relationship. I would also like to express my appreciation for the work of each member of the Financial Literacy Council. And I'll mention the names at the end of my presentations because I think they definitely deserve to be acknowledged. Really appreciate them in the challenging times. Members of the Financial Literacy Committee are passionate about the work that they do in improving financial literacy in the district. And I want to thank each of them for lending their expertise and continuing the efforts of the Financial Literacy Council. The Financial Literacy Council meets quarterly, typically on the third Thursday of January, April, July, and October. Meetings and notices and agendas are traditionally published by the District of Columbia Register, as well as DSB's website. Meetings are further promoted through social media, email distribution to government, nonprofit, and private sector organizations. Meetings are open to the public, and participating organizations are encouraged to share meeting notices with their members and clients. Attendees are provided a platform to identify themselves and any issues they have that are related to financial education. Residents are encouraged to offer input, create relationships, and solicit assistance from service providers and community stakeholders. The Financial Literacy Council regularly solicits feedback from the public by sending them surveys by email. We then use the survey results as guides for identifying and prioritizing our financial literacy recommendations. As we enter our first full fiscal year encumbered by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Financial Literacy Council continued to benefit from our traditional use of telephone and virtual meeting technology. Early in the pandemic, the council was able to seamlessly integrate the DSB's WebEx platform to establish fully virtual meetings. Likewise, we have not seen an impact on public comment and feedback during the pandemic, as the Financial Literacy Council has continued to use technology as a way to reach residents, businesses, and community stakeholders. The Financial Literacy Council recently published its 2021 core recommendations report and provided it to the DC Council, Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, DC Public Schools, the DC Charter School Board, and other stakeholders. The report, which represents Mayor Bowser's ongoing commitment to creating a pathway to financial freedom for district residents, is produced to reflect the needs and aspirations of district residents, changes in the financial literacy landscape, and new programmatic opportunities. The 2020 report highlighted several key recommendations for further improvements in financial literacy. Specifically, the report recommends the following. Number one, integrating of financial literacy in DC Public Schools curriculum at all grade levels, including a financial literacy course as a high school graduation requirement. Number two, strengthening the implementation of financial literacy programming and resources for returning citizens. Number three, promoting financial capability training and wealth management training in the workforce. And four, producing an annual fiscal literacy resource guide. We believe the recommendations will provide district residents with the skills and actionable steps to not only improve their financial literacy, but also their quality of life through greater financial security. The 2021 report also includes specific action steps that can help the district move forward with implementing each of the recommendations. Several of the recommendations are already being explored by DSBE for enactment, including the creation of the Financial Literacy Resource Guide, slated for distribution later this year. As we move further into fiscal year 2022, the Financial Literacy Council will continue working on its goals for the year, which include producing digitally distributing a bi-monthly newsletter and an annual financial resource guide, hosting a virtual financial literacy conference, and offering virtual presentations in coordination with local, regional, and national practitioners and stakeholders. Another project we are especially excited about is the Fiscally Fit DC at Work program. The Financial Literacy Council collaborated with the DC Office of the Chief Financial Officer, DSBE, and the Department of Human Resources to submit an application to the National Association for the State Treasurers Foundation as part of a new initiative to improve the financial wellness of the public sector workforce. The district, through OCFO, was awarded a $100,000 grant to design and implement the program. Financially Fit DC at Work is intended to provide a comprehensive suite of programs, products, and services for current district government employees, their spouses, and eligible dependents and retirees. This program will include wellness training for all district government employees, a one-stop website and education platform, and group presentations and individual financial consulting. In closing, I would like to thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership and support. I appreciate the opportunity to share the Financial Literacy Council's activities, as well as our plans for continuing innovation and improvement. I look forward to working with the committee, and I'm happy to answer questions at this time. But before I ask for the questions, let me acknowledge that some of the government people that have worked with us: Idris Abdullah, who was the former DC government rep, Ms. Michelle Hammonds, who is the current government rep, Cameron Stokes, who works with the policy advisor, Bill McGill Jones, who's on, Special Projects Fellow, DC Leadership Program, and our members, because they put in a lot of work. We sent this report out back in September, and I just want to acknowledge my colleagues, Angel Rich from the Wealth Factory, Sabungale Cook from the Government of the District of Columbia, Ms. Eugenia Collins, Office of the Chief Financial Officer and Office of Finance and Treasury, William Chip Lusk from the IDB Federal Credit Union, Mr. Alan Chavis from Extra Credit Financial Solutions, LLC, Mr. Anthony Stevens from Northwestern Mutual. I mentioned Michelle Hammonds, our current government rep, and we have one vacancy for our DC Public Schools. Thank you. I'll take your questions.
Mr. Banks, thank you so very much for that testimony. I will just start by saying this sounds wonderful and it's very exciting. And I think it's so much needed. When I think about your objectives articulated in your report, I move immediately to the financial literacy course as a high school graduation requirement. Is there a plan for when that would take place within the school system? Or do we need to pass a piece of legislation to make sure it happens at the council?
As you know, our role is just to recommend and make recommendations on how to implement it. But it would take you and the council to actually, and the district, OSI and the other people to work with us to get it done. We don't do the implementation. We make the recommendations and how to go about it. But they are very receptive. I at one time served on the OSI board for DC Career Academy Network, and we worked in this area. So there's already work going on. I just can't speak on behalf of when it would happen. That would have to come directly from OSI.
Okay, thank you. And can you talk a little bit about what you suggested in the way of programming and resources for returning citizens? Because that's an area of great need in our community.
Yeah, you know, DC is very strange with being a non-state. We have returning citizens, and I believe it's 42, and I talked to that office. We have about 42 prisons around the country. So trying to have a coordinated effort has been a challenge. But I think that part of our action steps that we had for, hold on. We go back to it, to the report. Yeah, we had encouraged financial capability education for incarcerated district residents. So with many prisons, that would be a challenge, because I believe the DC representative goal is to go to each one of the prisons, the 40+ prisons around the country. So it is they would definitely need some more resources to make that happen. Integrate financial capability education into the curriculum of alternative schools at risk. So we work with the kids that are at risk and that are also being incarcerated. Offer financial education training to criminal justice systems professionals to make sure, because you know, as a person becomes incarcerated, they their ability to pay child support and their bills, that's an extra challenge, because some of the employers are automatically trying to discount them. They may not check the box, but they look at your credit history and may cause you not to be able to get hired. So when I taught financial literacy, over for the returning citizens at Goodwill Industries. That was one of the programs that we worked on, was financial education for the pre-apprenticeship training for construction workers, so that they wouldn't be a financial nightmare when they got on the job. So this is some of the things that we've been working for. I have quite other recommendations. If you want me to go through the other ones, produce a report that summarizes available resources for returning citizens that include transitional housing options, employment and transportation resources, identifying existing and transitional employment, transportation, health, education, and social service resources that impact financial literacy programming, and develop comprehensive financial literacy service delivery model based on returning citizens' demographic information and existing resources, including possible funding from the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Okay, that is a very, you're right, that's a very extensive point of guidance, and we appreciate that. I will be very curious to see how we can implement such a program, particularly as it relates to housing. And you mentioned transitional housing. I know that housing is one of the biggest concerns that returning citizens have in DC. And we have a small program where we provide vouchers, but we provide them at such a small number, approximately 10, 15 per year. And we really need to step it up and do a much better job if our returning citizens are given the true opportunity to return to the community and made whole. So I appreciate this very, very much.
Yeah, we're in the grassroots doing a lot of work in this area, funding nonprofits that are out there like Ceasefire and different organizations. But we're just at the basics. Let's stop the killing. Let's go ahead and access other programs that are out there with housing and that kind of thing. So it's really important to have a holistic approach. And like, we can be the advocates, but we don't implement it, but we're doing it, and our members are doing it outside of the council. So I'm just glad that we have so many. And you look in the report, you'll see all of our different stakeholders. We have them all listed, and I believe it's quite a few. It's over 30 stakeholders that are doing individual things.
All right, we put in the chat a little earlier how individuals can access the report. Ms. Marcus, am I correct? Okay, excellent.
Yeah, so we do have it on the district. You have it, you listed in the chat, the district registry and the district DISB's website?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right. I just had a few questions about this very important council. Can you give us some ideas about how the resident committee conducts its research, as well as how this research informs your council on how to enhance programmatic efforts?
Well, one of the things is that was the most important is we did a survey of the district, a random survey of district residents. Now, it was a very large pool, but we probably had about 110 people to respond. And we will continue to do that because we wanted, that's how we came up with our recommendations, because we want to make sure that we are transparent and we're working with the needs of the community that feels it's been marginalized and left out. So for them to give us what's important, and then we work with our stakeholders, our nonprofit and for-profit entities out there to make sure that we bring people to our quarterly meetings with information. It could be from on the federal side with the financial, with HUD. It could be with all the different projects that are going on, like the Consumer Financial Protection Board members that talk about elderly fraud and things to look out for. So we always bring at least one, perhaps two experts to come and to inform the community about trends, about resources, and that kind of thing. And then if you look at our individual members, they and reach out to them, you'll find that there are a lot of information that they're doing, because we can't promote our own for-profit entities, our banks and that kind of thing, but there are all kind of programs for home buyers that there's extra monies, like extra $20,000 that we're doing that a first-time home buyer can use, or doesn't have to be a first-time home buyer, but they can use that in addition to HPAP, when buying a house. So all the institutions have some type of program, I'm sure, and expertise to provide. It just requires us to put the information out there, who's a member, and then you can go and check for, to see what they have to offer in the community, because we don't post a lot of our personal individual companies' information out there. But it's a wealth of information for the community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banks. This is thinking into where we are today and where we probably need to go into the future. Just wondered if there is any interest with your council in reaching out to the financial institutions in our city. I know most of them are registered federally and not locally, but just reaching out to all of them to see if there is an opportunity for greater partnership with the residents of the district, particularly those that are, I'll say, income challenged, but have a good record of paying their rent over a period of years, but have limited savings because they live on the margin, and I'll say their earnings have not been extreme. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to assist these individuals in a broader way beyond what their credit rating might be.
Yes.
Okay.
It's currently happening now. I'm also on the executive committee for the Metropolitan Bankers Association, which represents all of the banks. And we have access to capital for small business. We participate with the home buying programs with HAND and all these organizations that are out there intertwined with, and there are a lot of resources above and beyond the HPAP money and the GPAP and the other assistance. I would like to make sure that you can come to, we're going to do something hopefully in April, virtual, probably at this pace. We wanted to have an in-person, but with the pandemic, but we wanted to bring all of the stakeholders in to providers to come in under one roof and to assist district residents. And I always encourage our district residents to come to the meetings, because or just to have direct access to all of the stakeholder vendors and ask the questions. And no question is a dumb question. I mean, we're there to answer and meet the people where they are. And I think it's really important that we use the resources from the Metropolitan Bankers Association, from HAND, all these other nonprofit housing providers who, and with the development that's going on in the city, that there are true opportunities, because we look at the area median income, and that could be someone making $150,000 would qualify for affordable unit, but we want to make sure that we are reaching the people that are making maybe $40,000 or $50,000 a year. Because
I appreciate that so very, very much. That's where my heart is. Thank you. And so I am going to envision that your shop is going to convene a day-long conference where there'll be general information, lots of facts and figures given out to those that attend, and it'll be open to the public that's interested. And then you'll actually have your vendors, that is your institutions, your nonprofits, there on the scene that can actually meet with individuals. Is that
Yes,
something that we,
that's
okay, we're on the same page.
Right, that's what we're scheduling for April. I'm not sure if we're gonna, the first floor on First Street at the Disby building is Metro accessible. I don't have the address. Bill is on. I don't know if you have the address on First Street Northeast, but that's where we were planning on doing it, because April is Financial Literacy Month. Hopefully our numbers will go down and we'll be able to have an in-person meeting with everybody vaccinated and with their cards to get, I think in person really helps, but we can be just as effective if we do it on a virtual platform.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. And we'll make sure that all of the organizations and entities that we work with through our housing committee are get that information so they can be participants at this important affair. Can you talk a little bit about the Student Affairs Committee that promotes integration of financial capacity in all the schools? I'm assuming that they are working with you on your objective to make financial literacy a requirement before graduation.
Yes. So far as the student affairs, the action step is oversee inclusion of financial literacy courses as a high school graduation requirement. Identify jurisdictions that have comprehensive financial education course as a graduation requirement, or as an elective determined applicably to District of Columbia. Collaborate with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, District of Columbia Public Schools, DC Charter School Board to identify learning standards for financial education courses and identifying existing courses for consideration that include information on saving and investing, banking, insurance, credit, and home ownership. Incorporate the following components into the requirement: financial literacy courses, financial education related to field trips, District of Columbia Financial Literacy Council members and government and nonprofit government partners. Identify professional development resources and coordinate teacher training sessions in partnership with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education for the DC Public Schools. Conduct the pilot course and structured evaluation component of District and Columbia public and charter schools that had existing finance academies. So right now we're working, there's a finance college in Prince George's County and Montgomery County. Eventually that will happen in the District of Columbia. They'll build out one where you can go, and we've invested in it as a bank so that you can come in and talk to the professionals. And it's like walking into a virtual branch. And some of the District of Columbia students have had a chance to participate with that. Also, the DC Office of the State Superintendent of the has a career academy, and each one of the career academies, there's one for finance, and we are working with kids. I know that we were going to take them to Wall Street. They were not going to be able to ring the bell, but they would at least be able to make it on that field trip. But that had to be canceled because of the pandemic. But it's happening at one of the charter schools right there. I'm shooting a blank right there on in Northeast DC on Mount Olivet Road. And the other one is at, I believe, Ballou Senior High School. And most of our partners are actually in the schools providing financial, but it's a one stop, and we you know, we would love to have it under one roof.
Okay. All right. Well, that gives us some insight as to what is going on there. So OSSI seems to be tantamountly important to making sure that you can fulfill these objectives that you've identified, really guidance that you're providing us to follow as we look to implement a full financial literacy program.
They have OSSI has great pilots at the two or three schools for the financial education, where the kids have I've been a judge for their Shark Tank and for gaining access to capital. Some really brilliant kids in DC public schools, and we could just take those models. We don't have to recreate the wheel. They do have resources because they've been doing it for the last 3 years. So most of those kids are in college now. And it would be great to follow up with OSSI for the DC Career Academy Network, DC CAN, because they have the pilot already in the school. They're implementing a lot of the things that we talked about in our report.
Yes. And I then have to ask, you've kind of alluded to it, but I'm concerned that we're not capturing the information that would inform us as to the value of this kind of program. As you said, we're not yet following our young people into college and out of college as they begin to build their careers.
Yeah, because the goal is to make sure that they don't go, if they're going into the financial services industry, that they don't end up in a dead-end job, that they have a faster track to the decision-making that can make some real impact in lending and access to capital back in the community. So we have some kids already in college now. So I would have to get with Miss Simone Garcia from OSSI and Dr. Johnson over there to maybe have a brief meeting with you to see about, because they're tracking the schools and the kids in the program. Because they've allocated some monies and resources to it. So I think that would be a great follow-up if we could coordinate a brief meeting. I would love to do that.
Yes, we would love to do that. And so we'll look forward to reaching out to you and to OSSI to see if we can't get that scheduled. Thank you very much. That's great information and a wonderful opportunity for our students. Not just those that have already been identified, but just in general. And maybe it'll lead to a comprehensive discussion as to how we get financial literacy as a requirement part of the curriculum. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Banks. I have a series of other questions here that you might I'd like to raise and get your response to. How do you ensure that the public's or that there is public input when you design your program or your objectives or in looking at your recommendation? I know you said you did surveys. Were there surveys conducted with the general public or just amongst those institutions that are a part of your circle, so to speak?
No, it was for the general public, and we had to continue to wait because I think we only had a sample of about 120 people. So sometimes you have to cast a net of over 1,000, just to get 10% return. So we are looking for real input from the community, the grassroots, because a lot of people that are involved, they may live elsewhere, but we wanted to make sure it was DC residents. In order to be on our council, you have to be a DC resident. But some of these service providers live outside of the city. So we wanted to get the input from DC residents. And so definitely if you could assist us or point us to get a larger sample of responses, because we were kind of embarrassed. It was 120 or so responses, but we would like to get a bigger sample of the district, people to actually respond to the survey.
Okay, we would love to assist you with that. And so well, it sounds like we now have a second objective to meet and discuss. And so I'm looking forward to it. Are you on track to produce and digitally distribute your bi-monthly newsletter that you mentioned? Has that materialized yet, or is
Not
that
yet.
coming?
It'll probably be in the second quarter because we are kind of slow with the pandemic, but hopefully we can deliver in the second quarter. With the newsletter, we already have our minutes and information. That's a resource guide. If you just look at the minutes, what was talked about, the upcoming events, because each one of our at-large members, the vendors, nonprofit financial education providers, they have their own events and they talk about them, but it hasn't been condensed into that newsletter yet. And I don't want to speak on behalf of DSB, but because they're our person, since we don't have a budget, they would put it together for us. We submit everything to DSB, and then they would have to put it together. So I don't want to commit that it'll be ready within the next 30 days or so. So I could follow up with you.
All righty, thank you very much. You have indicated several metrics of success in terms of making financial difference in the lives of DC residents. So I'm asking, how many new bank accounts have opened in the past year? Do you keep that kind of data, or?
I'm sure the Bank on DC, part of DSB, would have that. Because with the Bank On, are you familiar with the Bank On? Is a project with the District of Columbia, Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, that provides an amnesty for people that have been in check systems or had overdrafts or whatever before, that we are able to go ahead and open accounts for at-risk, underserved community to get them away from the check cashing facilities so that they can have real bank accounts. And so with the Bank On, one of our members, Ms. Sabangale, would have more or less have those figures as to amount of accounts that were open. But we worked with CAB, a lot of nonprofits, they have people in their arena that they will bring to the bank, and then we open up accounts for them. They may have had some challenges in the past and can't open up a bank account because of poor credit or something like that. So we have a second chance amnesty program, which is part of the Bank On. So unfortunately, I don't have that number, but I can follow up with Ms. Sabangale Cook, who runs that for the district. And she's also a member, has been active with us.
Okay, thank you. We would like to get some idea as to how well that program is progressing, or if there are problems. One of my concerns was wondered if you provide literacy education to residents in our shelter system, or the ANCs, or even at our senior wellness centers, if you made presentations there.
I've been all over myself, and I'm sure my colleagues have been all over the place. I've been in most of the DC high schools. We had a program with all of the male high school seniors. We would meet at Gallaudet University, whether it's a public school, a charter school. We get all the guys together. And then the next week we get all the females together. We didn't want the kids to be distracted. So we would have the training taking place. And I'm sure with the partners that we have with the Society for Financial Education and Professional Development, they're in all of the HBCUs in the region and around the country. And I'm sure with they're working with the returning citizens and with the shelters. I'm pretty sure that's happening. But I would have to follow up and give you some specifics because I don't have the dates and all of that.
All righty.
But we're open to do it. We have so many strategic partners. And if you have an opportunity, we would love to come out and to talk to them. I'm still doing virtual meetings and in-person meetings.
Okay, and we will follow up with you on that. Okay, I'm just making sure I've got all of our questions done, and thank you very much, Mr. Banks. I think we've exhausted you. You are a real asset in our community. Very knowledgeable about financial issues, banker yourself, and so it's always a delight to hear from you. And I want to thank you immensely for your outstanding service to our community.
Well, I want to thank you for having me and being able to serve the mayor and the council, and would love to talk to you offline about some of the major community development from the grassroots, where people are pulling their resources together to build senior citizen properties, where people are putting their nickels together to make a dime, and the grassroots efforts to do it for some major projects. I would love to take you around and show you some of the other things and the access to capital for small businesses in the city. Those are some of the things that it's not necessarily under the Financial Literacy Council, but these are some of the other broader things that we're doing in the community.
I would greatly enjoy doing that and just having a conversation with you. Again, you're an outstanding resource in our community. And as you have been presenting this morning, I've been thinking about a very special role for you. So you'll hear from me for sure. In other words, as one who is a longstanding resource in the city, I think we want to have you to share as much as you can with this community, ways in which it can grow financially and ways that it can bring everyone to the table to have some prosperity. So I think you're the one to do that. So I got some ideas, so I would love to talk with you about it at some point very soon.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and keep up the great work. Hold everybody accountable.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Banks.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. We are now 2 hours into our meeting. We will now talk with the Age-Friendly DC Task Force. Age-Friendly Communities is a global initiative that was launched by the World Health Organization, WHO, to inspire cities to focus on improving access to the physical and social environments in which we live our lives. In the fall of 2018, Mayor Bowser and the Age-Friendly Task Force released the 2023 age-friendly strategic plan, which built on the city's improvements and shortfalls noted by residents and set forth the new 5-year plan, organizing the areas of focus around 3 pillars. 1, building environment. 2, changing attitudes about growing older. And 3, lifelong health and security. So today we're going to look forward to hearing comments from the public, if we have any public witnesses, but certainly I know we have our government witness who will provide us progress on this initiative and ongoing work from the age-friendly community of this task group that has been developed for this purpose. And so we're going to hear from the DC coordinator, Gail Cohn, and I will, hi, Ms. Cohen, how you doing? Nice to see you always. And so I will now swear you in. Okay, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before me today to be truthful and complete? All right, thank you so much. And you can begin when you're ready. Ms. Cohn, we cannot hear you. Now we hear you, just now. Now you're gone. No here.
Try this.
Now we hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, excellent.
Am I being heard now?
Yes.
So, Councilmember Bonds, would you raise your hand if you can hear me?
Yes.
All right. All right. Good morning and Happy New Year. Chairperson Bonds and members of the staff. I don't think we have anyone else from the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration with us. I wish they were here to hear what we have to say and to ask questions as well. My name is Gail Cohn and I'm the Age-Friendly DC Coordinator. I am the administrator of the Age-Friendly DC Task Force that is located in the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services. Thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser in today's hearing to discuss the aims, goals, and strategies of the Age-Friendly DC Task Force 2018 to 2023 strategic plan. Age-Friendly DC Task Force members provided updates prior to the most recent Age-Friendly DC Task Force virtual meeting hosted by George Washington University Center for Aging, Health, and Humanities, held on November 16th, 2021. I encourage you to review those slides that can be found at the Age-Friendly DC website. More recently, the task force members were asked to review and the responses to questions requested by this committee. You may recall that Age-Friendly Communities is a global initiative started by the World Health Organization, which, by the way, has grown by leaps and bounds from when we began in 2014. And their focus is the same as what we have provided: to improve accessibility for all in the physical environment, to foster lifelong mutual respect for all residents, and finally, to support healthy and safe aging throughout life. The Age-Friendly DC program was brought to the attention of DC government in 2012. by AARP-DC and the faith-based leaders in DC. AARP continues to support the age-friendly efforts, most recently by supporting an intergenerational conference in October, led by George Washington University Center for Aging, Health, and Humanities, that brought youths together with experienced regional leaders to examine the future of lifelong aging. The success of Age-Friendly DC is dependent on the work of the Age-Friendly Task Force to stoke a deep understanding across government and the community about the importance of equity lifelong, as well as to grow up and grow older. Age-Friendly DC Task Force relies on DC government agencies and community organizations, staff, and funding to fulfill its aims, goals, and strategies. COVID has underscored the importance of our reliance on the one another to stay well and enjoy living in the nation's capital. While we are all responsible for our own healthy aging, we know we must rely on one another, our government and community organizations, for encouragement, information, and resources. That is why the mayor followed the guidance of the World Health Organization when writing the establishment order for the Age-Friendly DC Task Force by appointing leaders in the district government agencies and community partners to structure and implement the Age-Friendly DC 2023 strategic plan. With 34 members, the Age-Friendly DC Task Force is the mayor's largest advisory group. Together, residents of all ages, DC government employees, and community partners made meaningful progress implementing the goals of the 2023 Age-Friendly DC strategic plan, about which you'll hear more after a short review of some of the notable accomplishments that still have an impact from the 2014 to 2017 Age-Friendly DC plan evaluation. We continue to benefit from, and I remember Council Member Bonds, you participating in this, the Age-Friendly Block by Block Walk, which led the Department of Transportation to focus on walkability and pedestrian safety. The DC Department of Healthcare Finance, as a result of our work, put Medicare funding services my way and affordable assisted living that has resulted in low-income frail residents having more choices than nursing home placements. We've got more to do, but we certainly made progress in the last couple of years. More attention to the work opportunities for all residents, including those who are 50 and over, programming for multiple agencies to include the growing population of older adults, resulting in less age segregated and more intergenerational reasons to get up in the morning. Going on, more inclusion of older experienced residents in emergency planning, resulting in training for older neighborhood organizers. That paid off with COVID. We have the results of that because of the fact that people got much more engaged in contacting their neighbors than they would have otherwise. Continued awareness that home modifications for safety is essential and have reached many more residents through the very popular Safe at Home program. Also, growing recognition of neighborhood villages, building on the awareness that neighbor-to-neighbor support is valued by all. And finally, more direct service providers providing LGBTQ cultural competency training, which has led to more respectful inclusion of DC's LGBTQ population. With its 2017 report on its 5-year progress, DC moved to the forefront of the world and national age-friendly networks. Both WHO and the United States agent AARP recognized Mayor Bowser and the District of Columbia as a national and global leader in the network of age-friendly cities. I'm speaking tomorrow before an AARP national audience. In 2018, Mayor Bowser appointed the second Age-Friendly DC 2018 to 2023 task force using focus groups and the results of Age-Friendly DC's livability survey completed by DC residents in every ward. There were over 800, nearly 900 participants. Mayor Bowser and the Age-Friendly Task Force released then the 2018 to 2023 Age-Friendly Strategic Plan, built on what they had to say. The new plan built on the city improvements and shortfalls noted by residents and set forth a new 5-year plan organizing in the areas, the pillars that you described at the beginning, and I'll go through them again. 1, built environment. The second pillar is changing attitudes about growing older. And finally, the third pillar is lifelong health and security. Age-Friendly DC 2023 supports initiatives led by 38 agencies across the government and leadership and support from its 128 community organizations. In 2021, Age-Friendly completed 3 years of its 5-year plan. With your questions, you have offered the Age-Friendly DC Task Force the opportunity to shine more light on the Age-Friendly 2-year progress report released by Mayor Bowser a year ago and progress since. Here are a few highlights from 2021. 1, meetings are open to even more who are interested. This whole virtual meeting thing, which we say, oh my goodness, too bad for us, has gotten many more people involved than would have otherwise been involved. I'm so proud of us that we have so much virtual going on. I know we all yearn to see one another in person, but what we've done is really worthwhile, and it's been organization after organization, DC government organizations across the city. Second, we benefited from new leaders who have joined or supported the Age-Friendly DC Task Force. In particular, academics who are interested in what we're up to. And we now have as co-chair of the Age-Friendly Task Force, James Appleby, who is the CEO of the Gerontological Society of America, who is now the co-chair. In addition, the George Washington University Center for Aging, Health, and Humanities has continued to host the task force and some of our task force committee meetings, while the GW Department of Public Health, Georgetown, Trinity have programs that are supported. We had a speaker from Howard University who brought new attention to technological connections to help residents with chronic conditions, and in 2022, interns from Howard University School of Social Work are anticipated. The University of the District of Columbia has joined gatherings to discuss long-term care career motivators. Third, emphasis on important technological competency for all ages. COVID-19 has made technological competency even more crucial to individuals, and the district has answered the call. The Office of the Chief Technology Officer, the DC Public Library, the Department of Aging and Community Services, the Office of Community Relations, the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, DC's adult charter schools, wellness centers, DC villages, our faith-based partners, Comcast, all willing to involve people of all ages in Tech Together, which launched in 2021 by the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. That will increase the access to computers and connectivity, and recognizes that this is not a one-time fix. We've got to keep on educating forever, because we all get behind if we don't stay on top of what's happening with tech. Food access, very important to, I know this committee, very important to us. DC Health, the Department of Aging and Community Living, the Agency for For-Hire Vehicles, and many, many community partners for growing food and meal services. DC Health Produce Plus program provided 1,200 older residents with fresh vegetables and fruits, while 2,079 meals were provided by Food and Friends with medically tailored home delivered meals and shelf-stable groceries with serious medical conditions. Capital Area Food Bank, a reliable source, distributed nearly 4 million meals in the DC region in 2021. The Capital Area Food Bank hosts the age-friendly community support and health services subcommittee meetings on nutrition. Adult education and training is our next area that we have focused on and really consider ourselves moving on. Age-friendly DC has identified the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and in DC adult charter schools that offer a network of schools and classes for adults, virtual when necessary. Enrollment has increased despite of or because of COVID. The Department of Employment Services has implemented an apprenticeship programs. I want to not stutter on that. Apprenticeship programs in 2021, and our DC Workforce Investment Council has also been involved in developing more opportunities for adults, particularly people who are 50 and over, to get involved in careers, but particularly we're focused on long-term care careers because we have challenges there, as you know. Addressing abuse, neglect, and undue influence. The Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking just showed you in the previous testimony what an incredible job they have done with education. I would say that we have, in addition to that, the Office of the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney's Office involved in prosecuting offenders, which has helped us to address the issue of challenging people who don't have the understanding of what it is that when they're trusting that they are being told the truth when they're not by people who are ready to take advantage. I want to move to another wonderful thing that's happened, person-to-person contact by DC's 13 villages and counting in the fiscal year 22 budget. Support for villages was up by $500,000 to neighborhood grassroots support organizations, recognizing the volunteers who kept in regular contact, I was among them, with neighbors, arranged transportation for vaccinations and supplies, up fund and information contacts among all, and had special gatherings planned with and for the LGBTQ. Want to talk about home construction and adaptations. The Department of Housing and Community Development has used housing production trust funds to build new low-income residences. There is a wonderful map that shows where those housing units are and how many units are where that is available at the Department of Housing and Community Development website. The Department of Aging and Community Living Safe at Home program offered residents the opportunity to increase home safety, and it's become increasingly popular. We look forward to the results of a long-term study to see if on average safe at home participants have been able to age in place longer than others whose homes have not been modified with stair risers, grab bars in bathrooms, and other safe at home modifications. In closing, with your oversight of the Age-Friendly DC Task Force, we are very appreciative that you have us come and catch you up on what's going on. As always, we strive to operate with complete transparency and will ensure that the communication channels with your office remain open and productive. We look forward to working with you in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I really want the public to know that Gail is the person that launched.
Am I the only one who cannot hear Councilmember Bonds?
I
can't hear you.
Can't hear me.
I actually hear you, Councilmember. I think it's her end. Gail, can you hear me?
Gail, can you hear me now?
You can hear Councilmember Bonds?
Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well,
I
don't know what to say. I'm not muted. It's tempting to exit and come back in as
Yes,
Amelia has suggested. So I'm leaving. I'll be back.
all right. Well, while Ms. Cohen is in transit, I want the public to know that she is the individual that introduced the idea and the process of senior villages to our community, District of Columbia, years ago. In fact, she was the director of the Capitol Hill Senior Village. And I've had the opportunity over the years to travel with her to these national meetings of villages and to learn about what they're doing in other parts of the country. And so I think that we owe her a great deal of gratitude for bringing this whole idea to the city that has now caught on. And it seems like every neighborhood wants to be a part.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes,
Ah,
yes.
Amelia.
So maybe what we will do, Gail, is to talk with you through the phone. Is that possible, Amelia?
Okay.
Councilmember.
All right. How would you like me to proceed,
You can go ahead
Amelia?
and ask your questions. It's going to come through my phone and she'll respond on the computer.
Okay. All right.
The miracle of
Technology
technology.
extraordinaire. Okay. For the record, would you state your current budget?
We do not have a budget. We rely upon and are very grateful for all the work that the agencies and community organizations across DC do that is age friendly. And that's the budget is my salary.
All right. And you're salaried in the deputy mayor's office, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you state for the record the number of committees that are under the age-friendly task force?
We have in the 3 pillars that we talked about, 14 committees that are working. And then some of those committees have subcommittees that are working on specific areas.
Okay. Let's just, I think everyone understands age-friendly concept, but let's put on the record what age-friendly really means in the broader context of the District of Columbia.
So we chose to follow the guidance of the World Health Organization, which thinks about making and advised us to think about making life easier as one grows older. So this is inclusive of people who are older now, but it also includes people who were born and are growing older, because it's a building process to be involved in having a good life when one's older. I think that was pointed out so well by the Literacy Council, the Financial Literacy Council. You got to start early or you don't have the resources.
Okay, so how does the public participate in your meetings? To view or to view ongoing meeting sessions, or to look at maybe tapes of previous meetings?
So if we talk about opportunities to get together, there are organizations that regularly have me or someone on the task force, and there are a number of people on the task force who are willing and able to speak on the age-friendly activities. They speak to groups and
Gail. Sorry, you just muted your computer. Can you unmute again? There you go.
So when possible, I thought it was because I was getting feedback and I was thinking if I did something clever, I would do something right, but I wasn't being clever. We get together, we want to be together, but I have to tell you, I hear from people all the time, I'm able to participate in more meetings now because of the virtual option. And those with any kind of disabilities who are challenged are able to join us who would not otherwise be able to.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony that there were 38 agencies that participate. Can we get for the record a copy of those agencies that participate in the task force?
You have that. There is a link to the 2-year progress report in the appendix to that report, starting on page 35.
Yeah.
There is a list of agencies who are involved, as well as community organizations, with the strategies within the plan to which they are related, how they have supported the age-friendly DC task force aim, strategies, and goals.
Okay. And I
Do you
do
want me to
note
put that link into the chat?
I
that others-
actually have the slideshow that so it is here. I just want to make sure that we include it in the record. Okay.
Got it.
And for the public's benefit, I wanted them to see what I'm speaking of. And this can be provided to you if you would like as well. Okay.
Definitely. There are 2 ways one can do that. If one can get to the website by going to www.agefriendly.dc.gov, the report is there. But in addition to that, contact me, Gail, GAIL.Cohn, KOHN @dc.gov. Happy to talk with anyone who contacts me.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Department of Health Care Finance, Medicaid funding services, My Way, and affordable assisted living, and how that whole piece came about, given that we were very limited at one time with the choice of just nursing home placements. And now we have assisted living becoming a thing, so to speak, in many different neighborhoods or parts of the city.
We are very lucky to have a forward-looking DC Department of Healthcare Finance. What Age-Friendly DC did was appear at meetings and make sure that the DHCF staff and leadership recognize the importance of taking advantage of federal programs and using funds that were necessary to stimulate, promote the development of affordable, and I want to say low income residential units for people who need personal care. And that has happened now. There are 2 buildings in Ward 8, and those are Kenilworth Plaza, Livingston Plaza, and Kenilworth Place. And we're very fortunate that that's not the end of it. There will be more that are planned and will open in the District of Columbia. Regardless of how I'd like to think otherwise, as we grow older, more disabilities affect people, and it becomes necessary for some to move into an apartment of their own in a residential building where they can receive the kind of assistance they need and function like the rest of us. Get up in the morning because they've got things to do.
So as we think about the need for assisted living, which we know will continue to grow as our population of seniors grows in the city. Do we have additional parts of the city where we are anticipating more assisted living facilities to come into existence?
I am not the right person to tell you where we are in the development of which, but I am absolutely positive, have the confidence to know that where there are centers of people who are low income, who need to have the opportunity to have assisted living available, those are where the developers are going to target their locations. We brought forward a wonderful study done by Ohio State of every census tract in the United States, but including the District of Columbia, where people who are low income, living alone, disabled, and older are located. That map just lays out exactly where we need to think about the development. And I know that the developers know about that.
Okay, can we get a copy at our office if you have a copy of that
Of the
study?
Ohio State study?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for asking. I'd love to send it your way.
All
I know you
right.
know Ohio.
Yes, I do. In fact, my high school intern is at the University of Ohio right now on a scholarship. So I don't know it as well as she does, but I do know know a little bit about it. Yes, had the opportunity to travel with you to a convention of senior villages. As I was speaking while we were getting you on back on to the session today, I give you credit for certainly bringing the senior villages concept, front and center to the district. And cannot thank you enough because it's growing by leaps and bounds. We just need more in some of our more challenged communities. And so we really have to come up with models that will work for that. Because
Dr. Katrina Polk
Yes.
is a member of our task force, and she has made work an effort to engage people who are in those wards, who are living in housing, affordable housing, to work together with one another. That her example is a good one to forward because we can use it. And there's another person, the Reverend Kathy Pointer, who has started the Kingdom Care Village, is an important model of developing villages in relation to faith-based communities, which is a great place to start and then move on beyond into the neighborhood around. Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church with Kendrick Curry and Karen Curry in their leadership are another example of a group that understand that community engagement is really critical to make villages work. And this is getting neighbors to support neighbors, as you know.
Yes, I'm very interested in seeing that model developed in within our public housing communities as well, where we have our seniors. So I'm going to get a little more involved in that and seeing if we can
think about the intergenerational too, because the aspect of getting people who live in mixed age housing can help one another. Youths are really, really helpful when something requires to be put on the top shelf. They can do a lot of things that we can't do with tech. And that's a real advantage to having a group that includes all ages. A third of the volunteers often in villages are young people who are involved in gardening and various other, can train people how to use the public transportation system. I can go on, you know that. There are lots of things that can be done.
Yeah. I wanted to, let's talk broadly, I guess, really about the programming in multiple agencies to include the growing population of older residents, because usually people think of age-friendly. When you get 75, then you are in need of age-friendly services. And I note that those services may be needed as early as 50, 55. And just wondered, how do we get the community to understand that that to remove the stigma of being an aging person, in order that you have the services you need as you age and move into 75, 85. And of course, you know, many are living to be 95 in our community now.
How many have you know very well that the mayors, when there are centenarians together, that number has grown every year. We are going to have people living well past 100 and beyond, and lucky us. Those are years that those wise people can continue to be helpful to one another and to us.
And so
The rest of
as
us.
we think about population and how it's now customary to discover people who are 85 and older, is there some special type of housing that we need to look for that age group?
We've already talked about, and I think it's wonderful that we are already started and moving along with affordable assisted living. But let's go where people want to be. Most people don't want to move. They want to stay right where they are in their homes and get the kind of support that they might need. Safe at Home, that the Department of Aging and Community Living has as a program, is a wonderful way to adjust housing so that safety is possible for people who live in houses in the District of Columbia. So Safe at Home and making that correction. I also want to make sure that you're thinking about accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units. A number of us would very much appreciate it. I'm not actually among them. I live in a condominium that's accessible, but in the district. But if we had the opportunity to encourage people to think about building out another residential unit on their property, accessory dwelling units is a way in which that person can earn more income, can therefore stay longer in that residence, even if the pension from a spouse or Social Security from the higher earning spouse is gone. I mean, we need to think about other, and the opportunity for somebody who's living on the same property to be there when somebody has something go wrong in the middle of the night, which happens. We're really very interested in that program. Montgomery County has a shared housing program that we think is a wonderful model right next door to us. We know that there are people in DC interested in sharing their homes with other people. We did it when we were youths. We did it when we were growing out of college and we didn't have the money to live alone. And it was fun. Everybody enjoyed it, right? I mean, we should just get back to thinking about how much fun that can be.
I certainly appreciate that comment because that is one of the areas that we frequently hear about in the housing committee, the accessory dwelling and how can we really make it happen? Because it requires so much coordination between different agencies in order for it to come about. And I think we need a more robust program.
There is
that
a
would address
program this
that.
year with $1.5 million in it in the fiscal year 22 budget. You know this already. I'm telling you stuff you know. That DEMPED has a leadership, but the Department of Housing and Community Development is involved, as well as DCRA, the Regulatory Affairs Committee that issues the permits. And that group together are going to make it happen. This is the year.
All right. Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm. I think we have to keep our eye on it, and I think we have to push, quite honestly. Let me ask you, what is the role, in your opinion, of age-friendly and reaching out to isolated communities? That has been a big concern of mine for the last 6-7 years. And finally, in this past year, DACL has focused on the isolated senior, but reaching that individual we know is there, but we don't know how to reach them. And frequently we don't really know where they live. So has Age Friendly given any attention to that?
It's a strategy in our plan to work with people to identify where those individuals are, to engage individuals by offering purpose to individuals who are not engaged with others, because if you're asked, it sometimes makes the difference of just being asked. But I'm going to take you back to that Ohio State study that I was describing to you, in which the university has identified where people reside who are low-income, disabled, older adults, and living alone. Those categories and where those individuals are give us the awareness. And then we've got such a wonderful government structure in the District of Columbia by having representation on the Advisory Neighborhood Commission level, who are responsible, and we're going to have a different distribution, as you know, as a result of the 2020 census. But those individuals could be very, very helpful as they talk with people who live in the neighborhood, and the representation is no more than 1,000. That gets us down to where it's doable. And then I would add to that, remembering villages that can be coming out of faith-based communities. Those kinds of ways are going to give us the kind of closer to the grassroots engagement that are going to make a difference.
Okay. Are there any challenges that the task force has faced this past year during FY21 or even now?
So the task force is in a situation where getting out the word is about what we're trying to do. And fortunately for us, we're looking in a number of different directions. But that communication is a challenge for anyone. And I think we've got answers. And it has to do with using the communication outlets of the agencies and community organizations that we have to support what we're trying to accomplish. And I have to say, it's just an ongoing challenge, keeping the aims in the air, talking about it. I mean, you pointed this out earlier when you asked about the how do we communicate with people. So I would say communication is the biggest one that we've got, is getting people aware. And as you pointed out earlier, accepting that aging is a lifelong process, not just you get to be that age and then you're old. No. There's got to be thought given as we move through our lifelong aging process. And that's a challenge, because there's a culture, we all know the culture of thinking that when one is younger, one doesn't need to think about those things. One can wait until, and then, oops, a little late. So those are the two that I would say are the big ones.
Okay. When we think about the three pillars, built environment, changing attitudes about growing older, and lifelong health and security, I think we've talked a little bit about the lifelong health and security, and certainly built environments. And we know that we did a survey of sidewalks and things like that, that impediments that you might find in mobility. But is there more that you want to add? And the area we haven't really talked a lot about is attitudes about growing old. What's going on there, and how are you bringing, I'll say, closing the gap or the divide that certainly exists in society when we think about growing old?
Our academic connections, particularly with George Washington University and AARP's support of an intergenerational, all of this I'm going to headline by saying it's about talking to people who aren't the same age as we are. It's about sharing, because the minute we start talking to one another, we realize that there are common threads. There are differences between us that age offers in terms of awareness, but there are also things that people who are 5 years old can teach me in terms of tech, et cetera. So it's constantly, we've got to think about how to get people together. And I'm going to just point out that we have advantages by having wonderful holidays like Mother's Day, like Father's Day, like Thanksgiving, where generations get together on a very intimate family basis. And if one starts there and just builds out into having programs like the one that George Washington University had in October, which will again repeat, I'm sure AARP is going to replicate that again, or we'll find other sources of funds to make that happen, because having generations talk with one another about growing older is what that's the secret behind this. And then the other thing is calling people on it. When you hear older adults say unkind things about youth because they don't like this or that or the other thing about what people look like, we need to be much more mindful of calling out that behavior. Anytime someone is saying something unkind about someone else, we ought to say something about it rather than ignoring it. And that, I don't have the answer to that one. How do we get people to say, and then of course you can take it the other way. It drives me to discomfort when I hear people say things about older people when they don't know them. Have no idea what their thoughts are, et cetera. So we need to build more of the intergenerational stuff. And there are lots of volunteers in the District of Columbia. We don't know how many, by the way. It's something that we have as a strategy to sort that out. But the programs are often intergenerational, and we need to figure out how much of that is going on so we can tell you more about how well we're doing with increasing our ability to reduce the attitudes that are emerge just because we don't know one another. And that's what it comes down to.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Staff just told me, and I see that Councilwoman Janice Lewis George has joined us from the great community of Ward 4. So I'm sure she has some questions for you, Ms. Cohen. Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Bonds, and thank you. That last statement you made just resonated so well. It says, don't say things about older people when you don't know them and you don't talk to them and you don't communicate with them. And I feel that, and I try to be as intentional as I can as a leader to know and talk to as many older people as I possibly can. And so I want to touch base with you on a few issues that I've been hearing, and then see what your suggestions are for sort of grappling with those issues in our Ward 4 community. I think two that are top of mind are more about where we are in the community has been COVID outreach. For example, recently, the mayor started this great program where we're, leading the nation and giving out rapid tests to our libraries. And of course, our seniors called and said, Councilmember, I can't stand in line at the library. Can someone drop me off a rapid test? And I said, okay, well, give me your address. And we tried to do it sort of by ourselves as an office, which was totally not possible given the amount. And I think one of my seniors said, well, look, I need you to drop a rapid test because I can't stand in line for various reasons. And so I guess I want to know from you. And she said, we've been feeling like this throughout the whole COVID process. We need more personal services where people are dropping off sort of COVID resources to us. And so I just wanted to hear from you as part of the task force. What can we do, and who should we utilize to get some of these more personalized services to our seniors around COVID and around COVID outreach?
Take advantage of our public school system. We have youths who have service learning requirements. And taking those tests door to door may sound like overkill, but we could accomplish a great deal by identifying through you're going to hear from the Commission on Aging, the DC Commission on Aging. Gulliver Bobo is going to be speaking later, and he has many commissions throughout the District of Columbia. And that group can identify where older people live if you want to focus in on people who are 60 and over. But I frankly think we should go farther than that in terms of thinking about what the school systems can do by door-to-door delivery in their particular neighborhoods. And then Frank Finnemore, who is with one of the villages in DC, just points out that the villages are already distributing. So, and that doesn't surprise me at all, that the villages are already involved in this. The faith-based communities can also be engaged. It's a matter of organizing and getting those things out. We have Serve DC, which connects volunteers. They would love hearing from any of the groups we just described, that there's an opportunity here to organize and distribute the tests. But you're absolutely right. That's what's going to get us back together.
Yeah. Okay.
Denise Snyder just pointed out that anyone 65 and older can go to the front of the line to get a test kit.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Valuable thing.
Okay, great. I didn't know that, and I'm going to tell them they can go to the front of the line actually, as well, when they can. And maybe if someone's a volunteer with one of the villages, they could go to the front too, so that way it improve time for them. Want to ask you a question. As you know, a number of our Ward 4 seniors are trying to move into our new senior housing complexes. Ward 4, we have a number of Todd Lee, Abrams Hall, Karen House. And same for seniors trying to age in place, but needing home health aides or home repair through our program. And so I just want to get a sense of a lot of them, when we're doing that, they have sort of a lot of hurdles with different forms of government bureaucracy. Does the task force sort of look at these type of housing challenges and how we can help cut through sort of the red tape for our seniors? With our single family residential rehabilitation program, we cover up to $30,000 in home accessibility repairs, but right now it takes about 3 years sort of to see that through. And so I just wanted to hear from you, sort of what are the ways we can improve making the bureaucratic processes easier and smoother for seniors? What are you hearing, and how can we sort of address those challenges and make sure our seniors aren't sort of getting frustrated with how long sort of some of these processes take?
So I'm going to point out that if there's any kind of construction that rules that need to be examined, DCRA, Department of Regulatory Affairs, is ready, willing, able to simplify the necessary information. They're part of the accessory dwelling unit group that can make things happen. They're part of the group that can make it possible for people to understand how someone could live in the house and share the living space if people with extra bedrooms can make things. But I would just say the other department that I would point out quickly is the Department of Aging and Community Development. I'm sorry, Department of Aging and Community Development. That's right. So anyway, it's I'm trying to say DACL without getting myself community living, and there it is. I finally did it right. But they're moving to a case management, addressing case management when people have needs that I think would be of interest for them to comment on that when they appear and testify later. Director Newland will be able to come up with thoughts on this.
Awesome.
And I'm gonna go back to villages one more time. I don't mean to overwhelm this with this, but they are interested in being helpful because they know for their members who the trusted vendors are. That's what they've collected so that they can make it easy, and they get feedback from the membership to see who's had a good experience or not.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing that we could do in faith-based communities. And now I'm recreating a litany you've already heard from me.
No, it's okay. All right, two more. I'm coming home. The other issue we hear about, obviously we've talked about housing and we've talked about COVID. The other issue is transportation. And making sort of it easier processes for transportation for our seniors. And so many of them have said, sometimes I think the sign up process has changed, sort of the service delivery has changed. I'm going to ask Director Newland about this in the next round, but I want to see what you're hearing about transportation and our seniors and how we can improve that moving forward to make it sort of an easier process for them to get to and from appointments, but also to and from regular places like the grocery store or the pharmacy, and how we can improve that and improve those services. I'm imagining you're hearing from that. And then the other question is going to be around I want to know, is DPW sort of a part of the age-friendly task force as well? Because I think it maybe should be an interagency collaboration and making all services to seniors accessible and responsive, because we also hear a lot about sort of trash pickup and other things where I think if we have some more support, if we include DPW in there, we can also get some sort of quicker services to our seniors as well.
So let me comment on DPW, and I don't want to take you away from your transportation question. Just pin transportation for a moment and let me comment on DPW. Let's go to 311. 311. Everyone should know 311. If we have anybody who's not aware of 311, I'd be shocked. But 311 is the requests that they have are mostly about DPW issues. And DPW and 311 have a close relationship in which they're getting things to the attention of DPW that need to get done, which is wonderful, because those who can't go online, and you certainly can contact 311 online as well, but those who call get attention from DPW. And you can look at the list of services that they have provided as a result of that connection.
Yeah.
When you talk about transportation, first off, DPW is a partner, so we're with them. But transportation, the Department of For-Hire Vehicles are there, are willing, are able. And now I'm going to go back to the litany that I keep bringing forward. I think it's really important that we now have money that the villages have control of for identifying people who can help with transportation. And there's nothing better than having a conversation with a volunteer sitting in the seat next to you or sitting behind you with masks on right now, but you get to know somebody.
Mhm.
And that's a really good thing to do, is to develop a rapport.
Yeah.
So, but for hire vehicles is a big deal. And
Okay.
of course, you can always go to the Department of Aging and Community Living and talk with them. But I would just say Capitol Hill Village, Judy Berman just points out, is offering transportation through funding that's been provided by DC government. I think
Okay,
I'm
great.
right. Judy Berman may correct me on that. It may be that the funding is through the Council of Governments, but I would say it's really important. It's the federal government, she's telling me. So they're the Capitol Hill Village, www.capitol, spelled with an O, hillvillage.org, will help
Yeah.
anybody in the city with transportation.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your service. And I will continue to work with you, hear from you to help, inform how to support the seniors in our Ward 4 community. Thank you.
Just remember that there are people becoming seniors. They're
That's right.
30 now, but they're going to be older.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman, and thank you, Ms. Cohen, again. And I think we have, let me just ask you, Ms. Cohen, do you have within your task force the information that would inform us as the number of seniors that are renting and the number of seniors that are homeowners? Would you have that information?
I have it in the broadest of 30,000 feet up in the air, but not down to the specifics. The way we would find that out is through the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Yes.
But the division is somewhere around 60-40. With 60% of our residents living in housing that they have some ownership for, and 40% with those. But if we divide that by ward, it's a different story, and it's different in each ward. And we need to be very conscious of the equity we can create by keeping our eye on that prize. Increasing home ownership is the way to help everybody in the city.
And so are you saying that senior homeowners are at approximately 60% and the renters are at, okay, all right, because that's a different
30,000
mix.
foot, talking about the whole city, which is
Yeah,
nutty.
that's a different number, because when we think about the whole city, we are more of a rental community than an ownership. And so it's very important for the community to digest the fact that your homeowner is likely to be a senior or someone growing older in the community, much more so than a younger person. Of course, that's changing now. I understand younger residents have been saving their money, squirreling their money away and taking advantage of the ownership opportunities, and they're coming on strong across the city. So that's a good thing. I want all homeowners as much as we can get them, because they continue to help us have a good tax base, which we have to have since we don't grow corn or, even marijuana, and can tax any of these products. So we're left to our own devices. And so we support our own here in the city. So property taxes is one of the best ways that we can do that. So I thank you for that information. Just one question about, and there's been a number of questions about seniors and food security. And through the various nonprofits and other organizations that participate on the task force. I'm just wondering, do you have real data? Is real data collected as it relates to the number of low-income households that are in food crises in the city?
I will tell you that those data are going to be much more age segregated, location segregated from the Department of Health. But I want to tell you about Aunt Bertha. Aunt Bertha is a database maintained by nationally, but is granular for each area that the Capital Area Food Bank is very much involved in. And they will be able to give us both. I'd like to see those data too. That would be an interesting question to ask.
Okay.
DC Health would be very much on top of that. There are lots of and the Department of Aging and Community Living, which is coming right up with you for testimony. So you're going to have sources that if you had put that question to me and told me go do your homework and figure it out, that's where I'd go.
Okay, that's very important, because one of the most glaring issues in the community today is, food insecurity. And I know that there are numerous organizations that distribute food in one fashion or the other, on a weekly basis. And of course, the DACL actually has congregate feeding locations that reopened, as well as the delivery of meals. And so frequently I hear from seniors where they just don't take advantage of the meals. They may even have the meals delivered to their home, and they just sort of sit there, or relatives come and consume them. And so I'm just trying to understand, is it about not liking the meals or menus, or is it that there's too much being distributed? And I know we're down to one meal a day, as opposed to in one time we had many meals being distributed. But I just wonder about that, because I've also heard from seniors that, well, the meals come frozen, and I don't use the microwave well. So therefore, I have to sit the meal out and wait for it to unthaw. So I'm really, this issue of food insecurity is a big concern of mine, and thinking about how do we help the community come up with solutions so that people are receiving not only meals, but nutritious meals as much as possible, and meals they're going to eat, as opposed to, contributing to waste. So,
Dr. Timothy Harlan from George Washington University contacted me and said that classes are starting up again. These are virtual, to enable people to learn to prepare healthy food. And I think, when I say kohlrabi to you, or something that you haven't cooked before, it's very useful to have people join together and take classes together, and not necessarily, because it's socialization as well. So there's a whole network of how we should do this, but I think you're onto something important to keep our eye on the prize. But think the way you were with social engagement and talking with someone else, and making food together is great fun. So it's not just one person. And my gosh, you just gave me a great idea for me to share. How do you use a microwave? I mean, isn't that a service learning project if I've ever heard one? I mean, my goodness, it's just somebody who's techie walking in to any microwave can figure it out, right? I mean, it's just not necessarily in the mind of the person who's trying to use it. So there's stuff that we could do.
Yeah, real issues. And I'm thinking too that having a weekly food preparation curriculum that's on the internet might be another way of getting people not only interested in the programming that's available to them, but just connecting and communicating again. And
keep in mind Tech Together as you're saying that, because the connectivity and the equity of connectivity and being able to be involved in stuff, OCTO's, the Office of the Chief Technology Officer's program is going to have an impact here, and it's related to what you were talking about.
okay, well, thank you very much. Is there any area that we haven't covered that you would like to add to? I know workforce is a big interest of our seniors, and I would like to see more of our retirees have an opportunity to earn some sort of part-time remittance for part-time service. I mean, I'm not suggesting that everyone needs to be back to 9 to 5, but certainly many of our retirees are more than willing to do 2 or 3 days a week of, 6 hours, 4 hours, and can make a tremendous contribution to the various services that are needed throughout the community. So what kind of discussions have you had at the task force regarding this subject matter?
So the issue that you just brought forward is really an important one, and it has to do with how we look at people. If you line up a group of people of the same age, you're going to find some with disabilities, you're going to find some who are very able. And that includes people who are into their 7th decade and beyond. So we need to be thinking about what you led with, which is part-time work. And we have a crisis in the long-term care workforce that we need to address with part-time assistance, and people getting involved could make ends meet, as I hear the phrase. If I had just a little job to make ends meet, and if we could get those individuals interested in getting training and becoming part of the long-term care workforce, they would enjoy that work as much as they would benefit from it. So that's where we're focused in public housing in DC, in Ward 8, is getting people interested in long-term care careers, either in home health positions where people want to stay, or in residential placements like the assisted living we talked about earlier, where there's a need for people to come and work, and they're interested in part-time people. So we should keep that up in the air.
Yes, we should keep it in the air, and we should really try to move it a little faster. The need is there, and people need these resources, the financial resources, and people want to stay active to some degree. So I'll try and pursue that more and talk with you more about that area. I think it's a big glitch in our service industry not to take advantage of our seniors, our retirees.
May I encourage you also to think about people with disabilities who
Yes.
can't leave home, but can be involved in work by being involved in support of individuals who are very at risk and need to be checked on. I mean, we could do stuff with people who are not able to leave home. So
that is correct.
them.
In fact, one of my dear friends spent her last 7-8 years reading the newspaper to persons every day, and thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was a great service. So it's something as small as that can make a difference in another person's life. So,
and that's purpose, which is what we should all have throughout our life.
correct.
Have a reason for getting up in the morning.
correct, correct. Well, thank you very, very much for your testimony today. And I won't go into the demand for home health aides because that's pretty much the same thing we've been discussing. We know the need is there. We know that the University of the District of Columbia has a career track that people might take a look at, but I think we need more. And I think our universities across the board who are nonprofits and non-tax-paying entities in this city ought to contribute more to that. That's one service they can provide us with. And so I'm hoping within the task force that you can push that to get more from our universities.
We certainly are working with the universities more and more, which is really helpful. There's another piece of this, and that is people going back to universities to extend their careers by getting certifications and other, that's coming. And we're going to have more opportunities with the universities involved. But your point is well taken. And I would say Trinity is one that has also been stepping up to this to make it possible for people to get involved in careers in long-term care.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Cohen. And I look forward to talking to you again soon and being a part of all of what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for solving the tech issues. I appreciate your staff.
Oh, they're geniuses.
Good to have geniuses around.
That's right. As you age, you become a genius. Thank you very much. Bye. We are now at the little after 12 noontime. And so we're going to take we'll take like a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 12:16. We'll come back 12:16. No, we'll come back at 12:20. We'll make it a full 15 minutes. Okay. And we'll go from there. And thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for hanging with us.
Yes, I'll be
You've
here.
got many wonderful seniors in your ward that I know,
Right.
and I know those I haven't met. So I know that you're on top of this. So thank you very much.
Thank
We'll
you.
be right back. We're just
All
taking a
right.
quick
See you
break.
at 12:20. Thank you.
All righty. Okay. Amelia, can we begin?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, now we're going to talk to the Commission on Aging, which has a mission to advise the Director of the Department on Aging and Community Living, the DC Council, and the general public on the needs and concerns of elderly DC residents 60 plus of age regarding incidents of bias against the aged in the administration of the laws of the District of Columbia and cases of neglect and abuse of the aged, including financial exploitation. The Commission and its commissioners serve as advocates on behalf of the district's more than 100,000 elderly population. The Commission has reported that the most pressing issues are transportation, housing, reducing real property tax payment arrangements for property taxes, and of course, safety. So I look forward to hearing how the Commission plans to address these challenges and continue assisting the community in the current year. We will begin testimony from our government witnesses, who are really our public members of the Commission. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. And of course, and so I will ask the members of the Commission if they would raise their right hand so I can swear them in. All right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statement that you make before me today to be, and Councilmember Lewis George, to be truthful and complete?
Yes, Scott. I do.
All right, and thank you very much for having two very capable members of our commission on board to talk with us today. The commission chairperson, Mr. Bobo, and Commissioner Ms. Wilson, Maria Wilson, who represents that great community called Ward 4. All right. Okay. All right. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairperson Anita Barnes and members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Commission on Aging. As commissioners tasked with advising the mayor, the city council, the Department of Aging and Community Living, and the public concerning the views and needs of seniors in the District of Columbia. The Commission on Aging details the activities it has participated in and what it has learned in FY21-22. The Commission on Aging meets monthly with the Department of Aging and Community Living, ex officios, and requested presenters. The commissioners also participate in conference calls during the month to address issues as they arise. The majority of commission activities were via Zoom and WebEx due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The virtual meetings consisted of age-friendly task force, wellness center monthly assembly meetings, Ward 4 and Ward 8 mini commission meetings, senior villages programs, and police department monthly safety meetings. The commission's stated goal for FY21, FY22 were to address senior housing, real estate taxes, expansion of senior villages into all 8 wards, efforts to increase home health care aids, to continue networking with health organizations addressing the pandemic, and to try to support as many in the senior community as possible. The commissioners, in an effort to address senior housing, did several things. The commissioners worked with senior housing managers to help seniors fill out forms and obtain necessary documents. Commissioners worked with the seniors up until the last day to get rental assistance. Commissioners visited senior buildings throughout the city and participated in activities with residents. Commissioners visited the new assisted living facility in Ward 8 to hear and see the impact on its residents. One senior living at the facility stated, Moving into the assisted living facility is like being released from jail. I had spent the last 7 years in a nursing home with many limitations and no control of my finances. The commission has continued to work with the Department of Health and health organizations to register and get COVID vaccine to seniors facilities and to seniors in their homes. Commissioners visited Iona Daycare Facility where they had an opportunity to observe the various programs and interact with participants. The commission's stated goals for FY21-22 have not been realized for the past 3 years. Some improvements, but not enough for our seniors. These goals are the many faceted challenges our seniors still face in our lucrative economy. Following are listings of the many goals we would like to see finally implemented for FY22. An increase in resources to recruit healthcare, an increase in resources to recruit home healthcare aides. The shortage in the home healthcare aid has become a true crisis to seniors and caregivers. Create more affordable housing without AMI influences. Property tax relief for seniors and more assistance for seniors below the federal poverty level. The Treasury Department must reclassify the guidelines for poverty among seniors. Ensuring seniors have care with dignity and additional resources for mental health and isolation. Seniors who are financially compromised by real estate taxes as a utility bill, for example, Pepco and Washington Gas. More support for contractors that service the senior community, better access to iPads, laptops, and affordable internet connections. More affordable housing that have space for seniors to move about without being cramped. Many seniors require more space in order to accommodate walkers, wheelchairs, and canes. Reassess senior finances based on when they retired. Keep in mind, during the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, their income was not commiserated with the wages of today. Transportation is a lifeline for most seniors, and additional funding is necessary to complement their lifestyle. Not scooters or bicycles that are blocking the sidewalk and causing safety hazards. Also, more handicap accessible transportation to accommodate walkers, wheelchairs, and canes. More cost-effective healthcare that will realistically assist with the care of dementia, Alzheimer's, and any debilitating mental illness confronting today's seniors. The wellness centers are short-staffed and need on-site facilities personnel and an increase in salary. Establish a precedent to allow commissioners to stay until their commission has been replaced for them going forward, helping the commission to continue accomplishing its goals and delivering services to seniors. Consider a stipend for commissioners. Expand the Department of Recreation budget for senior activity sites and programs. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Bobo, thank you very much for your testimony. This is a tremendous list of things that we're falling short on as it relates to our population. And so I want to see if we can walk through that and see how we can move in a more positive direction to address these items. You mentioned, and I want to understand this comment that you referenced, where a senior living at one of the assisted living facilities in Ward 8 said, moving into the facility is like being released from jail. Are they saying that it's a good thing to be in the assisted living, or is it still keeps them feeling like they?
No, the gentleman, he was ecstatic to be living in the assisted living facility. And let me bring this from two perspectives, if I may. About 2 years ago, or 2 or 3 years ago, before the pandemic started, I went to a healthcare presentation for seniors, and there was a presenter there from the rehabilitation facility, and her main concern was that they didn't have the ability to take in new people for rehabilitation because they had so many people in that facility that should be in another facility like an assisted living facility. So a backup was there. So what this assisted living facility has done is going to create space for people that really need rehabilitation type issues to address, rather than we had even one of our commissioners had to go to Southern Maryland to get rehabilitation because there was nowhere in the city to get it. So this should alleviate some of that backlog.
Let me ask you, based on that note, if the commission has access to, or the department has access and collects information that would give us a clue as to number of residents who need assisted living. Do we know yet?
Personally, I don't know. Personally, I don't know. But
We don't have those numbers yet. Yeah.
We don't have those numbers, and it's a two-pronged issue. Like Ms. Gail Cohen stated, that is most assisted living facilities, especially the new ones, are for lower income persons. And when they apply for the EPD waiver and the other things that qualify them for the assisted living, they have to give probably about 75 to 80% of their income that they're actually receiving. And that's a mental thing for a lot of them. Even though they will get triple the amount of resources that and their quality of life will go up exponentially, the concept of giving up that amount of their income still is a barrier to some. It's going to have to be an educational process.
Mm-hmm.
I can speak personally on that. My dear relative is moved to assisted living, and just the thought that all of the resources have to go in that direction was earth-shattering, I'll say. Yes, sir, I understand. And it's I don't know if we have a solution at this point, unless, of course, the local government can assume certain service expenses that would then not be included in this package deal that the assisted living properties are offering. So we really do need to explore that further, because most of the organizations that have assisted living properties are required, or they tend to have, it's like room and board, same as when we were in college. So that's really the nature of it. And there might be a way to break out some of those costs. So I hope that the commission will look at that. And even if let's start a working group to see what we can do about the cost of assisted living in the District of Columbia, and how we can get those fees moderated somewhat. So I'd like to work with you on that. I wanted to go further with these items. You said you visited the Iona daycare facility where they have, I guess, robust programming. And I remember a few months ago when they began, they only had 1 or 2 participants. Are you finding that there are more participants now?
There are more participants now, but an issue that I'm running into, I have people that I've tried to persuade to become a part of the program. If a person that needs the program and should be involved in that program has a home healthcare aid, they're afraid that the resources of that home healthcare aid they'll lose by enrolling them into another program that also uses that EPD waiver, if you understand, if you can understand what I'm saying. So they would rather them not be enrolled in that program and have that 7-day-a-week home healthcare aid than to put them in a place that might jeopardize that what they afford to get to this point.
Assistance.
Okay, maybe we need to specify to the public that may be listening, what does the waiver provide to you? I don't know, Commissioner Wilson or Commissioner Bobo, which one of you would want to articulate that? Because I think there's some misunderstanding about what the waiver does and does not do.
I can't speak to it. I can't speak to it in depth.
Yeah, I can't speak to it in depth, but what I was going to say is that a lot of times in terms of, like you were talking about, the financial education of the community, people also need to be educated as to the different types of services that are available and how they will impact their monthly income. And I do believe with the EPD waiver, and I hope I'm not speaking out of school here, that if a person is participating in a program, it's not really going to take away from them getting the EPD, finances, because whatever it is, the reason that they got it in the first place is still is in existence. It's not going to go away. And I say that now, I don't have one, but I'm a senior with a disability, and all disabilities don't show. I'm a flatline survivor due to an attack, and when I was in a coma for a couple of months, but here I am. So I'm fighting the good fight. So my thing is the education of the community and the public, because they just don't know. And those forms and all of that thing are so involved that people really cannot decipher. And they need somebody to interpret it. And I don't mean if you speak in another language. I mean just for the language of the form itself. And I remember I went down to Petworth Library when they were doing the state DC to help people fill out the forms because they just didn't understand it. And it's a lot of pages. They dive right into your life. And sometimes people resent certain questions, but they got to answer them in order to be part of the program. So we need to, I'm willing to get together with you on that in your committee and with my council member, George, and work that out.
All right, that sounds very good. And I think this is a segue into bringing on Councilmember Lewis George. I'm sure she has a few questions. And after she, can I just say a couple more things before she? Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, real quick.
I will yield my time to you. Go ahead.
No, the reason is I'm kind of chomping at the bit here. Is that I was the former DC Caregiver of the Year, and I represented DC at the White House on the Summit on Aging under President Obama. And this is kind of all these things we're talking about are very universal. And I belong to the AARP, what they call the Caregivers Dream Team, and I chair the Ward 4 Democrats Committee on seniors, and I expanded it to intergenerational community engagement. And one of the things I wanted to say is that the caregiver piece is so important, not only for the person that needs the care, but the person that is providing the care in terms of the mental health. And I talked with Alexis Robeson, who's director, you may know Alexis, of OIC, and they have a program where they're teaching giving people to get licensed to take the test to be a home health care aide. One of the problems is they have 12 people that took the test, took the class in October of last year. They're still waiting for the Board of Nursing to give them the exam. They have 12 more students that in the next 3 weeks, they're going to be ready for the exam, but there's no exam available. So nobody can be deployed. And that's a real a real issue there. And it speaks to housing and a whole different things. And real quickly, one other thing in terms of accountability, as an ambassador to DACL, I kind of went and got in the trenches and I knocked on doors. I called people. I went in their homes. I saw what I had to call Adult Protective Services on a couple of people. It was atrocious. And a couple of people are no longer with us. And I think that we accountability through the courts in terms of the guardians and the conservators, because they're having a holiday. And I saw one instance where a lady had paid for a home. The guy, they had cut off their electricity, supposed to be paying the public and all this stuff. And the next time I walked by the house, there was a for sale sign in the yard. No accountability. And they stopped taking my calls and hung up on my butt. You know, and I'm just saying those kinds of things, and they need to be looked at, and people just don't know where to go. And people are being foreclosed on, the windows closing, and by the time they try to get help or whatever, bam, it's over with and they're out the door. So there are all kinds of things that need to be looked at. But that's all I wanted to say for now. Okay. I can't
Thank
hear
you. Thank you, Commissioner. You have definitely done 3-4 mouthfuls, and we thank you for that. And I'm going to come back and talk to you about some of that for sure. But I will now yield to Councilmember Lewis George.
No, thank you.
Councilmember George.
Of course. Thank you so much. And thank you for your service to the commission, but also to the Ward 4 community. I wanted to, some of the issues that you all highlighted, I really wanted to get your sort of expertise on. I'll come back to you on this conservator piece. I'm going to start with you on the transit issue, because I know you said that's a hot issue, and I know you all are receiving information about it. Some information that I got, I was in the Riggs Park community recently at a senior event, and they said that transportation change, sort of service delivery change. There used to be a contract, I don't know much about this, so I'm really getting your expertise here. There used to be a contract with Seabury Connections, and that contract got changed, and it now is with, I guess, DC Taxi Services and others. And that change sort of has impacted delivery for seniors, and it's become more complicated. I plan on asking sort of Department of Community Aging and Living about this next, but I want to hear from you, since you've seen sort of the transportation services. One, what happened with that change? How has it impacted our seniors? And what would help sort of with that reliability, that delivery and personal touch services that we can advocate for here?
Okay. Well, you want to take
either one of you? You both can go.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, I use Metro Access and I use Seabury.
Okay.
Seabury, they still have it. And what it is now is, and as a matter of fact, they're taking applications now for that transportation. In terms of the taxi thing in Seabury, this is how it works. Okay. If you're going from the 1st to the 15th of each month, it used to be $5. Now it's $7. If you're going to a pharmacy, if you're going anywhere from the 1st to the 15th, you just pay that money and they'll take you. Okay. If you are after the 15th, if you're not going to say a pharmacy or a doctor's appointment, then there's another payment. But for the medical part of it, they take you. Okay. Mm-hmm. They don't go outside of the boundaries of the District of Columbia, only in DC. And they put the card, they is $300 per month. Well, not per month, because it only, you can't go over $300 on the month on transportation. So applications are still available and open for people. They're taking, and you get a card, which you call a transportation card. And it'll, like I said, you can use it
So when you say application, it means that you have to sign up in the beginning of the year and then there's a deadline.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then you don't.
No, you sign up. No, once you sign up, you're signed up.
Okay, you're in. Okay. And
yeah.
then once you're signed up and you're in, you can request services sort of online or by phones.
Well,
Okay.
no, I
Can I
just call
interject?
them. They have an 800 number that you call.
Okay.
And so that the taxis will know that you're part of the Seabury program. And then so that way you're not paying the full amount of a cab. Say if I had my Seabury card and I have to go see my cardiologist at Washington Hospital Center.
Right.
I tell them that's where I'm going, so that's what I pay. Otherwise, I'm gonna pay $10, $15 to go.
Okay.
Yeah, but and then you just, it's a certain part. I wish I had it in front of me. I could hold up and show you.
Okay, and
but
does
it's
all
a Visa card. Mhm.
Okay, and does this all have to be sort of far in advance? Because somebody was saying to me, if they get a doctor's appointment next week, like, and then can they call? Because you're saying it all is from the 1st through the 15th. So
No, from the 1st through the 15th on with the Seabury card. If you're going to the doctor, there's a certain amount that you pay. But if you're not going to the doctor or picking up medicine at the pharmacy after that date, then you're going to pay the full amount of what it's going to cost.
Okay, and
If
Miss
not
interject, Chair.
Not a medical appointment, then you pay the full amount.
You're paying.
But you have that card that will pay for it. Am I making sense?
You are. Chair Bubba, I know you wanted to interject.
Yeah, what has happened is there was a Seabury and there was always a taxi cab for hire portion. There were two separate portions. Because of the pandemic, they expanded the taxi cab proportion because Seabury mostly transported mass numbers of people, provided group transportation. And because of the pandemic, they couldn't provide the group transportation.
No.
So that contract for group transportation expired because they didn't need the services.
Mm-hmm.
From my understanding, they hadn't reinitiated. They had to put that bid back out again. That Seabury had. I think law requires that. So that's where the issue. That's where the issue came in. But instead of Seabury actually providing the transportation, now they manage the transportation with the Department of Hire to work to figure out the best way to transport people is what's happening. They think that Seabury, I think a lot of the seniors think Seabury is completely out of the picture, but as long as there's this virus issue, we can't transport mass numbers.
So that's what happened.
So that's what happened. Okay. Yeah. What are you hearing from seniors is that the ways they want this improved? Like how can these services be improved?
Well, one of the difficulties now, even when I talking with Metro Access, they used to pick up maybe 2 or 3 people at a time. But like Chairman Bobo was saying, because of the pandemic, it's like only 1 person in there at a time instead of maybe 3 or 4 people. And the bus thing, no, because they were like minibuses. And so to keep from the spread of the virus, they've cut down on the bus thing. So now, as Chairman Bobo was saying, you go through the hire people, the taxis and car services because they come. Is that what you were saying, Chairman Bobo? Yeah.
Another thing is like when the wellness centers open back up, Seabury was providing the transportation to the wellness centers for the seniors. Okay. Yeah. Now, in my ward, for example, some seniors had to take 2 or 3 buses to get to the wellness center. And the same thing in Ward 7. The wellness center is at the one end of the ward. Anybody in Ward 7 participating in that wellness center most of them have to take more than 1 bus. These things were eliminated with the services that Seabury provided.
Yeah.
But we can't go back to that until after this the status of our
until after the virus changes.
Right.
Okay. And Chair Bobo, I wanted to follow up on something you said earlier. You were talking about sort of the threshold for affordable housing or for assisted living.
Yes.
Okay, what are you suggesting is changed sort of about that threshold, that it's a higher threshold?
No, like I said, it's a educational process. Like I told Commissioner Councilmember Bonds, it's an educational process where, like for example, the average person that's going into these assisted living facilities, their income is probably $1,000 or less, and they're getting 3 meals a day, everything. They get almost like living in a hotel for say $600 or $700 a month. But the idea of only receiving cash amount of $100, $200 from their Social Security income or whatever it is something that a lot of them have issues of addressing, accepting is what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then Commissioner Wilson, you were referring to, and I will admit that this is a area I don't know much about, and I'll probably ask more about DACL, about the conservatorship challenges you lifted up, and I thank you for shining a light on that. Do we have case managers or specialists at DACL or any parts of the government who help seniors navigate these legal matters? And is it just an issue of needing more people to sort of support and help with those challenges? What are you seeing happening as a result of the guardianship and conservatorship problem, that and the ways that we can address it?
Okay, education. This is what happens. The family doesn't understand, and cities and different jurisdictions are different. But because my family is originally from Oklahoma, and in Oklahoma, in Kentucky, we have guardianships. Now here, you guys have guardianships, and you have the conservator. What people don't understand is when you take mama and daddy to court, and you say, well, they can't do this and that, and I need help with that. They're going to make you the guardian, but they're going to give you a court-appointed attorney who's going to be the conservator. And what does he do? He or she controls mama or daddy's pocketbook. They don't understand that part of it. So there's frustration that comes about. And when I went out, I found this lady that she had lost her house. And the thing that's so sad was that she had once been one of the directors for the Group Home Association of DC years ago. And they said that she was, in mental decline and whatever, but she hadn't seen me in 3 years. That lady found my phone number and she called me. She was in one of her rental properties. The conservator had stopped paying the utilities. And she called me, and it was one of our hot summers. It was in the middle of July. It felt like, So I went and got some ice chests and got her some food and put it in there and that kind of stuff. She even had renters. And I tried to talk with her children, adult, children, and they were becoming frustrated. And so the conservator, she went and got a piece of paper where she told me, and this house had been paid for. Yeah. And the conservator had taken out $175,000 against that house. And I said, what'd you do that for? And he said, she had expenses. I said, she had expenses, but her lights aren't on. And so he refused to take any more of my calls. So the next day I went by, there was a for sale sign in the yard. What they were trying to do is push her out. Right. And so I called Adult Protective Services on them. And they came, they were right there. And I don't know exactly, after you turn it over to Adult Protective Services, you're out of it. They don't get back to you in terms of what happened. I don't know. But I do know that she was put in a assisted living program. I think they have on Connecticut Avenue off of Van Ness. I'm not sure the name of it, but it's like and she did pretty good. She's no longer with us, but that shouldn't have happened. That $175,000 shouldn't have come off that house. I don't know if he was in cahoots with the kids and him, but they weren't the Lone Ranger in that perspective, and that's the danger of it. And just that's just one I knew about. Okay. All right. And then we'll certainly look into it. I know I've gone. It's just about accountability. That's all. Okay. Yeah, and that's rampant across the country. It's global. Yeah. So okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairman Bond, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Wilson, just to
Yeah.
follow up on this issue that you have made, it's very, very upsetting, quite honestly, to hear that story. But I must say, many years ago, when I did a bill that required the courts to evaluate the work of the conservators, I wanted it to be annually. The courts fought me. I must be very honest.
Okay.
I actually had judges to come forward and say, this is impossible. And I'm sure Councilmember Lewis George, being a prosecutor, she knows what it's like.
Yeah.
And, but we did get 3 years. Well, my goodness, in 3 years, your estate has evaporated, just as you have indicated. And so we actually started last fall looking at what can we do to update that legislation or come up with some new legislation. We may get a big fight from the other side of the coin, but we really have to do something, because when we talk about displacement, that is an element of displacement. I met with a number of families and individuals and heard these stories, and it's an absolute shame. And it's a big shame for those of us in the Black community, where we have, retired from federal jobs 20, 30 years ago, and our young people moved on. And now we're trying our very best to hold on to the property, but there's all kinds of shenanigans out there that we have to watch out for. And so it seems to me that the Financial Literacy Council can help us a little more than we're being helped. And working with my colleagues on the council, I think we'll craft some new language that can potentially address this issue. And we'll get a pushback, but we'll be able to, we've got to do something for our citizens, because this is not right. And it really ultimately affects the quality of life across the city. So I thank you for really putting that front and center. As you know, the Adult Protective Services is in DACL now. And so I'll be leaning on DACL to explain to us, how do they follow up to make sure that, something is being done to assist in this case. So we'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
Sure. I wanted to explore an area that we don't usually talk about. In this committee, we talk mostly about affordable housing, and that is housing at for 0 to 80% of the area medium income or family medium income, as this seems to be now. But when you say create more affordable housing without the AMI being considered, are you saying that as a goal, we need to look at housing for seniors in general, irrespective? In other words, if Mr. Bobo is a $3 million man, should he have the same housing that Miss Wilson, who is a $30,000 woman, has? Is that what we're saying?
I don't think that that's the concept.
No.
The concept is that, I think one of the earlier presenters and you discussed that you have seniors that are living longer. And when you talk about seniors living into their hundreds now, that means that they've been retired for 20, 30, 40 years. And their Social Security or their income, it might be, like I say, $1,000 versus the average Social Security income now is about almost $2,000. That you're judging them in their ability to have housing on the same scale. And there should be some kind of way to mediate such situations like that.
Okay. I appreciate that. And we need to look at that for sure. Property tax relief for seniors, you all know what I did in my early career on this council. And I have been approached several times since by the powers that be. Don't do it again. Well, I want you to know, and I'm declaring it right here, we're getting ready to do it again. And we're getting ready to do it again because when, and that was why I wanted to point out the $500+ million, some people call surplus, in the hearing a little earlier, because the original plan would have cost us approximately $8 million annually. And so it seems to me that we got to come back to the table with that measure. Maybe in a different format, but we really are at that point because of a number of things, but primarily because it's just not right if your income is, you know, as you say, Mr. Bobo, $1,000, that you are still asking, or we are still asking you to pay part of your property tax. The real issue, though, is how do we help those that are not owners and who are living in rental units? So we have the tax credit system and what have you, but I'm not sure that many understand how that works and how it really benefits them. And many people need the money, as you say, on a weekly basis to live, as opposed to waiting until they file their taxes. So we really need to look at this a little closer. And maybe that's a part of that working group that I mentioned that we need to have to really move forward in this community for our aging population. So I hope that you'll go along with me on that to see if we can't really in earnest begin to address these situations. Money is tantamount to existing in the District of Columbia, as we well know. And as much as we can, we want to keep resources, financial resources in the aging community.
Okay.
Mr. Bobo, your testimony mentioned something about support for contractors that service the senior community. And you went on to explain about the internet and laptops and iPads. Is there some other area where the contractors that service the community, like for instance, those that provide services, home improvements? I mean, is that an issue, or is it just a concern about the fraud, or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's fraud taking place, but I think I mentioned in one of my well, I'm not sure if I mentioned it or not, but one of my commissioners actually participates in a senior program, and they had insufficient internet connections. And she actually went into her pocket and donated additional funds, because somewhere along the line, it wasn't sufficient funds there, or the funds, sufficient funds didn't reach the program for that internet to be adequate for the program that was there.
Okay, is this a program that was in maybe like a wellness center or something similar to that, yes.
Okay,
not in a personal residential environment. No. Okay. No. Okay. So, then we.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
Well, I was going to say DACL for a minute there. They had a program called, and I think it's still going on, called Cyber Senior. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And everybody that participated was supposed to get a like not necessarily an iPad, at least an iPad. But people were finding they would call the DACL office, then they sent them to an agency to call. And a lot of people ended up not getting their iPad at all and couldn't participate. And then some people, everybody didn't have Wi-Fi. And some of these people were at home, and that was an issue. Because I got a few people call me and they say, well, I called this, and then they told me to call Terrific Inc. And then Terrific Inc. gave me another number. And then, the programs are going on. And because of the COVID thing, of course, Cyber Senior, they did Zooms where they had Zoom instructions. And, if you wanted to travel to Europe, you could get on this Zoom and, go to wherever you want to go. But anyway, I was just saying, these things need to be looked into and touched up, because if you only have so many iPads or laptops, whatever to give out, and that, okay, and then everybody doesn't have Wi-Fi, whether they're in a center or in a building, or whether they're in their own home, and everybody is not IT savvy. Because I still just kind of push buttons and hope that what I push pops up. So, and it's a challenge. And I think that Chairman Bobo is, what he was saying reflects that, everybody's not educated in that area, and everybody doesn't have Wi-Fi. And if they did, they may not know how to work the equipment. So that becomes an issue too. And that goes back to like filling out those forms, like online with the states, and, ordering COVID tests and doing all this stuff. People just don't know, they couldn't even register to go get their shots. It became a challenge. So it's important, that part of it. Okay.
Now, I hear you all quite clearly that this issue of communication and information sharing and the usability in our senior or aging community is spotty, spotty at best. And therefore we end up with a number of these kinds of issues surfacing again and again. It's like you try to address one pocket of constituents, and then there's another that crops up. And I guess that's the way it's going to be. But I think it's high time for us to look at a more systemic approach to these issues so that we can address them before they are brought to the table. I mean, if we say we're going to provide, for instance, the vaccines, and we had that very cumbersome system where you had to call and get, an appointment. It was very difficult, I'll say at the least, and I'm being kind. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And so we don't want that system approach to continue. And a lot of it is about seniors not having the wherewithal or feeling uncomfortable pushing the buttons as Miss Wilson and I do, and knowing that it's just plastic and metal and a little bit of what is it, precious elements, but also trying to get something done.
Yes.
So I think it's time that we have a very robust discussion, maybe at the commission level, being that I am a commissioner with you. And let's see if we can't put some more rubber to the road. Sounds like we have a number of issues that we need to move forward on. And so you have my commitment to let's just do that. And I'll ask my colleagues if they would entertain discussions within their respective wards to glean even more detailed information about, the very, issues that they think we can deal with and get done, so that we have, as Gail Cohen said earlier, we've got to have a more robust age-friendly society here in the District of Columbia. We are not getting younger. We are really getting older. We have a few babies. I see the strollers, but we don't have quite enough. if you look at the data, it's showing that we're getting older as opposed to getting younger in the city. And at one time we were getting younger, and folk like me, we were worried, oh my goodness, we're going to be run out on a rail. But now we know we're going to live to be 100. And so that's even more challenging.
Yeah, we have 105 here in Ward 4. 105. That's our
Oh, excellent.
Oh,
Excellent.
really? Okay, good.
Excellent. Well, there you go. You see, we have more and more of us that are going to be here. So we have to learn to work together and to get all of these objectives addressed, because it's about our future generations, quite honestly, and the preservation of our communities. So with that, I know that there are many other issues we could talk about for much longer, because this is such an important area. But I know my staff is wondering, when is she going to ask those questions? So I do have, you mentioned that the commissioners do not receive compensation or stipend. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Let's see if we can't change that. Because that's one of the areas that helps people continue, service, et cetera, et cetera. And we certainly thank you for all that you have done as a commission. And I know that you've been there discussing the issues and trying to move things forward. So you're so much appreciated. And sometimes in modern society, the only way appreciation exhibits is if you have a little bit of the green stuff that's flowing your way to take care of your expenses. And especially when you are meeting in person and you've got to, as you say, Mr. Bobo, in your neighborhood, you've got to take 3 buses to get there. I mean, for goodness sake, have a heart. So we'll be working on that. See if we can pull that off.
Council member, I think it's not so much for the commissioners that we have now, but in an effort to recruit new members, the first thing they ask you is there a stipend, or is there something, to compensate me? And that might be what we have to do to actually recruit new members versus the ones we already have.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm also thinking that, are we at a point where we need to have, I know we have something called the mini commissions in each ward. And do we know, is it the responsibility of the commission to take a look at how effective the mini commissions are, and whether or not it's reaching out broadly across the different wards?
Let me start here. There are only 2 mini commissions, Ward 4 and Ward 8. And I sent a list of the members of Ward 8's mini commissioners, I guess about a year or so to you, to your office.
Yes.
Since that time, I've had 5 to die. We only, excuse me, we only had 12. I've had 5 to die. I have about 4 to 5 that are house ridden to some degree. They can't get out. So it's only 2 or 3 of us still left that can actually get out in the community and be active. The other ones are doing what they can by phone or whatever. But the even at every level that I participate with seniors in, the number of people participating in a volunteer role is diminishing.
All right, and let me ask you, the 2 mini commissions are chaired by different persons who are not currently members of the commission. Shouldn't they be a part of the commission?
In Ward 4, Ms. Ingram is outstanding.
Yes,
definitely.
She's outstanding. But I think that she feels that her responsibilities and the role that she's taken as mini commission chair is enough for her, and because we requested, she actually attends the commission meetings and gives us input. She gives us input, but she's not an official member. They also I'm the chair of the Ward 8 mini commission, but my vice chair, until she died in September, she attended all of the commission meetings or was aware of all the commission meetings.
Yeah. And I also attend some of the, I have made all, but I do attend the many commission meetings too, up at the 4th precinct.
Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm just trying to understand that. So what are your thoughts on how we can energize the many commissions concept in the various wards? Are we wrestling with that at the commission level?
Well, for my instance, I go around to many of the senior facilities and programs in my ward, and I'm also assisting Ms. Taylor in Ward 7. And she had a mini commission that was functioning quite well for a long time. We go around and get input from the seniors, and in Ward 7, the administrator for one of the recreation centers was trying to get us to bring the mini commission programs to keep her seniors informed. So there is a robust effort on some people's parts to keep the concept going. I think that it might need to spread to other facets of our community.
So are you finding that being informative and getting seniors energized is most challenging now that we have to do things virtually, or is there some improvement in interest over the last, let's say, 2 or 3 years?
It's been more difficult to reach seniors to even introduce them to the mini commission and its activities since the pandemic started. Most of the ones that were participating were ones that were aware of it before the pandemic started. We haven't really been able to increase our roles because we haven't had exposure to many of the seniors in the city.
Yeah. And then again, as Chairman Bobo was saying earlier, the transportation piece, getting back and forth. And of course, the pandemic hasn't helped that, but yeah.
So did you all have some ideas as to what, how the transportation piece is working? And what I mean is, as you know, we have these 3 or 4 different forms of transportation that seniors can use. Do you find that there's some coordination amongst the programs, or is it just catch whatever you can when you can?
No.
I mean, the whole idea is to make the whole idea of DACL and the service providing community is to make life easier on our aging community. And is that happening, or have we made it a little more complicated?
No, I think it's happening. When we talked earlier about the Department for Hire, and we talked about Seabury, what has changed is that Seabury is actually managing the program. And Department of Hire is a part of the program that's actually being managed by Seabury under the DACL. So there is that coordination there. People only see, it's like I see you or me. They only see one or the other one. They don't realize it's all under the same umbrella, for lack of a better word.
Okay. Have we as a government published a directory of services recently? I recall a decade or so ago, we had such a document, and I'm telling you, it was a hot commodity. Everyone wanted it, and everyone was looking forward to becoming 50 plus so they could take advantage of it. Don't we need that again, Chairman Bobo?
I have spoken to this at many of our commission meetings. I have spoken about it because we had a change in communications persons for the Department of Aging. I was told that it would be addressed at a later date. Miss Ms. Campbell, who's recently deceased, was the first chair of the Commission on Aging. She used to have, at the Wellness Center, she used to have almost look like an encyclopedia that showed all of the services that the city of the District of Columbia provided to seniors. Almost like an encyclopedia. Since then, it was downsized to about 15 pages, I believe. But the directory is about, I guess, 4 or 5 years old. So I was told that the DACL has planned to address that in the near future to get something like that back into the hands of seniors.
Okay, well, we've got to work to see how near future becomes near now. Because, and I see Councilmember Lewis George shaking her head. I feel my colleagues feel the same way. This is very, very important, particularly when we know that most of communications these days, and has been for the last 2 years, has been virtual. And that makes it very, very difficult because virtual means through electronics.
Yeah.
And we do not have people, we do not have a laundry list that you can call up and listen to for 2 or 3 hours, because that's the only electronic process that is frequently used by our aging community. So we're just going to insist on this and make sure we have the resources there, and maybe even have the process in place. The law that I draft will be very descriptive.
Right. Now, the Department of Aging, I'm not going to speak for them, but their approach that as far as I can see, is that any issue that a senior has, that they can dial the information line, and the information line will direct them to the agency that they need to provide those services. So there is a method, I guess, to what they're trying to do.
And the information provider must speak very slowly and very carefully, and must repeat him or herself many times so that I write it down correctly. I know how that works. My mom is 98, and believe me, believe me, when I'm giving her information, you know, so. And we have people in Ward 4 already 105. You know, my other grandmother, she left here at 106. So I know that, you know, this is our future. This is where we are right now. And so we need to get better prepared. And this is a part of this so-called age-friendly society that we say we're creating. And the World Health Organization has got to look at it from this perspective. In Western societies, we are living longer. And so we've got to march to the new music, Mr. Bobo. So you have to whip us, the commission, in line to get these objectives met.
Just to share this with you, this is an application for the Seabury, and the card is a black card. It says Visa on it.
Yes.
But I can put that, if I can put the connected card information in the chat.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, sure.
All right. Well, I've exhausted most of the questions. I don't want to keep you all too long. I know you want to have lunch. I'll ask I'll ask Council Member Lewis George, did you have one other burning point for the commission?
No other burning point for the commission. But Maria, I'm going to continue to work with you and
thank you.
Yeah, let me know. Thank you for your service, and also I look forward to us. We probably won't be able to get together. We could maybe. We'll do virtual.
Okay.
To follow up on some of these. And appreciate you, and good to be with you also, Chair Bobo, and thank you for your service as well.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your testimony today, and look forward to seeing you very soon. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. I'll email this to you guys.
All righty, thank
Okay,
you.
that'd be even better. Thank you. I think we had a good meeting. Happy New Year, everybody. Stay
Happy
safe.
New Year to you indeed.
Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you. All right. And thank you, Amelia.
Problem, thank you. Council member, let me move the public witnesses in.
All right, thank you.
Okay. they're here.
Amelia, can you call our first panel? I can't put my hands on it right now, my list.
Yeah, sure.
I was gonna ask, are we gonna do opening statements?
Oh, we did opening statements
I didn't-
earlier. Would you like to make one?
Yes,
Councilmember
and
Lewis
that'll-
George?
Yes, and that'll also help with time, so I'll make it quick, but also.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Right. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for convening today's performance oversight hearings on the Department of Aging and Community Living, along with many of our other commissions who serve the needs of our legacy residents. The COVID-19 pandemic has stifled our city and the entire world for nearly 2 years now, but I think we can all agree it has felt so much longer. And services to our seniors have been some of the worst consequences of the pandemic. Our senior serving agencies, senior homes, and community partners have gone above and beyond to pivot in meeting the needs of our seniors throughout the pandemic. And I know there are lessons to be learned and practices to be made permanent from this pivot. When it comes to serving our aging and longtime residents, we can always do more. I hear daily from Ward 4 seniors about their concerns and challenges regarding housing, parking, safety, finances, hunger, accessibility and responsiveness of city services, the technology divide, postal service, and more. And while these matters may touch many different aspects of government, there's one clear through line. More than anything, our seniors need more personalized support to learn about and use services. They need more people fighting for the government to work well for them. It's scary and frankly unacceptable, for example, that home repairs to age safely in place can take up to 3 years to come to fruition. That's just too long to ask our aging residents to wait. I'm looking forward to hearing more from our public witnesses on where we can always be improving, and I'm looking forward to hearing from our government witnesses about the impacts of the changes and improvements they've been implementing in the recent years. Thank you to all the witnesses for speaking today and engaging with the committee, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that statement. We are now going to examine the Department on Aging and Community Living. As the Councilwoman mentioned, the agency or department was established by the DC Office on Aging, Government Reorganization Procedures Act of 1975, which was effective on October 29th, 1975. And expanded it into a department by Department of Aging and Community Living Amendment Act of 2018 on March 29th, 2019. I was very happy to move that language into permanence and excited to know that we, those of us who are aging in place slowly but surely, are coming into our own by having our own department. The mission of the department consists of the following: advocating, planning, implementing, and monitoring programs in health, education, and social services for the elderly, promoting longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aged district residents, and district residents with disabilities regardless of age, and their caregivers, ensuring the rights of older adults and their families and preventing their abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and leading efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners in leveraging resources. In partnership with community-based organizations across the district, the agency offers many free or low-cost programs to help district residents live boldly at any age, state, or ability. The variety of programs include community activities and events, nutrition and transportation services, healthcare and insurance, counseling, Alzheimer's prevention, caregiver support resources, and adult protective services. During this pandemic, the department continues to support the community by providing thousands of home-delivered frozen meals to its participants, transportation services, and many vital programs such as health and wellness, social activities, and community engagement to combat isolation. I'd like to take this time to hear from the public to examine how they feel DACL has served the district's senior population, especially since its programmatic transition is bringing case management and meal deliveries in-house at the beginning of this FY year, October 1, 2021. And now we're going to call forth our first panel, and I'll call on Amelia.
Yep. There's some, just so you know, Councilmember, there's some no-shows on the witnesses, so I'm combining panels 1 and 2.
All right.
The first person up, Ms. Denise Schneider she's an executive director from Foggy Bottom West End Village. And then Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, executive director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Frank Finnemore, executive director of Cleveland Woodley Village. And then Kathleen Brisbane, she's a member of Model Cities. And then the last on the panel is Leonard Bechtel, executive director of Waterfront Village. So Denise Schneider first.
All right. Welcome, Ms. Snyder and Ms. Cunningham Holmes and Mr. Phillimore and Ms. Brisbane and Mr. Bechtel.
Well, good afternoon. And I want to thank both Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George for the opportunity to testify in this hearing about the Department on Aging and Community Living. As I said, my name is Denise Snyder, and I'm here as Executive Director of the Foggy Bottom West End Village, which is one of the 13 villages DACL funds. Additionally, my village manages the DACL grant for all of the villages. DACL has become a critical partner for all of us, and we are very grateful for their support. We received a sizable increase in funding for fiscal year 22, giving each village more money to spend on their own projects and an additional $154,000 for various citywide efforts. These include a project working with churches in the African American community to establish new villages or ensure village-like services in currently underserved areas of the city. In fiscal year 21, our villages had over 2,300 members, of whom over 20% were subsidized, paying significantly less than the regular membership fee. For example, at Foggy Bottom West End Village, half of our subsidized members pay nothing. The efficiency of the villages is demonstrated by the fact that 517 trained volunteers provided over 17,000 hours of service, a feat which makes villages incredibly efficient. Almost all services and much of the programming offered by villages are provided by these volunteers. The majority of the services provided addressed social isolation, a well-documented and hazardous concern of older adults, which has been made exponentially worse during the pandemic. These services included almost 16,000 friendly visits, over 3,300 events, most of which were online, and over 170 support groups. More than a quarter of the village's efforts provided essential services, and this included almost 3,000 deliveries of groceries, meals, or medicine, and over 2,700 rides to medical appointments. All of these services help keep older adults safe by allowing them to stay out of stores or pharmacies and avoid public transportation, therefore dramatically decreasing their exposure to COVID. To put the value of the villages on a more personal basis, I want to mention one member of the Foggy Bottom West End Village we supported last year. She had isolated herself to an extreme degree during the pandemic. When I heard that she seemed very ill, I went to see her. When building management let me into her apartment, she was clearly in need of urgent medical care. The ambulance took her to the hospital, and I was told she likely would not have survived much longer. Today, she is well and living in a nursing home. Whether it's by the numbers or through anecdotes, the bottom line is that villages have a profound impact on the lives of seniors in our city. And we do it efficiently with compassion and respect, building community neighbor by neighbor. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And just want to add one other point, which is that DACL has been very generous in supplying the villages with test kits. We're getting another shipment of it coming in this week, and we are most grateful for it. As identified earlier in some of the discussions, it can be difficult for older adults to get out and get the kits. Even if they go to the front of the line, it can still be problematic to get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Cunningham Holmes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly, or LCE, an affiliate of AARP. LCE is the only legal services organization in the city that exclusively serves seniors. We also advocate for those in long-term care facilities or needing long-term care supports through our Office of the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your support of LCE and its cherished community. You have made yourself available to our office on a routine basis, and for that we are truly grateful. The Department of Aging and Community Living is a vital partner. DACL's grant enables LCE to deliver services to seniors, particularly those in or near poverty. I am pleased to speak today on behalf of both LCE's legal and long-term care ombudsman offices about the performance of DACL. We are grateful for the hard work and dedication of the staff of the agency under the leadership of Director Laura Newland. Our offices have effectively collaborated for more than 40 years, and I hope to strengthen that collaboration through regularly scheduled meetings with Director Newland at least twice per year going forward. Last year, as the pandemic raged on, LCE staff were not able to meet directly with seniors, but we were appreciative of DACL senior-centered directors being open to LCE continuing our outreach. Because the centers had in place the infrastructure for us to use their virtual platforms, we were able to provide potential clients with critically needed information. LCE is an active participant in DACL's elder abuse prevention efforts. Regrettably, abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation remain a serious issue for too many of our seniors. LCE observed several positive changes within adult protective services under Dr. Heather Stowe and Michelle Frazier's leadership. During their tenure, APS was receptive to feedback, established open lines of communication with our office around referrals, and accepted LCE's offers to provide substantive training on certain legal issues. We appreciate the collaborative work begun when DACL began operation of APS, and we look forward to continuing to work with APS on these critical issues for residents in the community and in long-term care facilities. Their interim community service administrator, Dara Polget, has established open communication with our office, including attending a meeting with our legal staff to discuss case management changes implemented last fall. She's made herself available to troubleshoot issues for our clients, and we are thankful for this thoughtful support. It should be noted, however, that the abrupt transition of DACL case management services from community-based lead agencies to an in-house model continues to raise concerns. DACL wants to ensure equitable access to services across the district, and this is a commendable goal, and we definitely do support. Our experience with clients who most need case management is that they often have difficulty accepting help and establishing trust. With ward-based lead agencies, clients could seek assistance from a provider in their neighborhoods. The staff at community-based lead agencies establish trust with clients and were able to identify legal problems clients face even before the client knew it was a legal problem. For example, a social worker from Seabury called our office last summer during a home visit to a client. The social worker noticed that the client had unopened mail from the Office of Administrative Hearings and helped the client call our office to discuss the notice, which reflected that the client had missed a hearing in a case related to her home health aides. Lead agencies also served as outreach sites for LCE, where we could meet clients where they were receiving their services and other services. We probably received the largest number of direct referrals from East of the River Family Strengthening Collaborative, serving wards 7 and 8. We recommend that DACL institute a comprehensive evidence-based assessment to determine the effectiveness of the new case management model and implement modifications as necessary. Such a review is critical to ensuring that we are adequately meeting the needs of the clients. In its performance plan, DACL states that combating senior hunger is its top priority for 2022. B24-0419, the No Senior Hungry Omnibus Amendment Act of 2021, provides an opportunity for DACL to take a leadership role on this critical issue by leading an interagency task force and developing a district-wide communications plan on senior nutrition services. LCE recommends that DACL embrace this leadership opportunity, addressing senior food insecurity. A top service gap for district older adults relates to the need to find safe, affordable housing and the need for the social and financial supports to stay housed and avoid homelessness or institutionalization. LCE recommends that DACL develop services to support older adults when evictions and foreclosures are ordered. Court records and other public information can and should be used to proactively identify vulnerable residents and connect them to available and appropriate DC services. Finally, we applaud DACL's efforts to create a livable community for district seniors so they can continue to live with autonomy and dignity in their own homes. We encourage DACL to commit additional needed resources to their transition services so that more nursing home residents have the opportunity and assistance to transition back to the community. We appreciate our partnership with DACL and look forward to working with them further to meet the increasing needs of seniors in the district. Thank you for the additional time. I know I exceeded it, and the opportunity to testify. I look forward to responding to any and all of your questions.
Thank you very much. And now I have Mr. Phillimore.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, Councilmember Lewis George, and committee staff. Thank you for this opportunity to provide input on the Department of Aging and Community Living. I'm Frank Finnemore, Executive Director of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village, a proud fourth generation Washingtonian and current resident of Woodley Park. I'm testifying to express my gratitude for the increase in funding to the 13 villages in the past 2 years and to explain how these additional funds have enabled us to reach more older adults and reduce social isolation through innovative programming. As many of you already know, villages are neighborhood-based charitable nonprofit organizations that create opportunities for older adults to be actively engaged. We support those who need it with volunteer assistance to help them live independently, and we work to create a welcoming community for people of all ages. With increased funding from DACL, we have been able to increase our programs, but we have done so in innovative ways, driven in large measure due to the challenges the COVID pandemic presents. In addition to weekly wellness classes, including yoga, stretching, and Tai Chi, Cleveland and Woodley Park Village was able to hold 3 outdoor community concerts on the lawn of the Murray School and a guided tour in the Japanese tradition of forest bathing of our neighborhood gem, the Tregaron Conservancy. These free events were broadly advertised to the public through a direct mail campaign. So every person aged 60 and older received a piece of mail from us within our service area. Additional grant funds also allowed us to partner with local businesses, such as restaurants and a small ceramic studio, to demonstrate via Zoom their services. For example, one neighborhood restaurant's executive chef demonstrated the preparation of a classic dish that his restaurant is known for, but also took the opportunity to discuss outdoor dining, seating, and carry-out options during the height of the pandemic when people were concerned about the safety protocols. Over 80 community members registered for that particular event, and we were able to leverage the funds from the DACL grant to not only provide a social engagement for the older adults in the community, but also promote businesses for small entrepreneurs in our neighborhood. Other events offered include an outdoor vaccination clinic and a balance assessment seminar held in partnership with a local branch of a large physical therapy company in our neighborhood. We also have a monthly speaker series called Tuesday Talks that we co-sponsor along with the 2 Main Street programs and the Cleveland Park Library. Notable members of our community are featured each month to discuss their area of expertise, ranging from the future of the Supreme Court to the breeding of endangered species at the National Zoo. These sessions are held online currently so that everyone may attend, and there is widespread promotion of the talks, both online and in storefronts throughout the community. Research indicates that social isolation affects the health of older adults. Through innovative programming and offering over 300 events in 2021 alone, we're creating a greater sense of community among older adults and lessening the social isolation that they may experience. The increase from DACL has made this possible. As a result of programs such as these, we have seen our membership rise by 30% in the last year. And for Cleveland and Woodley Park, that's now nearing 170 members. We offer a social membership and one where an older adult can receive assistance from a trained and vetted volunteer corps for such services as transportation to medical appointments or deliveries of medication or groceries. Among this latter category of members, approximately 25% of those individuals receive a subsidy made available through the DACL grant so that limited income is not a barrier for assistance. All of our members are eligible to receive volunteer services. All of our members that are eligible to receive the volunteer services also receive a periodic check-in call from our volunteers. In 2021, we made over 1,100 calls to older adults to ensure their well-being, reduce social isolation, and inquire about assistance that they may need. We connect them with other city programs such as For Meals, for those that would benefit from those services. Cleveland and Woodley Park Village also runs a small but important meals program for a handful of members. Although not funded by DACL, which doesn't allow for reimbursement of groceries to make meals by volunteers, because DACL funds were available for other important activities and membership subsidies, we're able to raise private funds to support our meals program for those that either can't afford groceries or meals, or that those people have difficulty making the meals for themselves. Although we may be characterized as a wealthy neighborhood, we know that there are individuals within our area that need our assistance. And I can speak to that very personally for those small handful of folks that need it. One member who received weekly meal deliveries indicated that without our meals, everything that he would otherwise eat would be out of a can. Another member, age 95, has difficulty seeing as a result of macular degeneration. And so the meals provided to her allow her, perhaps more than any other service that we provide, to continue to live independently. In both cases, these individuals have indicated they did not want to receive meals provided by the city, perhaps due to the stigma associated with receiving governmental support. And yet we know that these older adults need our help with meals because when we make the calls to check in on them, they tell us. They talk to us, and especially our volunteers, and let us know what they need. Cleveland Woodley Park Village is addressing senior hunger within our neighborhood and connecting older adults to other service providers where appropriate. In closing, I'd like to express my personal gratitude to Director Newland for her vision, her leadership, her passion, her energy, and her support of the villages. DACL's financial support has allowed us to combat social isolation and provide practical support to older adults in our community. It's a pleasure to partner with them on behalf of older Washingtonians, and I look forward to collaborating in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from Ms. Brisbane.
Mute. Hi, good
Hi.
afternoon, Councilmember Bonds.
How are
I
you
know you're
doing?
happy to see me, and yes, I am going to talk about model cities and the need to finish the project that has been started for so long. But I also talk about some other things, so let me get to it. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to discuss these matters this morning. I'm speaking about 3 items today: computer competence, financial and physical well-being, and a place we call our other home. These 3 have a major impact on seniors and our ability to protect ourselves, stay connected to the world, our families and friends, and participate in the life of our community. As Gail Cohn, coordinator for Age Friendly DC, has testified, computer competence is more than knowing how to get onto the internet or into a Zoom event. Seniors need instruction in software applications such as Word and Excel to keep up with the changes in access to banking, news reporting, public involvement, as well as family and friend interaction, especially as the country continues to be impacted by COVID-19 variants. So let me begin. Computer competence. Computer classes for seniors are available in senior centers, but we need adequate space for those classes and regular instructions. Many of the members at model cities retired before computers were used widely, so many of us have limited or no computer skills. Many rely on our senior centers for instructions. How will DACL provide access and training to all these seniors? We hope DACL will increase the use of volunteer instructors within each center. As more and more seniors retire, they bring their computer skills into the center. Those skills have been and can be shared with others. Space is what is missing. At model cities, the only available space is a room that holds at most 12 people. We have had upward of 25 seniors attending computer classes at one time, but it means that activities in our only multi-purpose space must be interrupted. The result is that those computer literacy classes cannot be scheduled daily or weekly as our nutrition, memory, and other classes are. Testimony from the Age Friendly DC chair noted how important technological competency is for all ages. I would add it is even more important for seniors. At present, we have only 4 computers in a space that is 5 feet wide by 12 feet in length. Social distancing is not possible with more than 2 people in that room. With the distribution of 20 tablets, we are making a start, but there remain other members who cannot be given the devices. I'm going to move now to financial and physical well-being. The fact that the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking has a virtual program to educate seniors about financial fraud and abuse should signal the need for increased education and access to help for seniors in trouble. This newly instituted program makes it even more important that our senior centers institute programs that will focus on consumer protection and self-advocacy. And the best method for doing so is through online presentations and information sessions that can be provided and accessed with greater frequency and focused discussions by the seniors at the senior centers. And finally, our other home. Please allow me to address the now over 6-year quest to have model cities enlarged to appropriately accommodate our over 420 members. We have worked with DACL and the Department of General Services over the past 2 years plus, and we still have no contractor to build the needed additional space promised in the FY19 budget. While DACL has worked to move the project forward and has instituted a process that includes input from our model cities members, it does not appear that DACL can get DGS to complete the RFP process. This is the time to begin construction while the center is closed. DACL's wise extension of the virtual classes will allow seniors to stay connected and engaged in those classes and some of the activity while the work is underway, but it has to happen. And for those who say we don't need these centers, DACL has evidence to the contrary. We will need these centers as long as people grow old and stop work. Model cities is the very connectedness to the community that only a senior center can provide. Why not take advantage of the COVID closures as all the apartment and condo builders have done in DC since 2020? Building the Model Cities Edition now is the best option. The delays will only become cancellations and a tremendous loss to our community. Do not doubt that seniors coming behind us will be testifying about the same issue if this project is not completed. One important note in regard to choosing a contractor: the bathroom renovations that Model Cities undertaken in 2020 has resulted in 3 waste line backups. It has resulted in 3 waistline backups, at least one of which required the building to be closed and members removed to avoid harmful health impacts. There were several other issues with the contractor that could have been avoided had the end users, our members, been involved in the design discussions. And the one that needs attention ASAP is the replacement of the bathroom doors that are too heavy for seniors to open, especially those using canes and walkers. And I therefore am concluding my testimony, and I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. And now we will hear from Mr. Beckel.
Thank you, Chairman Bonds and Council Member Louis George. We do appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of our stories with our experience with the village. The additional funding that was provided to us in 2021 and in 2022 is enabling us to do many things that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So thank you for your support. And I'm pleased to be here today to represent Waterfront Village, which covers the area of all of Southwest DC and the Navy Yard. We provide a broad range of home and health support services to older adults who need a little help to age safely in their homes. We also help to fight social isolation by providing our members with a full calendar of programs and activities every month. In 2021, we provided over 930 home and health support services and over 175 programs or activities during the year. With the pandemic now in its 3rd calendar year, I think the value of villages is underscored in the lives of older adults in DC. Often the village present bridges the gap between an isolated senior and the outside world. I'd like to share a story about one of our members. I reached out to the member because I was checking in with her about her second vaccine appointment. We had helped her secure her first appointment and wanted to make sure that she followed through with her second appointment. And we wanted to offer her transportation to get to it. In the course of my conversation with her, however, I became very concerned by her responses to my questions. She had problems understanding me, and her responses back to me were a bit chilling in that they were not responsive at all. After I hung up with her, I called our social worker to ask her what I should do. The social worker told me, get her to the hospital as soon as possible, which we did. And it was a good thing we did. That member ended up spending a week in the hospital and the next month in a residential facility for rehab. She is now back in her home doing well. She has a home healthcare agency spend time with her 3 times a week, but she's thriving again in her own home. And it's one of the things that make you feel good about working for a village is that you can see some tangible results in your intervention at the one-on-one level. You know, often we look at, you know, statistics and programs, who's attended, how many have we done? But it's at that one-on-one level where you're making a difference. That's where the true value of a village actually takes place. The village also played a critical role in sharing information during the pandemic and magnifying the messages that come from DC health organizations and DACL. We do that through our communications. Waterfront Village, for example, has a monthly newsletter. We have a weekly update that we send about the, you know, sort of previewing the week's activities. And then each day we send out a reminder about the day's activities and also provide any information that comes out during the week. So if a policy changes or services are available, we hear about vaccines being provided at the corner down the street, we can share that information on a daily basis, making sure that the most up-to-date information is shared. And often it's reaching people that would not have been reached simply through the district agency's websites. You know, many of our members don't go to a whole lot of sites other than their emails. So by us being able to provide that service by email, and in some cases hard copies, we're able to get that information out when it otherwise would not get out. Every village leverages the efforts of our core volunteers to serve older adults. While part of our service options always included food preparation and delivery services for isolated members, the village has greatly expanded the number of services offered and the list of recipients receiving services during the pandemic. You know, some villages make grocery shopping and delivery services regularly available, while others partnered with other groups to deliver professionally prepared meals. Volunteers willing to go into the grocery stores or walk, you know, miles in their neighborhoods to deliver meals represent the ideal of the village movement. Neighbors helping neighbors. I definitely want to thank the district for its support during the past 2 years. We were able to meet our goals of reaching out to the people who needed us in the neighborhood, far beyond our membership. You know, when it came to getting those vaccine appointments, you know, it wasn't just our members who we helped. It was really any at-risk person in our neighborhood who heard about us and telephoned our number. Like many smaller villages, we operate on a shoestring budget, and the grant provided by the district is critical to our operations. For my first 19 months at Waterside Village, I was the single employee performing and coordinating the village's work. With the expanded grant that we received from DACL, I was able to bring in a part-time employee to help keep our focus on older adults in our neighborhood, meeting our mission by helping those who we serve. The pandemic has also highlighted the vulnerability of older adults and the importance of sustaining and building on the village's work. In the coming years, we hope to reach many more households in Southwest DC and the Navy Yard. Right now, about 10% of households that we know have persons 62 years of age or older in them are currently served as members of Waterfront Village. So the potential for growth there is still great, and we hope to be able to mature the organization to be able to serve many of those households that currently are not reached by our services. With that, I'm open to any questions that you might have, and want to end up by saying how grateful we are for your support.
Councilmember, we've just been joined by one more witness that just arrived, Mary Worstel. She's a member of Cleveland Woodley Village Park. Cleveland and Woodley Village, Woodley Park Village.
All right, and we'll have Ms. Wilsdale now, but also can we go on and do the next panel if we have any from that panel also, and then we'll come back to questions because we're only at 5 now. Okay. Ms. Wilsdale, we'll receive your testimony now.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There we go. There we go.
All right. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to address all of you and for being flexible with my schedule. I'm working also with vision loss and aging. So competitive volunteer efforts today. So I just want to say, as a board member and one of the founders of the Cleveland Woodley Park Village, I want to affirm the critical value of the DACL grants to the villages in general and our village in particular during the last 2 years of this pandemic. While every board member of our village contributes money annually to support the village and the village programs, the DACL grants have enabled our village in a time of a public health crisis, and I'm a 40-year public health professional, so I recognize this well. To raise awareness of the village and our resources to a greater segment of the older adults in our community and their families, and to increase our delivery of critical services in an ever-changing environment. The additional funding afforded us the opportunity to change how we deliver programs based on the challenges posed by the health emergency. For example, when we knew it was safer to be outside, we held community concerts, walks, and fitness classes outdoors. And that meant a great deal to our members. Perhaps most importantly, DACL's increased funding allowed us to devote time and resources to effectively communicate with our members and supporters, a list that's over 1,000 people now, we communicate about COVID, vaccine availability, testing, and other important information provided by Mayor Bowser and the DC Health Department. We heard from many readers in our village news that our COVID-related articles helped them to better understand the pandemic and what they needed to do to stay safe. They otherwise might not have received this information. I'm also proud that our board resolved to help any community member that required services, members and non-members alike, during the pandemic. We provided volunteer assistance to people in need who otherwise might have gone without this aid, including volunteers preparing and delivering groceries, prescriptions, and meals. In 2020, we provided nearly 1,000 of these services. And in 2021, we exceeded 1,500 services. So we know the impact that we're having. Equally as important as providing services from volunteers, what we offer is neighbors helping neighbors. We reduce the isolation experienced by many through the programs our executive director, Frank Finnemore, has described for you, including over 2,300 and 1,200 check-in phone calls in 2020 and 2021 respectively. These check-in calls were to assure that each individual is well and they are not experiencing any other health effects due to their isolation.
Who did that?
DACL's support has enabled us to focus on identifying and serving an increasing number of low-income older adults who, without disposable income, qualify for subsidized membership, something many may not expect in our service area. Finally, DACL funding has boosted our outreach to older adults in the Cleveland and Woodley Park communities, as Frank described, increasing our membership rosters and thereby directly impacting our ability to deliver on our mission of deepening our community's engagement with and support for our older neighbors to ensure socialization of these vulnerable individuals, as well as instilling confidence in a trusted hand in an emergency. We thank you for acknowledging our value with the increased funding and hope to enjoy similar levels of funding in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, and Amelia, can we continue on? We have a few more public
Yes,
witnesses.
we have the last two, Heather Foote, public witness, and then Dr. Judy Berman from Capitol Hill Village.
All right. Ms. Foote, you're up next.
Thank you. My name is Heather Foote. I'm a Ward 1 resident. Thank you for this opportunity to share my observations today. I'll summarize here and ask if you might enter my full statement into the record. My work focuses on transportation and pedestrian safety issues important to older adults. My testimony addresses a few of these issues as they relate to the Department of Aging, DACL, and the unusual context of the past year for the work of DACL. Several issues I want to raise are the iPad tech training pilot, the reopening of the senior wellness centers, and the complicated reality of hybrid programming. The iPad pilot program. I encouraged and then worked with one iPad pilot participant from Ward 8 to develop and present supportive written testimony last July to the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. The participant praised the program and had been at it for weeks, though she was not yet at the point where she could type and edit her testimony to send it off. Learning takes time, is very individualized, and must be tailored to the real life circumstances of the participant. I hope DCAL will have the intent and resources to continue a program such as the one in collaboration with Wild Tech. Two elements were key: the participants not being requested to travel to a learning center and the ample support provided. Generic multi-generational tech training the city may offer, requiring older adults to travel to find transportation to get to a tech training site could prove to be a serious or determinate barrier. The second issue, the reopening of the senior wellness centers. When the centers reopened in July and made possible resumption of in-person contact, their value to the communities they serve only grew in my estimation. While I continued virtual trainings, there was no question that my in-person trainings and other interactions offered very important benefits, not so readily available when communication is online or by Zoom. It's worth repeating here, other district government agencies can learn a great deal from why DACL continues to produce paper handouts for these senior wellness centers and sees their importance. I'm short on time, so let me just summarize very quickly. Challenges for hybrid participation. I think we cannot undercount the stress and work of staff to combine online training with in-person. It requires levels of skill, technical equipment, and all sorts of issues that are not found equally across the city. And finally, transportation for older adults is a cross-agency responsibility, not the sole responsibility, even a large responsibility of DACL. Responsibility for assessing the transportation experiences and needs of the growing older adult section of the population is something that I hope can be addressed at the city leadership level. It is to be hoped that the Deputy Director for Health and Human Services, in coordination with the Deputy Director for Operations and Infrastructure, both of whom are good listeners, can devote some time to review of the changes, which I see as reductions in transportation services for older adults over the past several years and the impact of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will hear from Dr. Berman.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George, Council staff. Happy New Year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Judy Berman, and I'm the Executive Director of Capitol Hill Village, the largest and the oldest of the villages in DC, serving 750 unique older adults and reaching 1,200 plus each month with our newsletter and other communications. I want to thank Chairperson Bonds for her ongoing commitment to meeting the needs of older adults in the district, and specifically her support for villages as a way to bring nimble, responsive services directly where they're needed. I also want to thank DACL Director Laura Newland for her commitment to keeping dialogue open with us as service providers and promoting creative thinking about how best to meet the needs of older adults during a very challenging couple of years. As you know, Chairperson Bonds, villages are unique among service providers. They are created by and for older adults, and individuals typically choose to participate in villages prior to having a specific need beyond the desire for community. Villages add to quality of life and reduce social isolation with opportunities for socializing, volunteering, learning, connecting, and sharing interests, while at the same time taking some of the hassle out of the little things that can become more challenging as we age. At CHV, we also have social workers to assist with the not so little things like accessing public benefits. Because of the relationships built through these activities, villages are a key source of trusted information and support as needs arise. The 13 DC villages were primed and ready to step in when the COVID pandemic upended everyone's lives. As we talked about earlier, throughout this hearing today, both ageism and social isolation can literally take years off a person's life. Research has found that negative attitudes about aging, as well as limited or persistently low quality social interaction, can accelerate decline of physical and cognitive health. COVID exacerbated both of these phenomena, with older adults being talked about across the media as expendable, and residents of nursing homes and other congregate environments dying at unthinkable rates. Despite vaccines, immune vulnerabilities that accompany age have caused many older adults to continue to socially distance and isolate even before the emergence of the new and more contagious variants. Villages responded and continue to respond to this situation with reminders that we value older adults, as well as with practical opportunities to safely connect. Funding from DACL is a big part of the reason that villages were able to be such effective partners with our communities during the pandemic. Director Newland and her team have taken the time to understand how villages operate and how we work best. They have structured our funding to bring out the best in each neighborhood village while keeping us connected as a collaborative. The increase in funding last year, in recognition of our success at supporting our communities through the pandemic, has further enabled us to share best practices, programs, and capacity building to the benefit of the older adults in our service areas. CHV is using the funds to support our volunteer programming, recruiting, training, and mobilizing volunteers to provide direct services, and to provide culturally responsive programming to people of color in our footprint. Like most of the villages, CHV has served many more people in the last year than in prior years. In addition to providing volunteer and social work services to our members, we have offered non-emergency medical transportation to any older adult in DC who reaches out to us. In the past 8 months, we've provided over 1,200 rides. Funding for this program came through the Federal Department of Transportation and has given us insights into some of the gaps in the district's non-emergency medical transportation services that I'd be happy to share if there's time. Further, CHV is privileged, again with DACL support, to be part of an effort to increase safety for LGBTQ older adults using senior services in DC. LGBTQ older adults are more likely to live alone, report being lonely, and are less likely to have nuclear family support. We are working with the 12 other DC villages to identify best practices for welcoming and supporting LGBTQ older adults in our communities, and developing materials that can be used to train volunteers in a variety of settings on how to be an ally to LGBTQ older adults. One area I would like to bring to your attention today is the need to organize all of the people and businesses that provide subsidized housing to older adults, whether those are DC or privately owned and managed, and whether they are designed for older adults or are by default occupied by an older population. COVID exposed how inequitably services were available to individuals in these residences at a time when all older adults needed particular attention and support. In conclusion, I would just like to note that villages are more than the sum of their parts. Everything we do serves multiple individual and community purposes and is designed that way. DACL funding helps ensure that we can continue to serve our community of older adults in the holistic way that we do, and to take the lessons we're learning and share them more broadly. It is my firm conviction that every older adult in DC deserves to have a village. And with DACL's continued support, CHV and the DC villages will continue to build toward a future where that's a reality. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. And I understand we have one or two additional presenters. Amelia?
Yes, Dr. Katrina Polk from ARPDC, and then Stephanie Chong from
Northwest Neighbors.
Northwest
Yes.
Neighbors. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Polk.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, let me turn my volume up a little bit. I have this new device here. Shereen, I'm gonna call you back. I have this new device. So let me start. Well, good day, Chairman, Chairperson Anita Bonds, and the members of the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization. AARP and I appreciate the opportunity to offer this testimony on the performance and proposed budget for the Department of Aging and Community Living, DACL. I am Dr. Katrina Polk, owner of Dynamic Solutions for the Aging, member of the Mayor's Age Friendly DC Task Force, and a representative of AARP's Executive Council. Today, I'm presenting testimony on the behalf of Dynamic Solution and for the Aging and AARP. AARP and Dynamic Solutions are advocating for expanding collection and sharing of data to help strategically serve the District of Columbia's 50+ population. We believe there is opportunity to collaborate more by, one, implementing a 10-year senior strategic plan that shows key indicators to demonstrate alignment with services, and performance and outcome information that addresses access to services that combat senior isolation, senior health disparities, and senior hunger, which is being done by our neighboring counties like Fairfax and Montgomery County. Also, using the COVID pandemic impact and trend data to take inventory of the needs of the population, as well as understanding the senior population is significant and continues to grow. The older adult population is expected to grow 18% by 2030. So as we know, DACL provides invaluable services to the district residents to help them remain in their home and community as they live independently. We share the overall goals of helping prevent social isolation and ensuring seniors can age in place. Appropriately, we also want to assist with amassing data that will help determine the best ways to meet the increasing demand for senior services. Number one, in 2021, DACL transitioned nutritional services from ward-based grantees to in-house. And what we noticed is that DACL reported 4,021 home delivered meals so far in FY22, which represent 48% of meals delivered in FY21. And congregate meals in FY21 totaled 27,000, which has now surpassed the 32,425 meals that were actually totaled in 2021. So what we're requesting is to allocate greater funding for home delivered meals as well as congregate meals. We also want to DACL to develop a nutritional service plan inclusive of a survey that shows the needs and the outreach potential. We also want to be provided reports on the progress of all in-house services by DACL. In 2022, DACL also transitioned case management in-house. According to performance documents provided by DACL, there are currently 11 case managers serving 206 consumers. So we want to ask and we want a response to know, does this represent the social work best practices for case management? And is DACL studying the impact of in-house case management versus ward and neighborhood-based services? We believe that, we need to be able to do a comparative analysis on that data. The third thing we want to talk about is senior isolation, one from a transportation perspective and one from programs. So transportation. The Connector Card is a program in which seniors are provided with matching funds to use Metro or a ride-sharing services for non-medical transportation. We are uneasy about the program creating a service gap based on income and connectivity, specifically for seniors that do not have money to put on the card or do not have access to ride-sharing services based on the digital divide. So what we're requesting is DACL to provide data on how the Connector Card impacts social isolation and whether there are steps taken to provide access to transportation services beyond the Connector Card for non-medical appointments. The second piece of isolation is also about programs. So DC seniors have been able to access remote programming. Many senior programs have moved online and everybody loves it. However, there's still a question of access to services. There is potential for increased isolation for seniors due to the digital divide, especially for the population over 77 years of age. So we request, once again, to go back and look at a 10-year senior strategic plan. This would help DACL plan effectively for upcoming and unforeseen calamities. The district should take this opportunity to fund this program because it actually would allow people to have a predictive and a futuristic mindset about aging. Lastly on our list is family caregiving services, which is dear to my heart. So what I do know, and what AARP as well, is that that here in the district, there's 75,000 family caregivers in the district. Over 40% are living or caring in wards 5, 7, and 8, with the potential of 20% increase over the next 20 years. Majority are female, 61% are people of color, average age is 52, and 60% work outside their homes at another job. Family caregivers report 95% social isolation, untrained, unmet training needs, and trouble accessing supportive services. So what we're requesting is DACL prioritize communication resources to increase caregiving outreach and education about their caregiving programs, and share that information with community outreach partners so that we can increase connectivity with this population and the services to help them care for their loved ones. As always, AARP and Dynamic Solutions stands ready to help provide caregiver support to the District of Columbia. The extended pandemic has proven to be challenging in providing senior services. However, DACL has done a phenomenal job at meeting those challenges. However, more work is done. Thank you, Councilperson Bonds, for the opportunity to virtually testify, and I will follow up with written testimony.
Thank you very much. You took the words out of my mouth, written testimony, okay? Because you definitely had a mouthful.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yes, thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Actually, it's a pleasure to serve and be able to have this conversation and convening with others.
It is. Now we will hear from Miss Stephanie Chung.
Chung, yes. Hi.
Yes, Chung,
thank you.
sorry.
You're fine, you're fine. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and, or Chairman Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George. It's great to see you both. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be here today with you and also with many of my colleagues with the villages. As mentioned earlier, my name is Stephanie Chong. I'm the Executive Director at Northwest Neighbors Village. And I know my colleagues have done a fantastic job of explaining the value of villages in the city. And I just am here to add to that. We know that older adults are at increased risk for loneliness and social isolation due to factors such as living alone, loss of family ties, chronic illness, and hearing loss. As a matter of fact, at our village, 7 out of 10 of our members are living alone. Northwest Neighbors Village, along with 12 other villages in the district, have nimbly and effectively addressed these risks with the combined help of neighborly support, creativity, and funding from DC's Department of Aging and Community Living. Under the direction of a small, experienced professional team, our dedicated core of screened and trained volunteers nurture relationships with our members and provide personalized attention while assisting with essential services. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the value of our village as both new and long-term members relied on us as a trusted resource and pillar of support. The following examples of the vital support our village provided over the past year serve as a reminder of what we can achieve together as a community committed to a meaningful aging experience. First, caring support. Northwest Neighbors Village volunteers provided over 6,000 hours of volunteer help. That's a value of nearly $300,000 of direct services, helping by delivering meals to members who are home for the holidays, providing rides to critical medical appointments and social visits, and keeping members connected through regular phone calls and visits, and much, much more. We also provided equitable access. I'm delighted to share that our board eliminated membership fees for lower income seniors this year. We provided over $15,400 in membership subsidies to address significant unmet needs among older adults in our community. Now, 4 in 10 of our full members are enjoying the benefits of membership and adding to the fabric of our village community, regardless of their ability to pay. We're a trusted resource, and I heard this over and over again from my colleagues. We have provided timely information, interpreted information through DC Health, CDC, and trusted sources, and put it all together in one place so that our members and the larger community could have access to simple information that was important to their health and well-being. Pre-COVID, we had 800 subscribers to our weekly update. We have now reached 3,000 people in our weekly email, and that continues to grow each and every week. People have found value in the information that we've shared. Thanks to DACL funding, that was a significant both surprise and boost for our village and our neighboring villages. We were able to update our website this past year, and we now have included up-to-date information on a variety of topics important to our community, sharing valuable resources that are available through the district and through private agencies, and have archived information so nobody misses out. We've also bridged the technology gap. We took multiple approaches to bridge the generational technology gap, which has created an even greater opportunity for isolation during COVID. We've helped keep members in the broader community connected through partnering with DC Public Library to offer an online tech training series. We now have a tech corner both in our newsletter as well as on our website, and we've coordinated volunteers to help dozens of members solve their technology questions. We've also enhanced community connections. We've offered most of our programs to the community. Many of our virtual events are available. We served over 850 community members this past year with our village programming, keeping people connected and engaged in meaningful ways. We also welcomed a record 50 new members, making important strides to develop relationships with the local business community also. We also worked very hard with neighbor-to-neighbor engagement. We definitely adapted to new health guidelines by transforming formerly in-person gatherings into a robust mix of virtual events and incorporated small in-person gatherings to meet our members' needs for much-needed face-to-face contact with each other. Our volunteers and members connected through new and existing groups that they have created. That is the unique thing that the villages offer, is that our members can be both care recipients and care providers and be involved by initiating groups like neighborhood chats, conversational Spanish, coping with uncertainty, and our racial equity book club. Our efforts to keep our members and the larger community engaged, supported, and informed did not go unnoticed. Leading Age DC recognized Northwest Neighbors Village with the 2021 Excellence in Innovation Award, which recognized us for going above and beyond normal operations and enhancing the field of aging services. Our creativity and out-of-the-box thinking to overcome the challenges of COVID-19 were not only acknowledged, but celebrated. But we, as I mentioned earlier, are one of 13 villages in the city. And villages across the city have demonstrated the important role we play in the delivery of services in the District of Columbia. In fact, recent data includes that the DC villages provided 62% of programs and services address social isolation, 27% of village services assisted older adults with instrumental activities of daily living, activities like grocery shopping and in-home support that are essential to remaining one's home and community. And the value of direct supportive services provided by volunteers across the city was $850,000. Villages have a unique and important role in the spectrum of services offered in the district, complementing formal aging services offered through DACL in the following ways. All services are provided by trusted neighbors, volunteers who have been vetted and trained and provide ongoing training. 2, the relationship built between neighbors is unparalleled by professional formal support services in the community. I can tell that from my personal experience as a social worker. Our neighbor-to-neighbor support is, there's a trust in there that is unparalleled as a professional. The village is the eyes and ears of the community that picks up on small concerns and addresses them before they become a crisis. And we heard of those anecdotal stories earlier. Villages expand the district's reach to help seniors who are not otherwise accepting formal services, including new retirees and older adults who do not self-identify as needing formal services. And most of the DC villages provide short-term, time-limited professional case management services to assist with immediate crisis management, crisis prevention, and/or crisis resolution, bridging the gap between the village scope of services and the time it takes for an initial visit with a city case manager. This reduces and at times prevents a catastrophic set of events. I see a future where older adults in all areas of the city have access to a local village or village-like services in their community. With the support of Mayor Bowser, the DC Council, and DACL, I believe this vision can come to fruition. Thank you so much for your time. I also want to commend Director Newland for not only patiently and willingly meeting with the DC villages over the past 5 years that I've been working with the villages, but also listening to us and seeing our value and really partnering with the villages to reach more older adults in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of our public witnesses for your testimony. Of course, there are a few questions, but mostly I just really want to commend you for your outstanding service and what you are doing. When the idea of the villages was brought to my attention in 2014, it seemed, well, it sounds good. Let's see how far it can go. And my goodness, I am so glad that I was the early champion of this program, because you're reaching people, and that's what this is about, reaching people and getting them engaged and to know that they are neighbors and that we're there for each other. So nothing but accolades to you. And I'm so glad we were able to start with giving a subsidy so that we would have all members of the community, irrespective of income, given an opportunity to participate. And I love the idea that you don't have to worry about participating if you just don't have any resources to devote in that direction. So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And of course, obviously, you have my commitment to keep this program going and flourishing. And I just have a couple of major questions, and that is, have you given thought to how we can create the village concept in neighborhoods where the volunteerism is slow to be realized, and where the households are limited income and probably don't feel comfortable that they can support, even minimal staff. Have you thought about what we can do to make that happen and build those programs up to be robust? I know we have 2 or 3 really, well, 2 that are east of the river where we usually think of our lower income communities. But as you have found a way in, let's say, Cleveland Park or the waterfront, or even DuPont Circle, to work with lower income persons, what are some of the skills that we need to horn in on so that we can do that in other parts of the city and be effective?
Well, one of the things that the DACL grant this year is funding is a project where we will be working with African-American churches in underserved communities. It's a model that works for the Kingdom Care Senior Village. And Kathy, who's the executive director of the village there, is in charge of this project in particular. And she has identified about a dozen congregations who will employ, quote, ambassadors who will work on, and we're not looking at necessarily duplicating villages per se, but rather making sure that village-like services are available. The structure of villages as it is commonly understood may not fit for every community. So our focus is to make sure that the services and the programming is available to those communities in the district that are currently underserved.
And I hope with an emphasis on communities working together, people in community working together and sort of looking out for each other. I agree. We will not have a village membership type program, in every corner of the city, but we certainly can have the services, and building the camaraderie is what is most important if we're really going to fight isolation. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Ms. Snyder. I know that you have your finger on the pulse of all of the villages in trying to get some unification in this process. So I appreciate getting your comment. Let me turn to.
Can I just, Councilmember
Yes,
Bonds,
of course, Dr.
Yeah.
Berman.
Well, I just want to respond to your question because I think, I don't think that we can gloss over too lightly this idea of volunteers not being available. I think that's one of the reasons why the churches are important, because churches have most churches have a culture of volunteerism. It's kind of it sort of is a village, because you really can't do the village model unless you have people willing to volunteer. It's kind of essential to the concept. Now, the funding issue, that's different. Like, you can run a village without a lot of money if you have volunteers. If all you have is paid staff, what you have is a traditional social service, which is not the same thing as a village. So I just kind of want to, it's nice to be able to think about being able to just put it in place, but it really has to grow. It's not a quick fix. So, I mean, we're willing to put the time in. I think there's a lot of infrastructure here that newer villages can build on, but it's not a quick, well, let's just plant one here, 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 and here. So.
Okay.
I'd like to add something, if you don't mind, Councilwoman Bonds. I don't know if everyone knows that in Ward 8, we have the Legacy Collaborative Senior Village, which was established back in 2014. It was a community development model. And what we found in this particular model, that people were volunteering, but they were doing it non-traditional, right? So it was pretty much a neighbor to neighbor type of process. So it was informal. So therefore, a lot of data is actually missing in terms of volunteerism. People volunteer on a daily in Ward 7 and 8, but it's just not captured. So I think that taking the time, and because I have that perspective from a community development aspect. So going in and doing an assessment and understanding key concepts of how things are being done would be invaluable to this process, and maybe give you some understanding and some data that you didn't know existed.
So how do you suggest that information be gathered? Is that something that the 2 villages operating in, I think in Ward 8 is 1 village operating, that it could collect that data, begin to collect that data?
So Kingdom Care, Reverend Kathy Porter and myself have been working together this summer to see how we could come together and not just actually pull that data, but also look at how do we now create awareness and access of services that are across the other side in terms of outside of east of the river, and being able to plug people in. So what we're thinking that we will do maybe some community outreach and have individuals to do that type of that quantitative type analysis that we need to do. So so that's basically what we're working on currently now. And I think we're supposed to re-engage these discussions here in this early part of this 2022. So we're actually trying to make strides to get that data out there because it's relevant.
Yes, I would imagine the data would be very important. I can tell you from being a citizen of DC long-term that you are correct. There are people who volunteer every day and do acts of kindness for others as a way of life on their part, but it isn't captured. And so, and not just in Ward 8, but in Ward 1, in Ward 2, all over the city, wherever I have lived, I've run across people like that. And so I guess I'm just questioning do we have some modeling that we can follow in order to capture that information and bring those individuals to light. That's really where I'm trying to go.
Okay, yes. So definitely
Yes.
to answer your question, when I was working with community CPDC as well as enterprise community partners, I developed a tool that would actually actual assessment that would capture that type of data. And and being able to have individuals that are anchored in the neighborhoods that are already connected is an invaluable part of that process. And because they are the gatekeepers, and being able to talk with them and to be able to identify these acts of kindness, or what we call neighbor to neighbor volunteerism, it's easy to be able to capture and track. So yeah, there are tools, and I actually have one and I'm willing to share.
Okay, I was thinking of usual community service organizations like a United Planning Organization and others, Urban League, where you have staff, but you also have individuals that participate in their programs that know others who actually are doing these things. For instance, when I deliver or distribute turkeys, I'm distributing them to others who distribute them to a network. I never know who gets these 400 turkeys, but I know that they go out, 20 here, 30 here, what have you. And I know that, I get an order every year for X number of turkeys. And so, and these are people who work with the turkeys go to people who work with groups of citizens on a regular basis. And so I'm just wondering if your tool will capture that kind of information.
Well, my tool definitely. However, AARP has actual ward specific volunteers that work with these organizations as well as the individuals, the residents. So they also have tools and resources that you would be able to, and others to be able to amass this data and be able to look at it.
Okay, so maybe I should also check with Serve DC that is doing a lot of volunteerism, across the city.
Councilmember Barnes, I think it might be helpful too to look within the model cities, the senior centers rather, and the wellness centers, because a lot of it comes out of that. Inside the center themselves. Often you talk to people who say, well, I didn't come today because I had to take my neighbor X place or whatever. So you already have a large number of people who can help you with that.
There's no shortage of volunteers in this. I think we come from a culture of volunteerism, between, I just think that that's just the nature of, but the question is tapping into that, right? And because it takes a lot of time and effort to stand up a village is kind of the point. And it's
okay, but I'm back to Ms. Snyder's point, and that is village-like services. How can we get village-like services prevalent throughout the district? So I appreciate that your dialogue on that. I just have I don't want to delay us too long. We're now at 3 o'clock, which is technically almost the end of our actual hearing, but you all have been so robust and so much wonderful information has been shared. I did have this issue about that was raised by model cities as it relates to computer, the lack of or the need for more, I guess the need for more tablets. When you say you have an audience of 400, are you suggesting that everyone who comes does not have a device or?
No, I was saying that in the population of 420, there's a large number of people who do not have either the equipment, meaning a tablet at least, or connectivity. So that's why one of the reasons that we have been pushing so hard to get our center enlarged, because we don't have the capacity to run classes even. The whole issue around literacy, it begins with having those two things, but then it moves to how do you do it? How do you get it done? And we know the people who come every day and go into the computer room, but we only have 4 computers. And so you can only put 2 people in there at a time.
And so if we were able to have more virtual training, as you suggested, and others have, then we have to make sure that our senior population has devices. Of course, you know that Verizon and a couple of other tech companies have made several distributions in the city, over the last 3 years. So I don't know where that project is.
We only got 20 at model cities.
Okay.
So that still leaves quite a number of people without that.
All right.
DACL also distributed tablets through the villages, Councilmember Bonds, and it was extremely helpful, although the training was sometimes a bit problematic. But having the connectivity and the tablets were very helpful. And if more were to become available, the villages could definitely put them to use as well.
All right. Sounds like we've got to treat our senior communities or aging communities much in the way we are trying to treat our school population, and making sure that they can have the connectivity, because I agree with you. Whether we come out of this pandemic in the next month or two or go for another year, there will still be those who are sheltered in place and will not be able to access the information if they cannot access it electronically. So we have more to do, and so I'm sure I'm going to hear from you all in a formal way with recommendations as we think about moving next to the budget cycle in a few months. So I certainly appreciate your testimony today and look forward to having the opportunity to meet with the villages as a team and to meet with continue to go to the wellness centers and say hello to people as I can, even when we have to do it virtually. So I thank you very much for that. Let's see. Oh, thank you. And I want to especially thank the legal counsel for the elderly, Ms. Cunningham Holmes, for the partnership that we've developed. I think that we're working hard to make a difference and to stay on top of issues. And to Ms. Foote, thank you very much. I kind of heard what you're saying as it relates to the programming. It was your the quality of your presentation was a little technical to understand, but wondered if you could just for a minute tell me again, did I capture this correctly in that you feel that the hybrid programming cannot be accepted by as many seniors as would need it or would like it because they don't use the electronic system?
Yes, that's part of it. Clearly, as Gail Cohn and others who spoke today have indicated, online programming has enabled much wider varieties of people to participate. My particular work in training on transportation options largely addresses those who are not on the upper end of digital access. And I think it's really important to understand their experiences. As an example, I've done quite a few trainings in Ward 7 and 8, bringing in DDOT speakers and so forth. And one thing that's notable is that a lot of the seniors, even though it's a Zoom session, they participate by telephone, which speaks to technology access. And although it was small, I was a big fan of DACL's iPad tech training pilot because it really reflected an ears to the ground listening on how learning happens within these communities, and did not require, for example, transportation to a particular learning site, which would be a barrier for many seniors. And so when we move into the era of in-person plus virtual, it's important to recognize first that this is an enormous burden for staff. Staff vary across the city as to how tech savvy they are, what equipment they have, what money they have for staff salaries. There are a lot of differences. And so I just feel zip code matters. It affects transportation, the availability of volunteers, access to information. And I just feel that part of the respect that's due the city's older adults is to recognize and address these differences. And the differences also speak to equity. So the learning curve for some older adults is going to be far slower or non-existent for many. Of course, there are low-income and at-risk adults all across the city, Ward 3, no question about it. But when I did census work for 2 summers and fall in 2020 and 2021, and it was a vivid experience. These are people I didn't know, talking to them, trying to gain a degree of trust. And it's just a reminder of people lead very different lives in this city. And I think that DACL and others are doing really important work to address it. But a government agency like DACL, with its requirements and reporting, is a very different creature than volunteer villages. Even the villages, some have large budgets and others are volunteer. And so I think these efforts are complementary, and they need to be, and we need to strengthen the best parts of these different service entities. So that's a long-winded answer to your question, but my particular concern, which we haven't addressed very much here, is transportation. I think it has to be handled at the top levels of government, the 2 deputy mayors that I mentioned, and they need to look at what I see as a reduction in transportation and access to information about transportation. And there's never going to be a one-click solution here. So I have many ideas about what those 2 deputy mayors could do on a periodic basis to make information available. And for the people that I work with, it needs to be material on paper. It can be handed out at churches and even beauty salons and barbershops, or public housing. Those are just some thoughts, but I think that transportation is the responsibility of all the agencies. DACL is just a piece of that.
Thank you very, very much. And I've heard that echoed many times in the past, and I'm sure I'll hear more of it. The fact that when we talk about transportation, we're really talking about how people, particularly those of us who are aging, are navigating the streets, the sidewalks, the community, and getting to the services that we need. And I know that we have several different avenues that we use through DACL. And of course, the villages have networks that they have developed. And so I think we're trying. And then, of course, there is the public transportation aspect. And then there, of course, how we're trying to reach zero, and whether or not we're obtaining that. And I know it's a big arena. I'm not on the transportation committee. I wish I were, because I'm sure I would know far more. But as a person who tries to cross the street occasionally, and certainly tries to navigate our streetways and our cyclists and et cetera, et cetera. And I do hear from many of my aging friends that there are great worries about trying to navigate the streets and sidewalks of the district these days. And I smile and say that, but I know it is painfully concerning for almost the entire community, and we've got to get a grip on this. And let's see what we can do through DACL as a point of reference and try to make things better. I see Councilmember Lewis George wants to chime in on a few points. Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who testified. I will say personally, the senior villages have been a great resource in the Ward 4 community. We have 2 great villages, East Rock Creek Village as well. And you already, Stephanie already spoke to our amazing village as well. And so, and I'll say as a new council member, the villages actually helped me transition in. I was sworn in January during the middle of the pandemic. And in March, when they started having vaccines available for seniors, I hadn't had the opportunity to make those connections yet. And so I leaned on my senior villages and said, we need to get people vaccinated and I need to get people transportation. And my senior villages said, we're on it. We got you. We're here to support our community. So I can't say enough that senior villages actually helped me transition in as a council member during a pandemic, because you are a trusted community resource. And that really helped my my seniors say, okay, she's connected to the village, and so she's with us, I'm connected to her. And so I absolutely plan on budget continuing to say how much you all have supported us and how we need to continue to resource. I want to come to you first, Attorney Cunningham Holmes, regarding sort of some of your testimony. You talked a little bit about this case management and the changes that have happened. Could you speak to sort of, one, what input did the Legal Counsel for the Elderly have on these changes? And then how, in your opinion, is this case management system working out right now?
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for acknowledging that. Yes, I'm glad that you actually asked that question. We did not have input from our office, and as far as I am aware, that the other senior services providers were not requested to provide input either. Our clients were largely caught off guard and were not aware that this was going to occur. And so it had many of the, a couple of the lead agencies or the senior services providers like Iona was able to continue providing services to some of their clients, but most of the others transitioned to DACL. And I would say that we don't know exactly how it is performing, how well it's going. We don't know what has been lost, if anything. And I underscore my comment and my request that there be an evaluation, a comprehensive evidence-based assessment to determine the effectiveness. I know when Legal Counsel for the Elderly transitioned our hotline, last year we transitioned our hotline, and we have gone out to the community to ask them how this has impacted them. Are they still able to get the same services? Is the wait time better? Our hope in the transition was obviously to make it better, but the only way to find out if that is the case is to have a conversation with the community who is impacted the most. I would imagine the senior service agencies also are hearing from clients that they have had in the past. So I really think that it is really necessary that this occur.
Okay, thank you. And then on a previous panel, we had our aging commissioners speak, and they talked about sort of some issues with guardianship, receivership, and issues with seniors around housing. What are you all seeing, and what can be improved to sort of combat sort of this sort of predatory, sometimes it seems, processes that are allowing seniors to lose their homes, and really Black and brown families who have the opportunity for generational wealth for them to lose that in that process as well?
Right. Ms. Wilson definitely spoke to that and gave an example of somebody. And my heart broke when I heard that. We try very hard to make sure that does not happen, but there are a lot of people who are being taken advantage of. And right now, we have a group that works on that type of issue. Our consumer practice does that type of work, but we also need help from the council. And right now we are doing some evaluation of the conservative laws to see how we might make suggestions on changes, because that absolutely is a problem and it should not be happening. Okay. That I agree with Councilmember Bonds that the review needs to occur more frequently. And even if there is not going to be a review, a formal review until every 3 years, there at least needs to be something that is happening in the interim. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Katrina, I want to come to you, Dr. Polk. Sorry, put the doctor on your name. Dr. Polk, want to come to you. You brought up two big issues. One, nutritional services and sort of this movement. I think you said there was some nutritional services were moved in-house from home delivery. Wanted to hear from you sort of what has happened since that transition with nutritional services, and what needs to be improved or what can be improved moving forward regarding what we've seen happen with those.
I guess in terms of the home delivered meals as well as the congregate meals, we've seen an increase. I spoke briefly about that already. We're only 3 months in or 4 months into the 2022 budget, and in terms of congregate meal programs, we've already served through 32,000 people. So, and last year in whole totality, we served 27,000. So I don't know what's going on, but the data is definitely have caught my eyes as well as AARP, and that's why we want to be have our finger on the pulse, and if that we have to allocate or position ourselves to help DACL advocate for greater funding for home delivered meals and congregate meals, we want to do so. But we also want to have a comprehensive report on the progress of all in-house programs, because back to your original point, we have to do some analysis around that to see, is it effective? What's this whole process? What's the value add to it for consumers? And any other data points that we definitely have unanswered. And also along with that would be an opportunity to have some kind of, I want to say, overall national, not national, but a nutritional service plan, understanding what, template, evidence-based, how we can implement and have the same results occurring in each community or each ward. So I think all these things are valuable in terms of DACL, but there's been an extraordinary increase in terms of actual a population that's participating in these two programs, home delivered meals as well as congregate meals as well. So I'd like to know what's happening as well. So that's why we want to report.
Absolutely. I will follow up on that for those questions with the director. You brought up another issue, and so I'm going to go to you first on it, and then I'm going to also, I don't know if your foot is still here. Yes, you are. I'm going to pose that same question to you after Dr. Polk gets to respond. You spoke about transportation, income, and connectivity you brought up, and sort of this big gap that's a relationship with that, and sort of the DACL's connector card, and really just speaking to social isolation services. So I want to talk to you and ask you both sort of what really describe to me the issue here, the income and connectivity, and then tell me someone said it feels like a reduction in services. I believe that was Ms. Foote who said that. So what do you mean by it's been a reduction in services, and what is it that we really need to meet the gap here? Like what needs to happen now to meet this gap that we're seeing around the income and connectivity issues?
I'll defer to you, Heather, so you could speak first and I'll follow up.
Okay, great.
So this is a challenge probably for most jurisdictions, that there's no easy way to have centralized information on transfer because it keeps changing. When I went the last time to the Ward 7 Senior Wellness Center, I was asked by 3 people about the taxi to rail program. Well, that was a very good program the Department for High Vehicles had during the public health emergency, but they discontinued it because the funds went elsewhere. So one of the issues is recognizing that there's no easy fix, that periodic paper manuals will likely go out of date fairly rapidly. And most importantly, that in my many conversations with people on Move DC or the Summer Safety Campaign from DDOT, people are not going to the website. I'm saying people, many seniors, the seniors that I've mostly been working with, they're not going to the websites. That's not how they're learning. And so it goes back to me to how the federal plain language initiative and how it's interpreted by NIH on their wonderful website. You need to understand your audiences to be able to reach them. So for example, on the Seabury Connector card, which is funded by DACL, which requires an application, it's not easily understandable. And I developed a 4-page handout, a question and an answer on it when I do my trainings. Or For example, as was mentioned in an earlier session, the changes to the Department of For-Hire vehicles, which serves by taxi many of the people who prefer that to Metro Access. So I think it has to be handled at a high level, and that people understand that when you cut the Transport DC funding by 30%, which is what happened in the past fiscal year, and you reduce the number of Transport DC rides to 5 round trips in a month, you're affecting senior transportation. I really liked before the pandemic when I was able to interact with the Deputy Director de moi, as they say, and I've had interactions in the past with Deputy Mayor Wayne Turnage. And I think those are two people who could put together a little team and look at what happened in the past couple of years on senior transportation needs and what the changes were. Increasing significantly the budget for Seabury for the connector card doesn't solve the problem if they're understaffed. And so these are some of the pieces I think that need to be handled at a high level. You know, if the mayor can call for safety patrols around schools, that's one age demographic. It's also important to look at the growing senior population and what their specific needs are and how the city has addressed it. If it's handled agency by agency, as has been the case the last 5 or 6 years, it's going to be really difficult.
Thank you. And Dr. Polk, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Heather. You definitely gave a foundational overview of the issue, but I want to talk about equity, right? Because as we know that, you know, we've come so far, we're very progressive here in the DC area in terms of creating equity for minorities. So when we look at the issue around transportation and the decline in connectivity, we're now looking at inequitable situation where we already know that people in Ward 7 and 8, they frequent public transportation, but seniors don't. They really relied on the other sources in terms of transportation. So now we're looking at seniors that are not utilizing or not moving about town as they would normally using the other transportation, affordable transportation pieces. And now we're also, as we look to that, we're also connecting it with the lack of social connectivity. So now we've made all these advancements around getting people back engaged, and this is pre-pandemic, of course, and ensuring that people had opportunities to engage. So now as we're going through this process of going through the COVID process, and we're now hopefully will be somewhere where seniors will become more engaged. Now they have no transportation. So our greatest fear in terms of AARP, as well as my own, is that where will we look for that's no social connectivity? What will be the means of transportation? What will be the connecting pieces? Because what we do know is housing, transportation, and case management are the priorities in most of Ward 7 and 8, and transportation being number 2. So, yeah. So I just want to look at it through an equity lens, and also how I also equate that to social determinants of health. There's no if there's not a scene that feels safe in terms of transportation, now we're looking at also missed appointments, right? So we know when we're looking at national data, we've been able to kind of bring that down because of the various modes of transportation and the connectivity to have seniors be able to get to their appointments to now where we at. So I think those are 2 main issues, but the third thing I think Heather touched on was around the inequity around cell phone or mobile use or technology. So one of the things that I know we all talked about and think about is that, everybody has a cell phone and have connectivity. Seniors do have cell phones, but you got to remember also most of those cell phones are the ones that are provided by or through low income programming, meaning that they have a capped data. allotment. So even if they had accessibility, they still can't go online and look up things, print out forms, you know. So therefore, so so they can take a class, but if their equipment is not, you know, is antiquated or doesn't promote the access that they need, they're once again blindsided in terms of some inequitable piece. So I think we have to look at that. And I know I had did a program in the city, and I work with AARP nationally to look at mobility and how it connects to cell phone use. And seniors are, they're connected, but sometimes it's also an equipment failure piece. So I wanted just to highlight that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I know that that's my time. Thank you all for your input. I will be following up with the director on a number of points that you made. And I appreciate all your time. And thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, for the latitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the entire panel. I am now going to try to move to the director. If you give me about 5-minute break, I would appreciate that, so I can get some water.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very, very much for your testimony, and it's been robust, and you can tell we could go on for another round or two. There are issues. Things are beautiful for our seniors, but not as much as they can be. And so that's the goal, to work towards improvement. And I promise myself each year I try to go deeper on these issues, and you're helping me to get there. So thank you so very, very much for this discussion. And there will be more discussions like this to come for sure. Thank you. All right. Oh, my goodness. All right. All right, we are back resuming our hearing. And now we will hear from our government witness, Director Laura Newland, who heads the Department on Aging and Community Living. And I'll ask you if you would raise your right hand so we can swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, thank you. You're still muted.
Oh, I
Okay,
apologize.
thank you. Thank you very much. All right. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration, and committee staff. My name is Laura Newland, and I'm the Director of the Department of Aging and Community Living, or DACL. I'm pleased to testify today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser on the department's accomplishments during fiscal years 2021 and 2022 to date. Before I get started, I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership. The past couple of years have brought unprecedented challenges for the district as we have responded to a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And yet, Mayor Bowser has ensured that the district has continued to thrive, embracing new ways to serve our residents while keeping everyone safe. I'd also like to acknowledge the incredible staff at DACL who show up every day to serve the residents of the district, making sure that our older adults, adults with disabilities, and caregivers have access to the services and supports they need to live boldly. The past 2 years have shown us how much we can accomplish together, even through the most difficult times. Madam Chair, last year at this time, I told you that the mayor tasked every agency with making sure that our residents' critical needs are met today, while we build stronger, more resilient communities for our residents tomorrow. We needed to maintain the programs and services that so many of our residents rely upon, while also looking towards the future of growing older in this city, especially as we are confronted with historic adversity and uncertainty. The city's response to COVID-19 brought us all together in a shared fight to stop the spread of the virus by getting vaccinated and boosted, encouraging our friends and families to do the same, taking precautions like washing our hands, staying home if we felt sick, and maintaining social distance. But it brought us together in so many other ways as well. During a time that imposed so many limitations, we focused on the possibilities. We got iPads and technology training in the hands of nearly 500 older adults. We delivered close to 2.8 million meals during the public health emergency. We welcomed our seniors back to dining sites when it was safe to do so. We expanded the ways in which we engage our residents by providing more options through hybrid events. And we connected close to 200 volunteers to engage with older adults during the holidays. We reimagined our service delivery model to better leverage the strengths of our community partners while more effectively working towards our common goals of combating isolation and ending senior hunger in the district. We're proud of what we've been able to accomplish together at a time that required adaptability in the ever-changing face of this global pandemic. And yet, we all recognize that there's so much to be done. When I started in my role as director more than 6 years ago, I made a commitment to spend as much time as possible just listening. Through the feedback we've obtained over the years, we've created programs like Safe at Home and LGBTQ social activities. We've adapted our essential medical transportation programs. We've experimented with different models of outreach and shortened wait times for clients seeking to enroll in the EPD waiver program. What we learned over the years is that our community is our greatest resource when it comes to creating a stronger and more resilient Washington, D.C. Madam Chair, I often tell you about all of the great things we've accomplished over the past year, but today I'd like to tell you a little more about DACL's Future of Aging project in DC and how our agency is shifting and adapting to the experiences of our community. Not surprisingly, the Future of Aging is all about listening to our community and working with our community as we turn their insights into action together. In fiscal year 2022, DACL created the Future of Aging work group to work with our community stakeholders, including the residents we serve, our community partners, and our staff to take a holistic look at our intake and assessment process, identify pain points in the system, and work together to eliminate those pain points. Great customer service starts with intake and assessment. A well-designed intake and assessment system is critical to combating isolation and ending senior hunger by making sure residents are connected to the right services and supports at the right time and in the easiest way possible. This fiscal year, we transitioned to providing case management and nutrition assessments in-house. By doing so, we're able to limit the number of transfers between and within organizations with the goal of decreasing the time between initial intake assessment while quickly and seamlessly connecting to the most appropriate services and supports. Our Future of Aging work group is focused on working closely with clients who are moving through this system, understanding the ways in which they connect with our agency and our suite of programs, and identifying ways in which the system can be improved and made easier to navigate based on our clients' feedback. Madam Chair, I'd like to take a moment to discuss why this is so important for us in this moment. The past 2 years have taught us many things, but the enduring lesson is that we need to commit to a system that is never satisfied with our current programs, that we must always be looking to what tomorrow will look like and who we will be. We've always been an agency that listens to our community. By doing so, we've been able to create some incredible programs. But this is more than just a commitment to listening. The Future of Aging project is about creating the internal and external structures that allow for greater adaptability and creativity. We need to serve seniors today and prepare for serving the seniors of tomorrow. During the past 2 years, we've been able to do things that we've never been asked to do or even imagined doing before. The Future of Aging project is making sure that DACL is always willing to push the boundaries of possibility together with the community. We've done this through our senior-driven socialization hub model by asking our lead agencies to create something new and different based off the interests of the seniors they serve. We've done this through our connector card expansion that provides more individual choice and transportation options. And we've done this through our ongoing support of our senior village model. The Future of Aging is about exploring the possibilities and turning insights from the people we serve into actions. This also means that we're creating better and more effective ways to listen to our community. We'll be doing this through a series of interactive workshops with our seniors, community stakeholders, and staff, working with focus groups, and something we've already started, engaging in in-depth diary studies with a small, diverse group of seniors to get a firsthand look at their experience of growing older in DC. This also means that we're working with the community to identify emerging issues and develop ideas on how to resolve them. Whether the programs are as simple as connecting seniors to pets or as complex as ending senior hunger, the Future of Aging is about how government can support strong communities in confronting the challenges of today and preparing for the challenges of tomorrow together. Madam Chair, before I finish, I want to address some of the work we're doing as we face one of the toughest challenges for our city: ending senior hunger. DC has the highest rate of senior hunger in the nation, with 13.5% of seniors reporting they are food insecure, according to a 2019 study. We know that COVID-19 has likely further exacerbated this inequity. In a city like ours, with a mayor who is committed to inclusive prosperity for every resident, with strong leadership and investments in programs that enable our residents to thrive, no senior who lives in the district should be hungry. I know you agree with me when I say that we can end senior hunger in DC, and we're thankful for your support in meeting this critical challenge. This fiscal year, DACL will be engaging with new partners as we focus on qualitative and quantitative data collection and analysis. We need more than just good intentions. We need the assistance of national experts combined with the passion of district advocates and service providers if we're going to end senior hunger in the district. We need good data analysis, and good program design. And we need to commit to doing all of this together. We can't afford to wait. With the leadership of the mayor, your partnership, and community support, I know we'll be successful in ending senior hunger in the district. Madam Chair, last year I told you that DACL, the mayor, and the community we serve are not aspiring just to a return to normalcy. I told you that we are all committed to creating something better stronger, more equitable, and more resilient. Since then, we transformed our service delivery model, bringing case management and nutrition assessments into the agency, worked with our grantee partners to create and launch new and innovative programs to combat senior isolation and senior hunger, maintained critical services to the changing circumstances of the public health environment, expanded our outreach format to create more accessibility both online and in person, and continued to remain focused on the future of aging in DC. The challenges of these past 2 years have shown us that we are stronger and more effective together than perhaps even we realized. The future of aging is now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering your questions at this time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And as you know, we have a number of questions, and I thank you for your patience wading through the public testimony and testimony from the other agencies. Without saying, you know, that DACL is one of my favorite communities. Being a member of that community, something I can claim that Councilmember Lewis George cannot yet claim. She's getting there if she's lucky, but I know I'm already there. And I thank you for all the advocacy and the services that you provide. But there are a couple of basic questions that I think we need to clear up. And that is, let's talk a little bit about combating isolation, because that's been my concern since day one. I think the first presentation I made to the commission a few years ago was about isolation, and it's come, you know, front and center, and now we all talk about it, and I'm thankful for that. And I know that you're doing work in that direction, but I know it's an extremely difficult challenge to take on, because if I'm in my unit somewhere and I don't talk to anyone and management doesn't see me, they just receive my rent payment, there I am. And so when we talk about combating isolation, what do we really mean? Who are the people we're really trying to reach? And what are some of the systems that we use to do that?
Thank you for that question. So I agree with you. I think you were one of the early adopters of understanding the importance of social isolation and the connection that social isolation has to health outcomes. My first conversation with the mayor more than 6 years ago, she actually mentioned to me, what are we going to do about isolation? Now, over the past 2 years, I think all of us have not only experienced, but truly understood for ourselves what isolation might mean for people who might be homebound, because all of us to a certain extent have been homebound one way or another. All the recent research shows that isolation is not just an issue or challenge for seniors. It's a challenge for all of us. And so when you hear me talking about the importance of community, it truly is a community effort. We need people to be plugged into their community. When you hear the villages testify about the work that they've done, their anecdotal stories are all about, hey, I just called this person up and I noticed that something was off. And then we were able to connect them to service. And so for us, it's a little bit more complex. We're working across the city, across 8 wards with 100 and some thousand seniors. And so we have been working with our grant partners to develop new programs to get into neighborhoods that maybe we haven't been in before, to develop programming that would get people excited about leaving their house or get people excited about logging on. And isolation is also connected actually very closely to senior hunger. And so if we have services and supports that people think are useful for them, programming that they find enjoyable, all of these things will help us create an environment where isolation becomes less of a challenge for us in the district. I think one of the positive things about being in the district is that we have strong community. And so for us, the challenge is really, okay, we have the strong community infrastructure. How do we reach out and bring more people in? And so we do that with your help, with the mayor's leadership, and with our grantees.
I hear you. And so what is the role of, let's start with the lead agencies, because we still have a group of service providers that serve in that role that are actually recruiting those persons in community that need services from DACL, correct? Okay, the lead agencies, there seems to be still some pain with the change of the model from the lead agencies providing direct services and the switch to direct services coming from the DACL main office. So I have to ask, what kind of data have you gotten from the lead agencies that informs you that they are identifying persons who are isolated and need DACL services? Has there been an increase in identified persons since you did the change, or are the numbers down from in the past? And I'm not talking about, my favorite thing is, I'm not talking about the number of times Anita, go to a center and talk with someone. I'm talking about the one time I'm counted and not the 8 times that I'm counted. So I really want to know, what are the real numbers?
I think you and I are on the same page. And that's why sometimes looking at our data can be confusing, especially from the outside, because some things we count just by, how many meals have someone had versus how many people are we serving within a period of time. So I do want to remind everyone who's listening to this that our new model is new. We started October 1st. The programming was developed this summer. We worked very closely with our nonprofit partners in developing programming, supporting them as they develop programs that they felt were best aligned to the communities that they served. So we are spending this year as a year where we're looking at the very data that you're asking me for. We don't have it right now. It's only been a quarter. The lead agencies have had to shift, and it's been, I'm going to be candid, it's a significant shift from what they were doing before. And so we have been asking them, and I think they've responded really quite well, to do something different and more creative. And we're really looking forward to seeing how many more people can we actually get within our ecosystem. How many more neighborhoods are we able to closely identify with? So that's the work that we will continue doing this year, and we'll continue supporting our lead agencies as they do that work. And of course, as you would expect, closely monitoring the progress of these programs.
Okay, another area which has been concerning, and that is the change or perceived change in the transportation models. Can you talk a little bit about that and whether or not you're seeing less ridership on the various systems that we perceive to be DACL kinds of activities, that is activities for seniors, versus what we were doing a couple of years ago?
Well, I think that's a really good question. I've been listening to testimony myself, so I certainly can appreciate the questions around transportation and quite frankly, the centrality of transportation in achieving our goals of combating isolation and ending senior hunger. So, like pretty much every other program DACL offered, transportation also changed during this past 2 years. We have continued to provide critical medical trips. And when we look at the data from that program, ridership has not gone down. Trips have not gone down. The first year that you saw a difference in the data was when the public health emergency was announced in March 2020. So that fiscal year, we saw a little bit of variance in trips because we actually paused trips, if you remember, for a couple of months until we could kind of figure out how do we do this safely. In fiscal year 21 and in Q1 of 22, we saw the numbers go back to pre-pandemic levels. So there's nothing really that changed there. The connector card, the budget increased in this fiscal year by $1 million. So a budget of about $500,000 all of a sudden became a budget of $1.5 million. As you might imagine, growing that rapidly results in some pains. So you have to scale up and you have to scale up correctly. And so, you know, there have been some staffing challenges, but I believe we're working through that. And we've been using the CBRE Connector Card as we reopen some of our sites to encourage people to get transportation. It's a cost share program. So if you're very low income, you contribute $0 and you can get up to $100 to use on any form of transportation. If you're a little higher income, you contribute $50 and you can get a $50 match on this card to use, again, on any form of transportation. So Commissioner Bobo, who testified earlier, is correct. When the public health emergency was announced, we had to end our transportation grant to and from sites and group trips. Our sites were closed and we weren't doing any group trips. So our mayor and you would not allow me to pay for a service that we weren't receiving. And so at the end of that fiscal year, that grant expired. And quite frankly, because of this new lead agency socialization hub model, we have to think whether or not we need to also change the transportation model to fit more in the plans of the lead agencies and what they're doing. So we're working on that solution. We'll be talking with the lead agencies about it. But the direction that you see us continuing in across all programs is increased flexibility, increased choice, and adaptability for the residents we serve. And sometimes that means a solution for seniors in Ward 7 is going to be different than the solution for seniors in Ward 2. So those are all the things that we're working through.
So then I can, I'm understanding that the lead agencies are not only responsible for recruiting or bringing to the table individuals that need the services, they also provide some services, still some group transportation services.
Well, they do operate all of our dining sites. And in order to be a dining site by federal regulation, you need to provide programming before and after lunch.
Okay.
So that's educational, that can be social. And so we would like to add group transportation back into that as an activity because it's very popular. And unfortunately, every time we feel like we're ready to do group trips, there's something in the health environment that makes us kind of pull back a little bit and reconsider. But you know, as the mayor says, DC is open. And so we want to be cautious, but we also want to give adults choices in how they want to live their lives. And group trips was actually a really great way for people to get groceries, go to Walmart, and you know, do those type of errand activities. And so we don't want to take that away.
Okay, so for group trips, going to the grocery store, I would imagine that after we load a bus, that we're talking about a 15-20 minute ride, right? Sitting on the bus with my mask on, my double mask as is being required or suggested nowadays. And then I go and I get my groceries and I come back and another 15-20 minutes. Is that something you think we will be able to resume, or is it still going on and there have been no precautions taken?
No, so it's not, those kinds of things aren't going on right now, but I do think we can resume them. We work very closely with DC Health to make sure that all of our programs make sense within the current health environment. But you know, it might look different. So we might have different masking requirements. We might have vaccination requirements. So, it's our responsibility to create an environment that is reasonably safe, not putting people in unnecessary danger, but still allowing people to do the activities that they would choose to do. So it is a balance, but I think we can definitely find that balance of safety and also being able to go out and, get groceries and spend a little time together.
Okay, so there is the likelihood that we will be able to look to this activity soon. Am I hearing that? Okay. So does that also mean that the wellness centers can pick up groups and bring them to, we can pick people up and bring them to the wellness centers? And because, you heard today how important that transportation system is.
Right. And I think, the reality is that every wellness center kind of views transportation a little bit differently. The members view transportation needs a little bit differently. And so we want to make sure that we are providing the support that they need. But we are really pushing Connector Card as an option that is flexible for each individual. So you can get a cab if you need one. If you need to, if you want to do a ride share, you can do a ride share. The whole point is to give people more flexible options. If you remember the group trips, and I know sometimes it's hard because you tend to kind of gloss over and have very positive memory of programs in the past that haven't been around for a while, but we got a lot of complaints about group trips because the buses would drop people off at 10 and then people would have to leave at 2. And there were programs that started before 10 and after 2 that people wanted to stay for. And so, I think there's not going to be one perfect solution for every single person who might need supportive transportation. But I do think that we have a system that is reasonably flexible for people to get to and from places, not just wellness centers, but you could go anywhere you wanted to hang out with people. I know there are some, in some places where McDonald's in the morning operates as a meeting group for, some seniors in the community. So there are a lot of different ways that people can engage, and we want to be able to support that.
Well, this is an important area to explore with you. I'm thinking that, I'd like to know more about how the various programming that we do is coordinated so that if I am someone coming to a wellness center, that I am able to get there in enough time to do the programming that will be provided. Sounds like you're saying that each entity that is in your array of services operates pretty independently. And as an independent senior, it's my responsibility to go and do what I like to do, as opposed to there being some pre-planned process that I must participate in. And that's what you mean when you say flexibility, right?
Right.
Okay.
There are a lot of seniors who might show up to a wellness center for an activity, maybe a fitness instructor that they particularly like, and then they go home. There are other seniors who stay there all day because that is their social, their social life is hanging out with their friends at the wellness center. And so, the challenge has been, how do we serve that range of desire? And in order to do that, you have to create flexible options and not just have one option for kind of middle of the road.
Okay, my final question in regards to this round is, we said that given that Ward 3 was void of quote unquote wellness all day activity fun centers, and we don't have commitment from Parks and Recreation that we would have such a program, a robust program for seniors, that there would be some opportunity for developing programming in some of the apartment buildings in Ward 3. How is that coming?
So I think you're exactly right. I believe the council added some additional funds to the Around Town program, which provides programming all across wards 2 and 3. And so I know that Iona has been making inroads at different apartment buildings. I know that you and I have talked several times about apartment buildings on Wisconsin Avenue, on Connecticut Avenue. Those are some of the bigger buildings with a lot of seniors who live there, and maybe a lot of seniors who don't traditionally engage with government for one reason or another.
Right.
And so I know they have been developing programming. They've hired a new outreach coordinator specifically to help them develop relationships in different buildings. So we're really looking forward to seeing the results of those relationship developments. And we feel like we are we're supporting them sufficiently financially, and also really look forward to the leadership that the new director brings, June Bang, at Iona, and he has a lot of creative ideas about how to reach folks. So I'm really excited about this fiscal year for them.
So do you anticipate getting a report on that service anytime soon, or is it going to be at the end of the fiscal year that you receive a report?
So my team is in pretty constant communication with all the lead agencies, but probably usually what happens is around mid-year, a little after mid-year, we sit together as a team and talk about how all of our grantee programs are doing. And so, that will certainly, I'd be happy to follow up with you about some of the programming that has been developed. But again, we're not going to be able to really see the full fruit, I think, of some of these programmatic ideas until later on in the fiscal year.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And now I want to turn to Councilmember Lewis George. I know she has burning questions. Councilwoman, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds, and good afternoon, Director. Thank you for your time and your service to district residents. I also want to shout out a few people from your staff. I want to give them some recognition. Alice Thompson from your staff has been a great resource to the Ward 4 community. Garrett King has been so responsive as well. And Vidonia Mallory have also been very responsive and been supportive of senior services in Ward 4. So I wanted to highlight, I know you are an extension of your staff and they have done such great work. So I want to shout them out as well.
Thank you.
And also take the time to also thank you for sort of the coordination with vaccine distributions. We're at Hattie Homes, we expanded to the Lamont Recreation Center, and all that happened really well, very seamlessly with the support of your staff and you as well. So I want to thank you for that as well. I'm going to just start with some big picture questions, and then I'm going to get to the Ward 4 specifics probably at the next round. So first question, we've heard a lot about this today already. And so I just want to see if you can sort of say more on the lead agency transitions and how the in-house staffing for case managers and intake specialists compares to the prior capacity of community organizations. When I looked at the oversight documents, it indicated sort of 46 staffers in the community service division and the social service community services division, and unsure how many are public facing versus sort of overhead and supervisory roles. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, I'd love to. So I'm really proud of my team, and thank you for giving out the specific shout outs. I always say that I'm very fortunate to lead just what I would consider one of the best customer service agencies just anywhere, not just in the district. And so I am very proud of the work and the standard that my staff set. So along those lines, we had committed to transferring case management services in-house by the end of Q1. We were really ahead of schedule. We were able to complete that within the first month of the fiscal year. We transferred about 150 cases from our community lead agencies internally, and our current caseloads are right around 200. And so what that means for individual caseloads is that every person who is working on community cases has about 20 right around 20 cases, which, you know, we work very closely with the direct supervisors and program managers to make sure that we're aligning on national standards and also making sure that people aren't feeling overwhelmed, because as you might expect, every case is a little different. So some cases require a lot and other cases are a little less. So we really spend a lot of time on case management and kind of the administration of it. So we have 2 brand new teams of case managers and social workers. We're really excited about them. We've had them on board now for most of them on a couple months, and we're already beginning to see the connectivity that we had hoped for when we brought that service in-house. So now we have intake, assessment, case management, and we have adult protective services kind of on the far end. And what that allows us to do is to have a system that basically ensures no one falls through the cracks. So we were just talking about this actually a couple of weeks ago with our case management side, where it's not about which, you know, when a case comes in, it's not about, is it my team's case or not?
Right.
It's a DACL case. And so no matter where it ends up, we want to make sure that that person is served. And so, you know, that's the vision, and we're already seeing the fruits of that. And I'm really, really excited about it.
Okay. So for those, really happy to hear. And so you said you had 2 brand new teams coming on, and I know you indicated the caseloads are about 20, maybe 20 to 25 seniors per case manager. What does that look like in terms of how much each time caseworkers can spend working one-on-one with someone any given week? And sort of how does that compare with pre-pandemic ratios?
Yeah.
And sort of are these hours per person enough time relative to our seniors' needs?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You know, to give you an idea, the Medicaid kind of standard for case management and their waiver program is that a case manager would have at least 1 engagement with their clients a month. So as you might imagine, with a caseload of 20 to 25, we're really talking about multiple engagements a month. You know, if you think about somebody working 5 days a week, 8 hours, not all 8 hours are going to be spent talking to clients, but certainly there's enough cushion there. We want enough cushion for client work and client engagement, as well as training and support, right? So we're thinking about all of that holistically. And also, you know, when we compare these caseloads with the caseloads that our grantees had in the community, these caseloads are way lower. There were some case managers in the community who had caseloads of like 30, 40. It was just really not sustainable. And so we needed to create a more sustainable system and a more equitable system, quite frankly, because we had, you know, caseloads that varied dramatically depending on the ward.
Yeah.
And so now we can have more of an even system, and no one case manager is going to be overburdened.
Okay. Okay. That's what I wanted to kind of get a sense of. Okay. So that sounds good. And sort of how is DACL providing sort of weekly clinical supervision and supporting sort of licensed in-house staff within the NASW guidelines?
That's a great question. You know, we are really committed as an agency to internal growth and training and support. So we work in small teams. The case manager teams or social work teams are 5 or 6 per supervisor. So we have 1 supervisor managing 5 or 6 folks. We do weekly or biweekly one-on-ones. That is a requirement for everyone who manages at DACL, is that at least bi-weekly one-on-ones, if not weekly. The supervisors have regular meetings with their program managers, so they're able to take kind of a broader view. The program managers meet together all the time. And so there's a constant kind of encouragement of communication about what's happening on the ground, what's happening programmatically and policy-wise, and then what are the things that we can identify where our staff need additional support. So, and we're going to be building a training curriculum. We're fully staffed now, so now we can kind of move forward and think ahead. So we'll be building a training curriculum. One of our program managers is just has a lot of experience with training for social workers and case managers. And so that's really going to be our next step.
Awesome. And along those lines, it's my understanding, because I know we brought case management and then in-house and also nutrition services. And it's my understanding that DACL is working with George Washington University, which is great. I love to see university partnership. I think it needs to be leveraged more. But they're working with you all to design an effective nutrition service delivery and referral model. And I think this is sort of after recent changes to nutrition and case management services. If recommended by the GW assessment, sort of how will a DACL transition once again to another service delivery model to meet the needs of its clients? Sort of that's the only thing I'm worried about, is that we're gonna end up moving to another system based on what we get from GW in this new nutrition service delivery model.
So that's an excellent question. Thank you for that, because we talk about that. Change can be good, but not change for change's sake. And so we don't want to do change upon change upon change, even if we can justify it, right? So from a service delivery perspective, the only change that people in the community should really experience is that their wait times decrease. That's it. What we brought in-house was actually the home delivered meal assessment piece. But in the community, our lead agencies are still providing education and counseling as part of their grants in the community. And so there wasn't a wholesale shift there. We really wanted to bring the assessments in because when we look at the data, especially over COVID, what we saw is that more people come to us for nutrition support than any other service, which is incredible, right? And if someone comes to us for nutrition support, they probably need to be connected in other ways. Right. And so the idea of bringing in nutrition assessment was to be able to eventually have a more holistic kind of service delivery model there, but we haven't changed anything yet. So I want to be really clear about that. What we changed was who the service is coming from, right? So DACL is providing it instead of a lead agency. So DACL's social workers are providing case management instead of an East River social worker. DACL staff will be doing the home delivered meal assessment instead of maybe a terrific home delivered meal coordinator. But the service itself is not changing. And what changed for us was that the time from the initial call to somebody being connected with the home delivered meal assessor or with the case manager, it decreased significantly. But that's it. The system itself kind of is operating the same. We're partnering with GW to take a look at our data, and you're exactly right. We need to figure out where we can make improvements and how to turn our assessment into something that tells us something meaningful. And so that's what we're working on. And when we get a better sense of that, of what we can actually try, then we will be kind of integrating in changes. But again, I don't think that people in the community will really feel the effects of a lot of the changes that we're thinking about. It really is about better data connectivity and better data collection so that we can analyze whether or not our programs are being effective in the ways that we hope.
Okay. I think my time is up for this round. I have one more question in this category, so we'll come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Director, you heard two things today that continue to stand out in my mind. And one is the approach to having a 10-year plan, something that is informative long-term, which would be what I consider a monster, in that you're going to get a lot of feedback from the different segments of constituencies, whether at the ward level or, those who shop and have an opinion from visiting grocery stores, or those that are having trouble getting to a beautician during this service time, or those that are in assisted living. And I think collecting data from all those different subgroups is very, very important. So I wanted to know, when do you think we can begin this 10-year process of developing this device? Because we know that it can help us to think about where we're going. We did the comprehensive plan, 10 years. We do the redistricting, 10-year plan. And so I think the baby is here in the bath. And so how do we make this happen?
Well, talking about babies in baths, I'd say we're taking baby steps right now. So right now, if you look at what we have done over the past few months is really, or really over the past year or so, is take a look at our current service delivery model and say, how can we kind of do things better and allocate resources to the strengths of what we do as an agency and what our partners do in the community. So that's why we brought in the nutrition assessments and also case management, and asked our lead agencies, our community nonprofits, to really focus on the community. And that's why we're working with GW to take a look at our data and say, how can we be collecting data or analyzing data in a more effective way? Because I think that's really important. So the other thing that we're doing that we haven't really talked about today is that this year we're going to be developing a new state plan for our partners at the Administration for Community Living. And I don't know if you remember the last state plan that we did, but it was a very effortful, community engaged process. And we plan on doing the same thing this time. And you see the community engagement that we are planning on doing with our Future of Aging project as well. It's really going to be combined into looking more long-term while looking at what we have. You know, I would say that we are making some real steps to understanding, you know, how do we get to a multi-year plan, and understanding that, you know, even as we develop a multi-year plan, we still have to do what's best for seniors now. And so that's the balance for us.
And yes, ma'am, I do understand that 100%. And I know that you already have a 3-year plan that you must submit to the feds for some of the federal grants that we receive. And what I'm suggesting is let's go past that. I think we've had some time to think about the feasibility of a 10-year plan. And let's begin to at least treat it as a planning document and get all of us involved. Those that are already aging and those that want to age will probably want to contribute, because we've heard today quite considerable discussion about intergenerational situations, particularly when we think about our caregiver community. I'm not suggesting that this planning for this document or the implementation of this process would take from what you normally do. I'm suggesting that we have to find a way to help you have resources so you can do this, so you can identify maybe zillions of community ambassadors that can help with this, so we can really have a real product. But I hope you'll give it extreme consideration and think about how we can get that done.
I agree with you. I definitely think we need to be more strategic. We need to be looking at our programs not just as a maintenance, which I think we have done in the past, of just kind of let's maintain our programs. They're really popular, but really look to with an eye for saying, how do we measure effectiveness, and are these programs getting us to where we need to go? And, you know, that does require some planning. It requires some hard conversations, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I think we're in a place now where we can have it. We have been kind of slowly building up internal capacity to think more strategically over the years. In order to do a 10-year plan, a strategic plan, I do think we would need more expertise than we currently have on staff. And that's not an insult to anyone that we have on staff, but that's just not what our agency has been built for traditionally. So I want to make sure that the work that we're doing in a 10-year plan will align with our 4-year state plan that we do for ACL, will align with the Future of Aging project that we're doing right now. And then of course, we want to really focus on ending hunger and isolation. So I think those can be the focus points, the focal points for us in a long-term plan.
Okay, well said. And as you're thinking about that, I'm hoping that the age-friendly task force will be informational and can also assist in this 10-year thinking about who we are and where we're going. One area that concerns me, and we don't hear much about it when we talk about senior services or aging in the city, is how should we be addressing equity and diversity? We talk a little every now and then about LGBTQ community. We talk about our very vulnerable seniors, but we don't talk about everything else. We don't talk about those retirees that are living and doing well. How do we incorporate everyone into this plan? And I'm particularly interested again in the equity piece, because we know that there have been discrimination has taken its toll on the population in the district for some time.
Yeah, this is a really interesting question that we've been talking about for quite some time internally. I think with our agency, the question poses something that's slightly different than when you're talking about kids, right? Because as you say, our population that we serve has really suffered a lifetime in many cases of discrimination, which has led to health inequities and housing inequities and all those sorts of things. I mean, if we look at the generation that we're really currently serving, when they were working, generally workplace discrimination was just a given. It wasn't even no one even tried to hide it, right? So now when we look at the way that Social Security is calculated based on career of discrimination, the negative impact of that has really just multiplied over time. And so, I think you could point out so many of those kinds of instances over time. And as an agency, as a city, how do we respond to the magnitude of that? So, we don't want to create a problem that's too big that people are like, oh, we can't solve it. So let's think about something else. From our perspective, it's really about treating people with dignity and also providing opportunities and supports and encouraging people to connect with us, and not as a government handout, but as being part of the community, being a part of a valued community. And so you will see some of our projects focus more, I think, in areas where you see higher health inequities, where you see more inequities, such as, in 7 and 8, there's just more food deserts, right? So we want to focus a lot of food programs in Ward 7 and 8, and in parts of 5. But we also understand that, loneliness and hunger really, they're not determined by income, and they're not determined by race. And so, we want to be really cautious about developing programming where we can connect with everyone and yet focus a lot of our more supportive programming for those who need it the most. As you might imagine, that's a very tricky balance. But I think it is something that we've been doing, and we've been doing fairly well, but we know that equity has to be consideration in everything that we do moving forward.
Well, I would certainly like for there to be consideration given to long-term DC retiree bond. We have baby bond. We need that bond for some of our families. We have families that are truly living right on the edge and are still, they partake of some of our services, but there's a cultural, difference, as you well know. But I think if I were, if my retirement check was $970 or $1,200 a month, and I'm paying out, most of it, 90% of it, including food, and I have to decide whether or not I'm going to get my medication or food or eat a little less, and I'm getting skinnier and skinnier. Ray, I love that. But seriously, I would certainly like to know that the government thinks enough of me and my service in the community. My goodness, here comes a little $500 or $300 that I can depend on my lifetime. I think that's not too much to ask. And I say that because when we were doing the calculations for those who were incomes of $1,500 a month, or really I think it was $15,000 a year, we came up with not too many, maybe 12,000. So you can see the value that it would have. I don't know what the numbers are today because that was done about 4 years ago, but I think it's something that we ought to look at. Yes, let's give the babies every opportunity to grow and flourish, but let's make sure that those who have made a way for the babies and who have a diminished income capability now also have something. And I'm asking Councilmember Louis George to not take too many notes and try and fashion that bill before I get it before the council. We'll do it together. We'll do it together. But that's something that I think we're at that point. What do you think?
I don't know if you were asking me or
I'm asking you. Oh no, she's gonna respond. You can rest assured of that.
I definitely think that when we think about retirees and we think about equity, that this is really important that we not forget seniors, because it's not just about the future. We only have the future. We only have our present because of the people who have come before us and the people who have done the hard work and built the road that we're currently on. And so, the work that we do with our seniors right now, I think it's going to be indicative of how much we value our history and understand our history. And so I don't disagree that we should be thinking about creative ways. And I don't disagree with you that there are possibilities that we shouldn't foreclose just because it's never been done before. From my point of view, the investments that we put into food programs, into rental assistance as a city, all of those programs, they are a type of recognition that people deserve more than what they've received in the past. So I look forward to having more conversations with you about your ideas.
Well, thank you very much. And now I'll turn to Councilmember Louis George for her second round.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. All right, Director Newland, I have to come to the number one issue I get for my seniors right now is transportation. That is what, those are the phone calls I get every time I have a community meeting. The seniors want to talk about sort of the issues with transportation. We heard on the previous panels, some witnesses saying, Transport DC, budget was reduced by 30%. We went down to 5 round trips. We heard people talk about sort of the Seabury Connect services and sort of there seemed to be some sort of disconnection with them not realizing Seabury was still involved in some capacity. So I want to, without going in sort of each of the different ways, I want to understand, I guess affordable or free transportation access is really critical to combating social isolation and helping seniors access basic goods and services. And during the pandemic, the cost of Ubers and the wait times for public transportation have increased. And yet DACL reduced its free transportation options, it seems, through the Seabury Connect. So what other options are being proposed to continue free non-medical transit for our seniors? And what fundings does the agency anticipate needing to support more personalized senior mobility, given the importance of reducing reliance or exposure to crowded activities or settings?
So I want to be really clear. DACL actually tripled its investment in Connector Card. So it went from a budget of about $500,000 to this year, $1.5 million. So with that investment, we expect to serve 1,000 more seniors this year with the Connector Card. And that's for you can use it on any form of transportation to get to anywhere you want to go. And so, I think that's the most flexible service offering that we have right now. Transport DC, that, as you know, is operated by our partners over at the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. We have maintained our funding for Senior Med Express, and that is for medical trips. I know you're talking about all the different kinds of trips here. And then we've increased funding for our senior villages as well, which is a volunteer-based ride service for members for medical trips, but also other trips to the grocery store, the pharmacy, and things like that. And then, of course, we have Metro Access and Metro. I absolutely hear the concerns that you're raising, because seniors are right. Metro has not been as reliable, and the costs have gone up depending on what's happening within the public health environment. One of the things that we are also working with our lead agencies on is creative transportation options. And transportation is, again, it's critical for combating isolation, but it's also critical for combating hunger. So if you have reliable transportation to the grocery store, then you might have access to more food, right? And so we do need to come up with creative options. I know that a couple of our lead agencies are working on ideas around that, and we'll continue. We'd be happy to work with your office. I know that transportation remains a challenge for many of our folks.
Are there any sort of opportunities for, I don't know, some senior shuttle services to some of the basic services? And let me give you an example in Ward 4, because I think this is a direct ask. Actually, the seniors and veterans, so at Abrams Hall, Walter Reed campus has been developed greatly, right? And we're in that process. Abrams Hall has about 80 seniors. Help USA, our veterans building, has about 77 seniors. And then we just added, So Others Might Eat, Karen's house to the Walter Reed campus, which is about 40 seniors. We're looking at almost 200 seniors in this one area, but Walter Reed is still being developed, right? And so their access, their ability to walk throughout this huge campus to get to the grocery store, which our closest is the Safeway on Georgia Avenue, or right now the Whole Foods in Silver Spring, or the Giant in Silver Spring, until we get the Whole Foods at Walter Reed, has just been tremendous. And then the CVS, which is on Georgia Avenue as well. I've asked previously whether there could be some type of senior shuttle service, especially handicapped accessible shuttles as well, at the complex, to bring residents to public transit, because Tacoma Station is still a ways away for seniors to walk to, and to some of the key neighborhood shops like the CVS and the Safeway. And sort of, I've hit a dead end. Everyone's like, yeah, there's really nothing we can do. And I'm like, well, I have about 200 seniors living in a location that are basically now in an isolated situation. What can happen here? Is there opportunity for me to try to put in a budget a senior shuttle service over there? I need sort of your guidance here to figure out how I can help my seniors in these locations to get to basic city services.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a possibility here. So I know the Department of For-Hire Vehicles actually ran shuttles. I think a couple of the routes were in your ward, but that was pre-pandemic. So I'm happy to reach out to my colleague, Director Doe, and see if they're doing that again or thinking about that again. But also I'm happy to reach out to my lead agencies and see what they're doing right now around transportation, and then see what additional support we can provide. And I'd be happy to follow up with you after this hearing to make sure we're really targeting the need that you're hearing about.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. The other thing goes to transportation and also directly, obviously, to housing. Ward 4 has a significant population of seniors gaining who are aging in place. So I have a number of questions regarding sort of housing challenges. Obviously, the city has had the foreclosure moratorium in place through the pandemic, though it may soon expire, even though federal assistance has not come down yet. But how has DACL been working with DHCD to stand up a forthcoming homeowner assistance fund and to promote the current pilot? Is DACL consulting on how to make the HAF online platform as user-friendly for seniors as possible and doing some of that direct sort of application work for our seniors in that area?
You know, I'm not sure that we are, but I always learn something different in these hearings. And so I think that's a great flag for us to make sure that we're reaching out and talking to DHCD. We work very closely right now with the DC Housing Authority as well. And so I think that's a great partnership. And, you know, Chairwoman Bonds has created a couple of years ago the shallow subsidy for low-income seniors to do rent supplements. And so we'll be working with DCHA on that as well. You know, you're right, affordable housing remains a challenge in DC, but I think there definitely are a lot of different options that we could probably be using more effectively, and that we, frankly, as an agency, DACL, could be kind of more involved in making sure people are connected where they need to be connected.
And that's also the same for sort of the home improvement program, seniors wanting to improve their home so they can age in place. You know, there's the roof repair program, but there's also accessibility. And so anyways, you all sort of you hear directly from our seniors, can sort of communicate that to our housing agencies. Any work you can do around that would be greatly appreciated. The other agency I was hoping you could work with is DOES. We know home health aides are vital for helping our seniors age in place. And I sort of want to understand, are you all doing any work with community partners and with DOES to promote job and skill training for aspiring home health aides? And how does DACL sort of help new home health aides connect with seniors with high priority needs?
So I will say that we don't do a lot of the career kind of training or pathways. And I know that home health aides kind of just as a profession nationally, that this is a growing issue that I think will only increase. So, you know, we've been asked this question before, and you know, I think it's partly kind of a licensing issue on DC Health side. Partly it's a demand issue just with our aging population. And then, you know, I think one of the unattractive things about being a home health aide is the pay, and also kind of the lack of a true career ladder, right? And so I do think there are some community members who have some interesting ideas around that, about working with schools and providing kind of different avenues. The Long-Term Care Coalition here in DC has been thinking about that a lot, and we'd be happy to partner with them on, you know, anything that DACL could do, you know, creatively. And, you know, I'm happy to reach out to Director Unique Morris Hughes as well to see what specific programs there are and whether or not we could plug in there.
That's awesome. Thank you. I would appreciate that. I also had some seniors who told me they also want to do some work, some temporary work. So I'm going to work with Director Hughes to see how we can get some seniors some jobs. And then the last piece on the housing, on this housing piece is, what work is DACL doing to prevent sort of predatory house flippers from targeting and harassing our seniors? How are you sort of helping seniors know and navigate their rights? I get constant calls about these Voltage developers. I've had seniors say, Councilmember, I need you to like come and save me from, you know, someone knocking on my door several times, which, you know, sometimes we'll call OAG and others, but I just want to sort of see if you all are sort of hearing and seeing those things, and how are you responding to sort of the predatory housing piece that we see with some of our seniors.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, this is, you know, bad actors just continue being more creative with trying to, you know, take advantage of some of our community members. We do have the Elder Abuse Protection Committee, which is comprised of some community advocates, the Office of the Attorney General, and some of the nonprofits where we do financial training. I know we did Money Smart for a while, which was a financial training, and maybe we can think about doing more of that. We work quite a lot with banks. And so we've seen a lot of referrals coming from financial institutions to Adult Protective Services. We really are trying to do a lot more outreach in the community, but also build better relationships with community partners, so that in community organizations, including churches, so that we can have kind of a community response, and we can kind of make sure that we're all looking out for each other. We've worked very closely with the Office of Tax and Revenue in the past, and you know, that type of thing used to happen quite a bit around tax sales, but now the Office of Tax and Revenue has really changed the way that they've approached tax sales, especially for seniors, and so I think we're seeing a lot less of that. You know, I don't think we're going to stop it, but I do think that collectively the Office of the Attorney General has expressed a desire to go after bad actors. We support the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, which does a lot around financial protection issues and also mortgage foreclosure issues. So we'll continue kind of pressing, be happy to take any suggestions that you might have.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think my time is running up over this round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we kind of exhausted much of the testimony that we received, but I just had a few general questions that I wanted you to put information on the record. I know that you have a number of vacancies, Director, and would just like to know, what is your timeline for filling these positions?
As soon as possible.
Of course, of course.
I know we've had some vacancies, but I think my team has actually done a really great job of recruitment and bringing people on quickly as we brought on case management and home delivered meals assessments internally. So, you know, we are working very closely with our partners at DC Human Resources to post positions, to recruit. So I think if you look at our list of vacancies, they're all within, they're all in some process of recruitment. So sometimes that means, you know, we have to make sure that the funding aligns. Sometimes that means we have to make sure DCHR approves our actual position description and that sort of thing. But we are definitely recruiting for every single one of our vacancies. We're doing a lot. And I know you want us to continue doing more. So I want to make sure that we're fully staffed for that.
Yes, I do want you to do more. You're right. And there are always things that we can do. I'm not trying to suppose that your agency would be the only go-to entity in our government, but it certainly is a good start for people. And I think if we can refer our senior population to your office, and your office then disseminate the information so that we all are benefiting from the various programs, it would help. And that leads me to one of my favorite subjects, and that is, how do we get something in writing that would be descriptive of all of the programs that the government provides and our partner agencies, because seniors are not going to be on the internet as boldly as we would like them to be, but they certainly would enjoy having a 200-page document that they can flip through. But certainly they need the information, and they enjoy reading.
Yeah, and I listened to the testimony and heard that earlier today. I know in the past we've said it's really hard to maintain something like that because there are changes basically by the time you go to print. It can be outdated, but we actually, I think based on the testimony that I've heard today and your comments that you've made, we're gonna follow up. Iona used to do a senior resource manual. And we used to fund part of that. So let me follow up with Iona and see kind of where they're at with that resource manual. They used to update it and distribute that. But if that's not something that they want to continue doing, then certainly, there is something that I think that we can do. Now, with that being said, it will not be up to date by the time it's published. Because things change so quickly, but I do think that we can do some sort of annual, resource manual that's in print that people would enjoy.
Yeah, even if it's every 2 years.
Yeah.
Something that would be descriptive, at least the population would know that these types of services existed. And they can do some of the follow-up themselves to discover whether the entity is no longer doing that or out of service, or maybe there are some new entities. I think that would be very helpful. Can you provide a timeline on when you will submit the FY21's required biannual council report?
Yes, I believe it's done. So it will be to you very shortly.
All right. Okay.
I apologize for that.
All right. Okay. All right. Now, your favorite subject, and that is, let's talk about your capital budget as it relates to model cities. We know that the fire department is interested in co-locating with the center. So I believe I'm correct on that. I think
you
so. And so, but the regular attendance to the programs there, who have really taken strong ownership of the programs, feel very strongly that they continue to be lost around, that the project for expansion will never, ever happen. What's going on?
Yeah, listen, I can't blame them. It's taken too long, and it's not. They have every right to be frustrated. There are 2 expansions that we've been working on for several years now with our partners at the Department of General Services, one at Model Cities and the other at Congress Heights. And they were both slotted at the same time and kind of on the same track. So, one, it always takes a little bit longer than we think, especially for capital projects. But 2, the pandemic could not have come at a worse time for those projects. And, the pandemic has really put, just completely halted all progress that we were making for quite some time. And then, I think what I always tell my team is that we take responsibility for communication deficiencies. And there were some communication deficiencies here, and kind of understanding what was happening and also being able to explain to our seniors what was happening. Now, sometimes, what we have to say isn't going to be liked. So there is a distinction between communicating a message that is not popular versus, just kind of not hitting it right on the communication. I think that both happened in this case, that we could have communicated better and we were communicating a message that was not popular. But I think we have things straightened out now with both model cities and at Congress Heights. We are working again with the Department of General Services, and we hope that the expansion will be completed in 22 for both projects.
Okay, I hear you, and I certainly hope that we can get some finale. Is it possible to get a sort of a status report in writing that would bring us kind of up to date as to where we really are and where you think you're going with the project?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Happy to follow up with you on that.
Thank you. Adult protective services and guardianship and conservatism. Can you please tell me where we are with the program? Are you finding through the adult protective services that we're seeing a greater number of individual cases over the last 2 years, or is it about averaging the percentages about the same within the general population of our seniors, as an example?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think when the pandemic was first announced and the public health emergency was first announced, we did see our referrals go down a little bit. And I think, the same reason that referrals to child family services went down a little bit. When people are not kind of going to work or being in the community as much, you don't have as many opportunities to kind of engage and see what's happening. But we did expand our outreach efforts, having seen that kind of decline when the pandemic was announced. And so since then, we've seen, what we would describe as pretty regular referrals. 21 was a pretty normal year for referrals. It kind of fluctuates month to month. And so, we will continue doing our outreach and continue kind of talking to our partners about what mandatory reporting means and what types of cases to bring in. But that's kind of that's the ebb and flow that we're seeing right now. I don't think it's unusual by any means. And we're looking to see if kind of we're missing pockets in the community in terms of outreach that we should be reaching out to more.
Okay, in thinking about the outreach models that you use, just wondering, are the referrals that you get coming through the services that your department provides, or are they coming from somewhere else?
Both. Referrals are coming from everywhere. So,
but I mean, okay, when you look at the percentage, which has the higher percentage of
it's really
cases?
Referrals from outside of our system. From, so if you're asking, do we get more or same amount of referrals from case management services as, kind of outside DACL services, we get more referrals externally.
Externally. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. And they come from various agencies and then just the general public, the private sector?
Yeah, we get referrals from council members, we get referrals from MPD, behavioral health, home health agencies. Social workers are mandatory reporters. So, and we get referrals from financial institutions. So, we get referrals from pretty much everywhere that you can imagine.
So in your thinking about that, we have this system that you go through the courts and you get, a guardian, so to speak. And it may or may not be a family member, it may be, an attorney. And I've talked to some of those who do this kind of work. I'm just wondering, is that the only way that we can protect our seniors? To me, it just seems like we need something else, another step, because by the time you get to the courts, there's already either a strategy that's removing your assets, you're going through cruelty or something, and the time that you actually get under a guardian, which may just perpetuate what you're going through. I'm just wondering, or should we be concerned?
Yeah, no, I feel like you've been listening in to the conversations we've been having internally within our agency, because we've been asking that very same question. Guardianship and conservatorship should really be the last resort, the absolute last resort. So the legal process is there, I think, for the worst situations, but it shouldn't be the first thing that we go to, and the goal of APS is to really resolve these issues and help stabilize situations through social support, social services, and community, not through the legal system. We want to come up with solutions for people that takes them out of danger while also maintaining autonomy, right? And I think that can be really challenging, quite frankly. There are some really complex family situations. There are some really complex health needs that come up. Unlike our child family service system, we don't take custody of adults. We don't remove adults from situations, even when the situation can be quite bad. And so, I give a lot of credit to the folks who work on adult protective services within our agency, because they see some really tough situations, and you have to be a really creative problem solver to be able to resolve them. So we definitely, like you, are concerned about this. And we are working with our teams and also reaching out to national partners and saying, are there models nationally that we should be looking to that does it better than us? Unfortunately, I think the response to that is no, that this is a challenge that every jurisdiction is facing. And so, I have challenged my team to say, let's create the model. Let's create the model that all other states look to. And so I know the team is working really hard to kind of think through all the situations that they see, and then also kind of asking, what are the supports that my team would like to have in place, right? Because my team wants to do what's best for the seniors. But what's easiest in a lot of cases is to go to the courts so that you can just make those decisions, right? So maybe we have to create some in-between supports that we don't have right now. And that's the part of the conversation we're in right now.
Okay, so you actually have sort of like a working group that is looking at this issue. Can you please keep me informed? I'm very concerned about this particular arena. More and more I'm hearing from seniors that are, they're lost, they're concerned, they don't know where to turn. And when I go to a senior center or visit a building, and seniors want to bring me their paperwork,
yeah.
It concerns me, and they're fearful about what's to come, and who do they trust? Of course, again, getting back to what the villages wanted to discuss more than anything else, how very trustworthy they are. And by the way, I want to thank you so much for being there with me on our villages, because I think it has been a tremendous resource for our city. And now we have to figure out how to get village-like services in some areas of the city that just don't lend themselves to a membership type organization. But I think all of us want to be a part of some club or organization. We just have to structure it so that I feel that it's of value to me to sign up.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think the village relationship with our agency and with me, quite frankly, is an example of how, how you can be wrong, how I can be wrong, and how, you can develop a relationship over time that's a back and forth, and where you can disagree, but still have a really good relationship. And then based on that disagreement, you can have a more honest conversation about goals and achievements. And I'm really proud of our agency's relationship with villages because of where it started and because of where we're at now. And so I appreciate your support of the village model. And, you know, I definitely think that volunteerism is very alive and very well in some of the other wards where villages don't exist, or quote unquote villages. And so I agree with you. We just need to figure out how do you plug into the model that's already there and provide support if support is needed.
So we're really saying that there may be a need for a different group of experts to work on how do we create the new model or refresh the model of villages for those who or neighborhoods that do not lend themselves to a village per se, but village like service delivery system and membership system. Although
Yeah.
I think villages can work all over the city.
I agree.
I do believe that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've taken a lot of your time and thank you for sharing with us. I see Councilmember Lewis George is not quitting. And so I will give her an opportunity to ask again. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Final round. Director, I wanted to just close the loop on a few things. We heard from a few panelists. I'm thinking about the legal counsel for the elderly, particularly, who sort of recommended had some suggestions based on that experience. And I wanted to see whether you were willing to sort of commit to any of their recommendations. They recommended that DACL institute a comprehensive evidence-based assessment to determine the effectiveness of the new case management model and implement modifications as necessary. They believe that review would be critical to ensuring that we're actually meeting the needs of the clients. Where are you on being able to commit to sort of this comprehensive sort of evidence-based assessment?
So look, you will always have my support of evaluation, always. So, my teams know that we're constantly evaluating the things that we're doing, effectiveness. I think the thing that's a little bit puzzling is that the case management model hasn't changed, right? From the community to an internal delivery model. So, I'm happy to sit down with anyone to talk about, including legal counsel for the elderly, to talk about why we decided to bring case management as an internal service versus granting it out externally. There are a lot of good reasons for that, but the service itself has not changed. So there's nothing to really compare it to at this point. But yes, my team knows this. We're evaluating it now about caseloads, about referrals, what types of cases are coming in, how are we resolving them, what's a good result. So we're in that process now, and we'd be happy to share that.
Okay. And sort of how is this new, I guess it's a new model. So with change comes always growing pains with change is what I say. How is this aligned sort of with national practices or other cities? Is that was that a part of sort of the thinking of changing sort of the model here in the district?
Yeah, so DC is a really interesting jurisdiction. It is both a state and a city, right, and not a state. So it's a unique jurisdiction, and if you look at the way that other states operate, there are usually nonprofits that are covering specific areas of the state because the state is big. In our case, the model didn't really make as much sense because DC geographically is quite small. So when other states looked at our model and saw how many nonprofits were covering different sections of the state, they thought it was kind of weird, right? Because it's like so many different entities covering a relatively small geographic area. So, the way that we handle some of these handle case management or APS, we're not out of line really of the way that other states think about them.
Yeah.
And, I think what was hard about bringing case management in-house is that case management was considered a nonprofit service for so long.
Right.
And so the transition was, well, we've been always providing this service. What does it mean now for us if DACL provides it, right? So it wasn't about changing the service. It was about changing who was providing it, and then reorienting our lead agencies to think creatively about connecting with our community more than they were, right? Okay. And so that's a lot of change,
right?
It's not all just about management. So that's kind of, I think when you hear about that and kind of hear the hesitation and let's evaluate it, it's really, it's more than just the case management.
Okay. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. That answer. And as the assessments come out, I think you said earlier in your opening remarks, which I was really excited to hear, was that we're always willing to change and improve when it comes to senior services. We should never be done. Right. So I think that's something great. They also recommended DACL to develop services to support older adults when evictions and foreclosures are ordered. And court records and other public information can and sort of should be used to proactively identify vulnerable residents and connect them to available and appropriate DC services. So I wanted just sort of to hear if that was something that you all were willing to do, develop sort of some more support services around when adults are experiencing evictions and foreclosures. And then that also relates to sort of ARPA funds and how you all are foreseeing how you use them or how you foresee using those funds as well.
So, I think all my grantees know this, all the DACL grantees, we communicate with our grantees quite a bit. And, we always encourage grantees to come to us and talk to us about new program models, or if they're seeing a lot of need in one area that we might not be covering. And so I am more than happy to sit with legal counsel for the elderly to look at their data, to talk about what they're seeing on the legal side, and make adjustments if we need to make adjustments. I mean, obviously the past 2 years has changed quite a bit for all of us. And so it doesn't surprise me if we see different kinds of needs than we did before. And so that's not a problem to commit to sit down with any of our grantees to say, let's look at what's happening and what you've seen and kind of what you're thinking about for the future. We did that with the lead agencies this summer for their new model right now. And I think it was really effective. The ARPA funds that we have, we're using partly to fund this new socialization model for our lead agencies to get better penetration in some of the neighborhoods and to really focus on areas where our lead agencies, frankly, just didn't have a presence. We used some funds to support our home delivered meal program, which increased exponentially during the pandemic. And as we're reopening sites, supporting our congregate meals. So the funds that we received all are in support of the programs that we generally support. And so we've tried to use those funds to supplement and create new opportunities for our grantees to try something a little bit different.
Okay, awesome, great. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your commitment there. My last question is really just an ask of you. And that is, in addition to my Abrams Hall, Walter Reed ask, don't forget that one. But this one is really something I know you all do already, but I'm asking again just to continue to support us in that. And that is obviously the pandemic impacts city services. Leaf collection, trash services, snow removal has been a particular concern, obviously, for seniors. We also now have the U.S. Postal Service mail service concerns from our seniors. And so I know you all do a lot of coordination. So my ask is really just for you all to coordinate with DPW, DDOT, and other agencies. And even if you can with, Councilmember Councilmember Congresswoman Norton's office as well, around mail and different things. Whenever we have issues that sort of basic services because of the pandemic are impacting our seniors, get very frustrated. And I think constant communication and understanding is important. And you all are my partners in sort of the Ward 4 sense of sort of communicating to our seniors and then communicating to our agencies what you're hearing and seeing. And so it's just an ask for continued support to sort of help with the basic services needs that our seniors impact our seniors, and when they get frustrated with them, to sort of be an intermediary as well in helping get the messaging and word out for those delayed services.
Yeah, well, I think all of us seniors are frustrated with the mail delivery service and a lot of different things. So I certainly understand it. But yeah, I mean, your office can always reach out to us. Seniors, I think, know, they can call us at any time. 311 has been fantastic. I can't say enough about how responsive they are and that system is. And I do want to give a shout out to DPW, because I know, they've been through some challenges recently, but they're actually delivering rapid test kits to our senior wellness centers so that seniors can come by and pick
them. Yeah, I saw that come out today. Very happy.
Yeah, so I wanted to announce that, but also say, our partners are working really hard to do the best they can to support seniors. And I'm really proud of the commitment that our city is making to support our seniors.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you to your amazing staff as well for allowing me to be here with you all. Thanks.
Thanks for joining us. Madam Director, I just have a few thoughts that I think we probably need to put on the record. When we talk about safe at home and home projects, I wanted to know if DHCD has asked your agency for referrals of contractors that seniors have indicated at your office that they felt very confident had delivered quality service. And I ask about that because one of the issues that continues to surface when we're doing the single family rehab is the need for contractors that can really turn over projects quickly and efficiently, and wondered if there had been any dialogue with you on this matter.
Yes, we're very close with the Department of Housing and Community Development. We have talked about contractors. I think one of the challenges is that our contractors are really small, project-based. There's a difference doing the handrails and kind of the more, I don't want to call it the minor because they're very impactful, but some of the smaller projects than the larger scale projects that they fund. But we have been talking about contractors.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we should not begin to look to major contractors to do, refit roofs, rebuild porches and what have you. Because I understand that that's one of the reasons for the 3-year delay, is really getting a contractor, and the process that they've used in the past for procuring the contractors. And so I'm just looking for ways in which we can speed this up. I know that we have a lot of red tape. I know that it's a federal program. I know we will never get rid of all of the red tape, but as I've told you in the past, it was very difficult for me to meet a applicant in my first year of oversight and then be told the next year that the gentleman had moved on, had passed, and still had not gotten the contract through the system. And so, 3 years is too long. And so I'm just looking for some additional solutions that can help us with this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I don't think there's anyone at DHCD who would disagree with you that 3 years is a long time. We have talked over the years, they've partnered really well with us on developing our program, Safe at Home. But I'll be honest with you, I do think that a lot of it is due to the funding stream. When we use some of their funding for Safe at Home, our program all of a sudden became very complex because of the federal requirements. And so I don't want to, I think we should definitely appreciate how challenging the federal requirements are. Even if you have a lot of money, if the requirements are so strenuous, it's hard to spend. And so I know that's been a big part of what's happening in single family rehab, and that they continue to work on improving the process and trying to make things easier. But I don't know what it would take to change some of the requirements at the federal level to move things up.
Yes, I agree. And I'm thinking that maybe that grant should be rolled into the major renovations that we do currently through use of the Housing Production Trust Fund money, where we have entities that understand the product they are to deliver and have the requirements for delivering it. And maybe local dollars should go into this smaller program so that, we can, at least meet the time requirements so individuals can get a result. I'm gonna investigate that, and with your help, I hope to get a solution rather quickly, and that's for the benefit of DACD as well, and Director Drew Hubbard. So we're coming together to work on this. It must be done. Can you please distinguish between being enrolled in Safe at Home versus being approved for it? And that's in your bailiwick there, Safe at Home. What's the difference?
I thought it was the same thing. So I'm going to have to look back at the notes if the data we show you is different.
Okay.
That enrollment is different than approval.
Okay. All right. I would appreciate getting that answer. And while you're thinking about that, could you just put on the record now what is the current requirements and income restrictions as it relates to Safe at Home?
So for an individual household, one person, it's 80% of the area median income. So that right now is a little more than $60,000 income.
Yeah, I think it's 67 for one person. Yes.
It keeps going up every year.
Yeah, I looked at it the other night. So I try to keep these numbers, close by. Okay, I appreciate that. And then just a quick follow-up. And thank you so very much for your patience, because we have far exceeded any timeline that we presented to you. And I've been at this since, 3 minutes after 9 this
9 o'clock,
morning.
that's
So,
right.
I mean, I'm getting a little antsy too, but I'm trying to persevere and spread the opportunity to everyone. Okay. You mentioned in your response on meals and nutrition, question 81, that you had identified over 4,000 participants in the COVID emergency meal program. And currently there are only 2,850 in the home delivered meals program. Tell me what happened? Why is there a drop? Are we counting people now, or are we counting the meals now?
No, well, we do both. We count people and we count meals, but when we kind of expanded our meal program, we created a new category, COVID emergency meals, in March of 2020. And there were kind of our long time home delivered meal recipients. And then we got a rush of new clients. And that was partly because we closed down all of our on-site operations, all of our dining sites converted to home delivered meals. And then we received a lot of calls for new folks to come on to get meal delivery because of the circumstances of the public health emergency. We were always really clear that during the public health emergency, we were kind of loosening our restrictions around our home delivered meal program, which traditionally is really for people who need it the most, who are homebound and don't really have a lot of access to other resources. We expanded the eligibility because it was the right thing to do during the pandemic. Towards the end of fiscal year 21, DC was open, the public health emergency was ended in DC. And so we opened all of our wellness centers and opened up our dining sites. So when we did that, we asked that people go back to those sites to pick up meals. So they're still receiving meals, they're just receiving them in a different way. And the reason why we kind of encourage the grab and go, even if they weren't participating in programming, is if you are able to leave your house, it is better for you if you can do that safely. It is good to be able to interact with people outside of your house. So we wanted to encourage that, and we were very successful with our grantees in opening up those sites, getting people from our meal delivery system to grab and goes. And then there were quite a significant number of people who said, for one reason or another, you know what, I don't need these meals anymore. I'm good. You can take me off the list. So that's why you see the variance in numbers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for being on our hot seat today. We always appreciate hearing from you. I particularly enjoy knowing what we're doing for my favorite category of constituents in the District of Columbia. So please convey to your staff my humble appreciation for all that they do. They're absolutely tremendous. I won't name names, but some of them know me well enough to know who I'm speaking of, and I really, truly appreciate all the work that they do. And please keep it up, and we'll talk to you again about the budget a little later, but there may be a few questions that we didn't get to today. We just thought we are now going into the arena of cruelty by asking you to sit any longer. You've been on point since 9 o'clock as well this morning. So thank you so very, very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to represent the work of the Department of Aging, Community Living, and certainly the hard work of my team. So I appreciate it.
All right. Well, I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contributions. We certainly learned a great deal. And I hope that those who watched have a better understanding of the work that these agencies have undertaken during the past year. I believe our city is better for their work, and I am hopeful that our future is therefore much brighter. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please email it to housing@dccouncil.us, and it will be included in today's hearing record. This record will close on Monday, January 17th, 2022 at 5 p.m. So please submit your information if you care to comment by that date, January 17th, 2022 at 5 p.m. The committee's next meeting will be on Wednesday, January 19th, 2022, and it will be a performance oversight hearing, I believe. I think maybe I won't announce it, but we will have a hearing on Wednesday, January 19th, 2022. The reason I'm not announcing it, while we have had our hearing today, I saw a email from the council budget office saying that some of the meetings have changed, and I don't want to give out erroneous information. So that concludes the hearing today. And with that, the time is now 5:28 p.m. on January 10th, 2022, and this meeting is adjourned. And thank you to everyone, and special shout out to my staff, my wonderful staff who